Alright, so we're making an intro video. This is going to be one of the biggest videos, longest videos we've ever made on YouTube. We're going to do this for the first time on this particular vehicle. We're going to attempt to successfully work on a Ford Econoline 5.4 liter 2 valve Triton SOC single overhead cam. We're going to pull everything off the top of a running engine with 130,000 miles. We have a head gasket leak that a solution called Fiber Lock has been sealing for the past month now and successfully working. However, we don't consider it a permanent fix. So we're going to go through the top of the engine and see if we can't gain a little bit more horsepower back. Fix some of the things, since the bottom and the end of the engine is in good shape. We're going to fix some of the things that we think are wrong with it. And we're also about to do something at the same time that is a little bit different than most people see on YouTube or any other video out there. We're going to remove the Bi-Fuel version of this particular Econoline. This Econoline was purchased from a military base somewhere in Kansas City, Kansas, and sent to an auction, and it was purchased from the auction. We suspect that it ran on CNG for most of its life, and by the time we got it, we started running it on regular gasoline. For those of you who don't know what CNG is, it's compressed natural gas. In other words, the gas to your stove is compressed to somewhere around 32 to 3600 psi and ran as a liquid, stored as a liquid, and transferred back into a gas. Anyway, this is incredibly hot and dry on an engine, valve, train, etc. And we suspect that the engine bay on this vehicle, on this particular van, had heated up exceeding the normal temperatures, which caused early head gasket failure, which is why we think there also could be some burnt valves involved, causing some rough idles and possibly some compression loss. But overall, the engine still runs decent. It just seems like with 130,000 miles, it should run a lot better based on previous SOC single overhead cam 5.4 liters we owned. So what we have here, we'll start the intro with what we have here is after a junkyard purchased intake. Now this is a stock gasoline intake for a 5.4 liter. I think this come off in a 5.4 liter VIN L, somewhere around 99. They were graceful enough to send us this intake for about $100. We were able to get most of its components on it that you would have to go and purchase. Now some of them might be bad, some may be good. We don't really care. We have injectors already, but we needed the intake and the fuel rail. That's why we purchased this.
Fuel rail converted over, so it doesn't accept CNG anymore.
The big deal of the conversion is the fuel rail on the Bi-Fuel. It has two fuel rails, one for CNG and one for gasoline. In other words, we don't think this fuel rail would fit on our intake. This is probably higher, and it sits up higher because there are rings right here for the CNG fuel rail that sit over this, and then the fuel injectors sit into those rings, which give you a gap like that wide. So it sprays natural gas, or it can spray the injectors. It's switched over to gasoline. So that's the big deal about getting an extra intake. Plus, we had an issue a while back where AutoZone's, you can look on our channel, AutoZone sold us a sensor that was not factory, and this is a Ford factory sensor. We could tell. It cracked right here because their sensors were Chinese made, out of spec cone fatter here.
And they were part confirmed to be the right part.
Yes, but the problem was they weren't manufactured to where the threads stopped. They just kept expanding, forcing this to give and crack without warning or notice. So that's another reason we're replacing the intake. So we're hoping this junkyard intake serves us well. There's not too much that can go wrong with it. We're going to take all this off of it and put all our stuff on. But we do have extra components here to save. EGR valve. I forgot what this does exactly. I think it controls the EGR valve.
That's like some
yeah,
kind
it's
of
a
vacuum switch.
It's a vacuum switch with the EGR, and then we got the these things, a dime a dozen at the auto parts store, about $35. This is for the to control the idle air control valve. That's what this is. And basically we're going to see. Yeah, here we go. Here's that port for the EGR valve. That port that everybody has a problem with, that boot deteriorating right here. We even kind of have like a little vacuum line sketch. That's kind of the same on ours. So while we're converting this whole thing over,
we'll be doing a whole lot of other stuff.
We're going to also pull the heads off this vehicle while it's in the vehicle, while the engine is in the vehicle, which Ford says kind of isn't recommended. They say it can be done on a 2-valve in a Haynes manual, but other people say it can't. I don't know. We're going to find out. We only have about that much clearance to work with to get the valve covers off and then get the heads out, pull them out. I suspect driver's side's going to have to be pulled out one way, passenger the other. But we'll figure it out. So this is going to be one of the biggest YouTube videos we've made. If you have a Ford 5.4 liter, you're going to know exactly what's inside of it and how it works by the time we finish this video. And we have many sets of gaskets here.
Those are our intake gaskets.
Okay, here's the intake gasket set. This is head gasket, intake gasket, etc. We got all this shit from eBay, Amazon, different places. These are part numbers. Felpro is what you want to try to stick with gaskets. These are valve stem seats. If we have to lap any valves, we'll replace these as we go. If we find any burnt valves, we're going to do a leak down test. These are intake gaskets, which are pretty much kind of similar to the factory Ford gaskets. I don't recommend these be used on an aluminum intake because they're garbage.
Plastic deteriorates on them.
The plastic tears between the water jacket here and the spark plug hole and the intake hole, and water winds up leaking into your spark plug hole, which I'm sorry is off here, and you wind up with a problem of the vehicle missing and losing coolant. So we're not going to use these gaskets. We're just going to toss them. We're probably going to use this lower plenum gasket. What's the purpose of this device again? I forgot. This lower plenum.
What, to put upper and lower?
No, the lower plenum portion of the intake, that big bottom box.
Oh yeah, that's the that has the intake tuning valve.
That's the intake
manifold. The intake manifold tuning valve. It's a valve. It's basically like ACES on a Toyota.
Yeah, but nobody knows what that is. I mean, there's some people out there that don't know what that means.
Well, at higher RPMs, it opens that flap, which opens an airway that allows the engine to suck more air at higher RPMs.
Giving you a little bit more horsepower at a higher RPM. So,
that's right.
In other words, increasing mid-range horsepower.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So, that's what the bottom portion of the intake does that sits down in the valley of the engine.
Air travels through that whole bottom.
Right.
It's all in air passage.
So we're going to check that out, make sure the flap is working. We have two of them. We have one bolted to this intake that's plastic. We also have one that's in the vehicle that's aluminum that bolts up to the bottom of that intake. We'll see if we can use the one that's made out of aluminum, of course. We have the gaskets for that here. This gasket. Valve cover gaskets.
Time and chain cover gaskets.
Yeah, we're going to do the time and chain on this vehicle because time and chains are number one responsible. They're the number one suspect when a vehicle starts losing low end torque. In other words, on takeoff. Time and chain gets loose, a vehicle starts losing horsepower, taking off, and doesn't have quite the oomph that it used to have when you take off, and that's due to a loose timing chain or guides that are worn out. These little gasket strips are for the cut for the timing chain cover. We'll go through all this as we're putting it together. And of course, we got our expensive Velcro head gaskets, which are, by the way, right and left Pacific. Here are the part numbers. Here's what they fit. Okay.
It's 1. That's 2.
See the part number difference? 9790.
9792.
Right. 9790 and 9792. Now let's see if it says left and right marked. Let's see where that was.
Right hand. Right by the number right there.
Yeah, there you go. That's your right hand.
And
that's your right hand number, and your left hand number. Now, I suppose these are because there are different water jackets on different sides. I don't know. Maybe the bolt holes are different. We're going to find out when we get into it. Like I said, this is going to be one of the biggest YouTube videos that we've made.
You might have to split it into a few different ones.
No, I don't think so. I think YouTube will allow us to upload that since we have a good account. Several accounts. We'll find one that lets us do that. Now, we're also going to go into... Let me keep this together. Oh, by the way, let me show you real quick in the intro. Let's say real quick. Let me show you in the intro what we're going to replace these intake gaskets with. The best intake gasket you can get for any of your Fords or 4.6 or 5.4 liters.
Any of the modular engines.
Or any of the modular engines, or your racing valve cover gaskets. Is that a thermostat gasket? Yeah. It's a thermostat O-ring.
Pretty important.
So you can imagine we spent some money here. All in all, I think this is around $600. It's not too much, but
yeah, there you go.
These are the real gaskets. These are the Felpro, made in the USA. There's your part number.
Let me get a... There we go.
Okay. Now these are solid steel surrounded by rubber. These are not going to crack and give way and leak into other ports. These are the gaskets that I recommended. Plus you can put higher torque values on your intake as opposed to this plastic shit. So you can see the difference. I mean, I could rack this and crack it.
The difference between like a year and a few years between changing gaskets.
Well, no, I mean, it's really comes down to, are you on a high heat bay, engine bay, like a van that has a lot of heat buildup in it? Or are you using an aluminum intake? If you are, I recommend these gaskets. It's worth the money and the time to change, so you don't have to go back into the engine. Those are lifetime. Okay, this is what came with it, and there's some other gaskets that came with it. A lot of this shit we will not use. We'll probably wind up
putting it on eBay, maybe.
Maybe putting it on eBay. Maybe some of those other parts, EGRs, some of those coil packs are factory Ford. They're probably good. We'll test each one of them, list them on eBay for sale. You know, at a good price, not some unfair price. So let's put our gaskets back, and we'll get ready to show you what else we're going with. Okay, now we didn't break the bank with these other parts here. Here's something that I've been wanting to do since the day I got the vehicle. These little bastards right here. These little bastards are your lifters. These are the little tapping sons of bitches that you hear when you got your 5.4 early morning startup. Tick, 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 tap, 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 tick, tick, tick. Besides your cam phasers. Now we don't have the cam phaser issue. We have a 2-valve sock. Your 3 and 4 valve engines, your Cobra engines and your 3-valve engines, they have the cam phasers in some of your later models, and they are responsible for a tick, tick, tap. But they're probably constantly ticking and tapping. These are the assholes that do it in the morning time, in the cold weather and the cold starts. These are the ones that embarrass you, that make you mad. Now, these are supposed to be above stock grade. That's what they guarantee anyway, and that's your part number on it. And unfortunately, they are made in Mexico.
But it's still better than China.
Still better than China. And I hate to say it that way. But it's true. I mean, we can't have that shit in our vehicle. And so, not the best water pump in the world. Of course, there's nothing wrong with our water pump. We just replaced it not long ago with a O'Reilly's premium brand water pump. But we're going to use this water pump anyway. Why? Because we stuck that fiber lock in there and we don't know how much of it is gunked up inside the engine block. So we want to flush all that fiber lock shit out of there. Even though it's a good product, I recommend it for anybody in a bind. But we want to go back and do it right. So we're going to replace the water pump with this GMB brand. I use this on a Toyota for something. Timing belt maybe?
GMB?
What the hell language is that?
Not exactly sure.
Yeah, me neither. Okay, but this is what we're going to use for a water pump. Oil pump, if we can get to it. Now here's the oil pump. You got to drop the oil pan down, but you don't have to take it off. Now that still means you have to break the gasket seal, so we'll see if we get to that point. Now we're going to narrate this piece by piece. Now my understanding is the oil pump goes around the crankshaft after you remove the timing chain cover. The most fun we're going to have on this vehicle is getting the heads off
while the engine's in the vehicle.
While the engine's in the vehicle. And when I say fun, that's probably where most of the cursing is going to occur on the video. So if you have sensitive ears and you know my videos, you watched them before, then you already know. That's probably where most of the frustration is going to occur. So you guys are going to have to forgive me for that. And if you don't, you can always watch good old Scotty's channel, where he's driving different hot rods and enjoying himself, making money off of videos. We're not in it to make money. We're not in it to get you to subscribe. We're in it to teach you a lost art of working on your own damn vehicle, because society relies on ignorance to survive nowadays. Okay, so these are head bolts. And my understanding is you have to replace the head bolts on these things because they are spring loaded. In other words, they're some kind of spring steel, and they're only good for
one change around, pretty much.
Pretty much. And the tightening sequence and the torque specifications on these are pretty tricky, funny. In other words, you have to tighten them down to 40-something, 30-something inch foot-pounds or foot-pounds.
Yeah.
And then you have to turn them a quarter turn, and then a quarter turn after that, after you go around in a sequence. No, not much different than any other vehicle, except how they want you to do it. Head bolts. So the other side,
still
same part numbers. There's your part numbers for your head bolts for the 2-valve.
And then there's the second funnest part.
Yeah. And here's actually the funnest part. Timing this vehicle. Since this vehicle is this 5.4 liter then Z, then L, then Z, whatever you want to call it, is an interference engine. We can't screw this timing up. We have to time it just right. If we don't, we're going to have, on this 9.5 to 1 or 9 to 1 compression engine, we're going to have valves that are going to contact the piston and bend them. And then we're screwed. And that's just from getting the timing wrong. And here's the kicker about all of this. We're going to do all of this without any special tools.
No camshaft holders.
No camshaft holders. No valve spring compressors. No, none of that shit. We're going to do this strictly old school. Strictly old school. When I say old school, I mean you make your tools as you go. If you need a block of wood and a wrench mixed with a piece of iron that came from the scrap pile in the backyard to make a certain bracket to get something undone, that's what we're going to do. That's old school. So we're going to improvise like the cavemen. We're going to use a rock and a club. But we are going to use regular tools, and we did go out and buy a little cheap $30 80 max.
That's for the
3/8 drive, just for the head bolts, and probably because we're going to take the cams loose if we have to. Check the lobes, mic the lobes, see if the lobes on the cam are worn. We don't suspect we have any worn lobes on the cams, but you never know. And we're gonna have to take the cam bearing carrier, or the cam carrier, loose, so we're gonna have to put it back down to inch foot-pounds, which we're gonna have to do a conversion on.
Because they say inch-pounds, yeah, we're gonna have to.
If it says inch-pounds, we gotta do it and do a conversion to foot-pounds.
I think I've got it written down in the Haynes book. I had to convert it.
Yeah, okay. So that's that. This is the intro. That's probably taken forever.
And the freeze.
Yep, and so when converting over, we have a shitload of stuff on top of the engine. You can barely see the top of the intake inside the vehicle because it's got so much natural gas components on it. It's got relays. It's got this. It's got
the regulator.
It's got this. Well, the regulator's down at the bottom. That's pretty easy to get off.
It's got that big silver thing on top with that big nut.
Those are individual injector regulators to regulate the CNG. So that big old box has to come off along with all those high
hoses,
high compression fittings that are meant to hold CNG, a high pressure line.
They took the tanks off, but
the tanks have already been removed. They were about 600 pounds. Two of them, one of them was full because it had a stuck valve, and we gave it to somebody to dispose of.
I don't know how they disposed of that, and I don't want to know.
Yeah, well, they got rid of it, and they disposed of it, and they got a scrap yard to take it, and they got some money off of it, so that's good for them. Got some heater hose. You know you're always going to need that. You got your carb. Well, we use brake cleaner. We don't use carburetor cleaner. Brake cleaner works better. Carburetor cleaner is watered down, thanks to California. So here we are for the intro, and let's just show the front of this vehicle that we're going to rip apart, just to get an idea of what we're going to be angry at. And as soon as we move it onto dry land, once we move our other test vehicles, we're going to go through the doghouse. We're going to go through the front, and I suspect we're going to try to do it without taking the radiator out. We don't need that extra work yet. We don't have to take the radiator out, and we only got 130,000 miles. We need a wash and a paint job after we're done. That's fine. We're going to do that too, and we'll film it. So we want to try to teach people
how to do it at home.
How to do it at home and save money and stop getting ripped off by shops and people that are just, you know, they may have went to school for this. I mean, I went to school for this shit in '95. But I got to tell you, you know, even though I took GM's 2-year course back when Vortex were coming out, I got to tell you something. I find mechanics in shops today, unless they're above 50 years old, they don't really know any more than the average person unless they're being told what to do by an instructor, somebody at the shop. So, I mean, there's some good young mechanics out there, don't get me wrong, but still, you're stuck paying that price. And, you know, if you're not lazy, like, you know, and you're not rich, I mean, and you got to do this yourself, I recommend take the challenge. I mean, is this new territory for me?
Kind of, yeah.
On a modern vehicle, this is considered modern to me. To you guys, it's probably a dinosaur. I mean, I was building Pontiacs and 350s. I was building Pontiac engines. We call them Y blocks. I was building Pontiac 400s. We built 455s. We built them for horsepower, mild cams. We did all of that stuff, and we even honed our own cylinders, and we did all of that shit. We built 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers and dirt bikes and 2-strokes and lawnmowers, you name it. But that's the stuff we did as a kid for fun and as a teenager and a young adult. Then we got into automobiles. Well, it's becoming a dying art with today's society. Everybody's dependent on somebody else to do the shit for them. And, you know, back then they had those types too, types of people. Well, imagine yourself in an apocalypse and you need to know this stuff. At least sit through half of the video and learn a little bit about how things work and how they tick. And there are other things on the channel that you can watch for explanations on some tips. I myself like to think of every vehicle that I'm doing this work to is mine personally, and I personally own it, and I'm going to drive it, and I don't want it to give out on the highway or the interstates or the freeways. And with that said, we're going to make sure we do it like we own it. Every single vehicle we do. And we're doing it for education and fun. To teach ourselves, because I'm always a student, and everyone else that gets into this kind of stuff should consider themselves a student if you want to continue to learn and keep your mind open to this kind of stuff. Other than that, you know, you probably shouldn't be watching these kind of videos. You should be watching, you know, non-controversial videos these days. Should I really say what those other videos are? Probably not.
You shouldn't probably waste the time on that.
I probably should not start that controversy in this conversation.
Shouldn't waste the camera's memory on it.
But I think people understand those other videos out there that are not wholesome, that really lead to nothing. But if you have automotive questions, this is a good YouTube channel to come to. We're not interested in making money off subscribing, so you don't have to subscribe to our channel. Just maybe something we did will help you in the future, and maybe one day we'll meet on the road and you'll help me, maybe I'll help you. Alright, so we're fixing to start on this. Complete upper end teardown. I'm going to pull everything off the front end, off the front of the engine on this 5.4 liter. We're going to pull the heads off everything, intake, and we're going to take the CNG crap off of it for the Bi-Fuel, and we're going to leave it. We're going to replace the intake, we're going to replace the head gaskets, timing chain, etc. And we're going to go through it, and we're going to see the weak spots in the valve cover that keep allowing oil to be sucked into the positive crankcase control valve. And first,
guard seats maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna change all the lifters. The hydraulic lifters. We're gonna change those because these tickety tappity shit's getting old. And we're gonna do that while we're in here. We're gonna put a nice, fresh, tight timing chain and new guides. And this is gonna be a journey. So bear with us, folks. And this is on an Econoline, so it's not going to be easy to remove the heads on this vehicle while it's with only about 3 to 4 inches of clearance. So first step's climb underneath there and find the petcock, and let's drain the coolant right here. You got enough light in there?
Oh yeah, I got it.
All right.
See,
go ahead.
This way.
Counterclockwise, drain it right in your face there. You need some of those condom gloves that everybody wears?
No way.
Yeah.
Stuck good. Stuck open good.
Let me get it. You like our new Gates belt on there? Our new radiator? We got to get this fiber lock shit out of our radiator.
I wouldn't be surprised if fiber lock locked that petcock valve.
Yeah, you think? It's plastic, dude. Alright, I need a pair of channel locks. Let's go at it there. Alright, so first step is to drain the radiator, at least most of the way. Alright, there's not much antifreeze in there, just fiber lock. Shit, water. Let it drain. I don't want that in my workspace. Alright, so we're going to drain that radiator. In the meantime, as soon as we're done, we're going to cut video and we'll come back. We'll be ready to start pulling stuff off the front end first. We'll show you what to do, what bolt sizes, what sockets you need, what tools you need, and what to go after first. Drain some of the coolant out, at least halfway. pull it forward to its designated work area permanently. Alright, where are we?
Right by the plywood. Alright.
Alright, look like a good spot to you.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
I'm gonna need that space.
Alright. Go video. Alright, 5/16/8mm. This is where we start, right here. First thing is remove the air box. Let's get that out of the way, the air filter, Air filter's out the way.
Got that?
Got it. Shit. Boy, we got a long road. Next step, mass airflow sensor. 4 8mm/5/16 bolts. Use a ratchet on this or whatever you want. Next step, clamp. 5/16 8mm. Remove your mass airflow. Let your boot drop. Disconnect it. Alright. Mass airflow. Be careful not to drop it to break the element inside. Okay. All we exposed. Look, see all this? This is all CNG shit.
That big little thing right there.
All that's got to come off because we're not using CNG on this van anymore. I would rather put 2 tanks on this van and make a switch over. I'm going to make it a habit to put my bolts back in their original location.
Too many bolts to keep track of.
Because I'm going to have too many bolts loose to keep track of. You're right. Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is remove this upper radiator hose. Now I might leave the radiator in it if it's accessible. Let me see if I can get this in there without getting a ratchet. Alright. Pretty good. This is your throttle cable. Right here and away. Damn. That new hose is on there pretty good. Hey, didn't we put this hose on here on the side of the road?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. The engine burning hot.
Oh yeah. That hose blew up.
Yeah.
Split down the middle.
Yeah, that's because we had a broken motor mount.
Yeah.
The engine,
stressing the hose out.
Yeah, the engine was shifting, picking up.
Yeah. Well, you didn't get it anyway.
Not that much coolant. Alright.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm just going to take it all the way off. Hell with it. Alright. Whatever, dude. All right.
Yeah, it's going to get everywhere anyway.
Alright, radiator hose. Figure out how that goes. Alright.
Hey, I see some of that 5-lock in there.
Where?
See that white stuff?
Yeah, oh shit, it's all in the thermostat housing, huh?
Mm-hmm. Wonder if we're going to have to replace that.
I don't know, it might be a good idea. This is your temperature sensor. Air temperature sensor. I'm going to take that hose and that line and put it up there. I'm also going to take the mass airflow line and put it up here out of the way.
Well, I was going to have this video to go back on if we need to keep track of anything.
We're probably going to have to. I got to pull the alternator and all that shit too. Let me pull this boot back just a bit. And let's get down to business down here deeper. Oh, you know, we need a footstool.
Oh, yeah. All right.
All right.
Next step.
Stop. All right. I'm going to look down in here. First thing we're going to remove on this engine itself, besides all the accessories surrounding everything, is the fan. Now we're supposed to rotate this fan on this big nut right here counterclockwise, unless otherwise specified on these belt rotation. And there's nothing specifying a left-hand thread, so we're going to assume
that it's righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, like normal.
Right. So we're going to try little taps here and there, see if we can get it to spin. we don't have a wrench that fits this. Maybe we can shock it loose.
Let me see if I can hold it back for you.
You can't hold the fan.
Clutch is disengaged, right?
Yeah, that's useless. We'll get it off.
Maybe a shocking.
We had a big crescent wrench. Would work. Would be ideal, and I know I have one somewhere. Anyway, skip the video. We'll get it off. Alright, you can see down in here we decided we want to get rid of this air boot. It's kind of getting in our way before we take the fan off. So just remember, note that this bottom line hose here hooks to your valve cover top. Okay, that's your bottom. And then your top routes around to your idle air control valve, which is under the doghouse. We'll get to that part later. We'll set all these lines aside. But we want to get to this boot, and we want to undo it and get it off of here. So it looks like we're not going to be very successful at getting it off unless we pull the doghouse off. So let's go film how to take the doghouse off.
I do see a hose clamp way down there.
Yeah, but that's a hose clamp for the plastic.
Alright, to the doghouse.
Alright, doghouse. Slide the seats back all the way. Alright. Undo your two bottoms. Twist them. One rotation. Take your clamps. Undo your clamps. Pull back behind yourself. Pull it out of the way. Grab the doghouse somewhere in the middle. Inch it back. Get it past the dashboard. Be careful with the gasket on here. Don't damage that. Get your doghouse back. Get it out of the way. Now we have access back here. We want to put it as far back in the back as we can because we're going to need this space to work.
Yeah. That's going to go in the back.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll put it back over the seat in a minute. Alright, here we go. As you can see, this is not a normal 5.4 liter because it's got all this CNG crap on it, like this and all that. So we're going to get rid of all that. We got all these CNG fuel rail on here. 2 fuel rails. Well, that's a common fuel rail, but it looks like we have 2 of them here. But we have a CNG fuel rail as well, which is right here. That really gets in your way when it's time to change a coil pack or spark plug. Boy, is that a pain in the ass.
Good thing it'll be off there.
Yeah, right. So we're gonna get rid of that shit. So why were we here in the first place?
That boot right down there.
Oh yeah, okay. For the mass airflow, right?
Yep.
You know what? That hose clamp is facing straight up.
Well,
isn't that beautiful?
Oh yeah.
And that feels like shit.
5/16, isn't it?
It feels like an 8mm. 5/16. You're right.
All right. I'll get a ratchet and 5/16.
Okay. Should we do that, or should we just remove this whole deal right here to cut down on work?
Oh, you mean the whole body up here?
The whole top of the whole throttle body at the top here.
You know what we could
from
do
the plenum.
That would be less of a work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
I'm sure Haynes doesn't recommend it though.
What about Haynes? Okay. So we're gonna remove our boot.
No, just to save that work. Let's do that.
All right. Let's keep our boot off here for our.
The one that always gets burned.
Yeah. One that gets burned.
The one always forms a hole by the EGR.
It gets burned on the EGR valve. That's your idle air control valve boot. That's what this braid is for, but it gets burned right there. Okay, so that's off. Look at all this other shit we got to remove from the intake.
Well, let's start.
That's the map sensor. Right here. We got to remove that shit right here with these bolts.
Remove all the brackets associated.
And not only do we have to remove it, we got to mark which one of these 2 map lines go to what. Because these are vacuum lines.
Well, I do have paint markers. We can use those.
I suppose. Well, we're going to remember that the lower line goes to the inside of the map. But who's going to remember that?
We got a lot of the things to remember.
Alright, let's see what it takes to get this off here.
Size for IAC.
Yeah, I think the IAC comes with
10 mils.
it's 8 mil to get the to get all this shit off.
That's easy. Okay.
But we got to remove this.
Got it.
What was this? A 1-inch wrench?
Inch or inch and 16th.
All right, let's remove that right now. All right, let's get our EGR valve loose.
We put some whatchamacallit on it, I think. Some Rector seal.
With Teflon, yeah, we did that a long time ago. I don't remember why. It was pointless. Not necessary. Alright. Alright, so that's one phase. We'll get this off and we'll go record later. Alright, so we got this big nut off here, off the EGR. It's loose, pipe's loose. Alright, that's good. Next step, we're going to abandon that for a minute. We're going to go after, if we can get up here, I don't know if that's a 12 or what. What is this, a 10? Yeah, that's a 12. We're going to go after this apparatus here.
Oh yeah, that's up there.
This is for your pollution control, for your crank, not your crankcase, your exhaust gas recirculation. It's a valve that kicks it on and off and all that shit.
The vacuum switch, pretty much.
For your, basically for your I think it's for your fuel tank. It sucks out the
fumes
from your fuel tank.
All right, so that's 12.
I forgot the specific name for it, but I know what it does. So we're gonna disconnect the vacuum lines to that. We disconnected the plug for it here. We're gonna lay it over here.
And we'll get a 12 wrench.
Yeah, because this plate has to come out of my way, and it's attached up here on top of the dog, where the doghouse sits right here. It's above, and they're nuts, and this whole plate removes, just as opposed to removing just this.
Take the whole plate with it.
Yeah, it's pointless. I mean, now I can get my hands in there. I can get all these damn hoses out of here. I can change these heater hoses in the future, so I don't have these T bypasses that go to the quick warmer for this CNG bull crap. So once we start getting this out, we'll put some new heater hoses that go make a straight shot to the heater core.
Yeah.
All right, so let's
get that 12.
Let's get that. So we found our first odd size, an 11.
For that one bracket.
For this one bracket up here, I haven't seen another reason to use a size 11 for anything in most of my lifetime, which is quite surprising to me. I mean, 11 is like one socket size 6mm that you could just pretty much throw right out of your socket container. Alright, so I'm still trying to get this shit off. There's a plastic kit on here. I'm just going to go ahead and cut the rubber to go ahead and get it off, because I know I'm going to break this T, and I don't know if I have another one handy to use. So I went ahead and cut the vacuum line. It seems like it's long enough for me to cut it, put it back on.
Alright.
I mean, it looks that way. So we'll just cut some bitch off, right?
Yeah, we bought a lot of heater hose anyway. We need to use it.
This is not for heaters. This is emission, exhaust emission. I mean, fuel emissions. Shit. You know, something we have to note on this recirculation tube here. There's a lot of oil residue built up around this. I mean, fresh motor oil built up.
We just recently changed the oil within about 100 miles.
I know, but there's a lot of oil residue, and I'm wondering if this is, besides the positive crankcase, the PCV valve.
The notorious PCV valve?
Yeah, for this is, I'm wondering if it's actually, look at all that oil. I'm wondering if this is another culprit for drinking oil at an idle for these Fords. Because every one of them I run across winds up drinking a quart of oil a week or 2 or 3. I've never seen one that makes it through a complete oil change without consuming a quart of oil, or at least a quart and a half, even with low miles. Wonder if that's got something to do with it. I'll inspect that later and put it in a video if I find something.
Yeah, because look where that's going up there.
That's if I find something suspect, I will record it.
Yes.
All right, now let me get this shit around here. We'll just go ahead and lay this down here on the transmission.
As a reference, so we know where the other hoses come from.
Well, I never disconnect 2 vacuum lines from the same point. That's a good practice to have. That way you know when it come together, a male and female come together instead of 2 females or 2 males. That's why people are confused today in society. They don't know what gender they are. Anyway, sorry if you're transgender and you're watching this video, but really I'm not. Alright. Alright, next up, all this EGR shit. Here goes the EGR. And the vacuum lines for this. Let's see. Now we are removing 2 vacuum lines that work together. But see they're
locked in together like
they're locked together, and the links of them are 2 different links, so they're designated for protect their specific area. They're not just free radicals roaming. Okay.
The general concept is to know where everything goes.
Yeah, that's putting it back together right. Here's your other line. This goes to your fuel pressure regulator. Vacuumed. Okay, vacuum for your fuel pressure regulator. And a little zip tie.
We got another one of those on the other intake.
I'm going to route this underneath here, under the fuel line, and I'm going to keep this shit out of the way. Now look, the top of the engine's starting to get a little clearer.
Nice.
Now I'm going to pull this shit off. This is going to be so fun to put back together, let me tell you.
Well, remember, we always still got this video. We're going to have to go back on it.
Now this goes to the PVC, CPVC, or whatever you call it. Shit.
For all you plumbers out there.
Yeah, you some bitch. This is for your CPVC, your hot water line.
There it is, right there. That's it.
Alright, I'm going to put this over here. Let him hang out over there. Now, that hose I put, because I didn't buy a factory line. It's a rip-off. So this shit right here, all this shit can get eliminated for CNG, which is great. Then I can actually see my damn engine. And that's not my focus right now, but my focus is getting that air boot out of the way. Because remember, we didn't even take off the fan yet.
That's where the big dog work comes in.
Well, that's where I want to start exposing the top of the timing chain cover.
But this stuff's going to need to come out anyway for the intake.
Right, this shit has to come off anyway, and we're going to do some part swapping with EGR and all that, so we might as well take that off. And we're going to, since we know all this operates properly, like this, since we know our idle air control valve operates properly, we're going to need that. So we're going to take and keep all that shit. Now, 10 millimeter. Alright, so we're taking off our
IAC.
Yeah, idle air control valve, IAC. And this is a new one. And it's underneath a prestigious auto parts company. And it's worth $1 million. And you can guess that auto parts company, man.
It's the best in the world.
Best in the world, man. AutoZone, man. Super.
Premium
shit.
They got premium parts, all right.
It needs to be melted down in a pot. Alright. So, this new idle air control valve we changed a couple of months ago still works.
Oh, and guess what? We got a gasket, too,
Look
for
at that.
it.
Maybe gasket's still good. Great. Okay, I'm going to put my bolts back in their place, my 10 millimeters, because I want to know where all my shit is when this is over. I'm not like throw it in a pot and then we'll figure it out later. Alright, 8 millimeter, 4 8 millimeter bolts hold on the idle air control valve. I mean, what the hell am I talking about? The mass airflow, I mean the
throttle body.
Yeah, the whole throttle body top assembly. there's 4 of them, 4 10mm. There's one here. There's sorry y'all, my dog's chewing his nutsack. Let's see.
There's one right there, and there's 2 up front. They're kind of close to each other.
There's one here too. It looks like you can get to all of them from inside the vehicle without removing too much shit. Different length extensions you're gonna need. We should have been using a 1/4-inch ratchet for this, but we seem to be having a problem with our 1/4-inch. Okay, so when we get all these 4 bolts out, we got this one over here. We got one in front of the EGR on this side, which you can't see because somebody else is holding the phone here. See it? It's right under the EGR there. There it is. The shadow of it. And then you got one in front of those hoses, which you can't see, but you can feel it.
You have to get the other phone out for the light.
Alright, that's good. It's TMI. Alright. Okay, so we got the throttle body loose. If you can get the camera up in there, you can see the linkage we need to remove for the throttle linkage.
Right there.
It's a spring.
Yep, it's a spring.
Top. You just take that and remove it by hand. It's not that bad. And then we have a throttle linkage to remove, which is a cable. Okay, the spring is removed. You just kind of let it hang there. Then your throttle linkage is back in the front, and I imagine it probably could have been easier from the front side of the engine as opposed to the rear like this, because I really can't see shit. Let's see, but I can feel. And it's the same concept. It's like a bicycle handbrake cable. Slides in a slot. And you straighten it out, and then you jimmy it out of its slot. And there you go. It's loose. There it is, right there in my hand. So it just kind of hangs down too. And then you let go of your throttle linkage. And if you get a buddy to go in the front, he can kind of guide it out for you.
Got it.
Or you can just be a jerk and pull it backwards like this. But don't bust your boot. But you still need your buddy system to go around the front there and disconnect the curve of the boot.
Yeah.
So go ahead around the front there and bring your phone with you. Hurry. See what it's caught on? What's it caught on?
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, just move it out the way.
Alright.
Let it come to me. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, here you go.
It's the throttle body.
Throttle body.
And that boot's out of the way, too.
Hey, that's pretty clean there. Alright.
Let's put our bolts back in our holes so we don't...
Oh, you mean our intake bolts?
Yeah.
Okay, remember, we have 3 the same size.
And one big long one.
Okay.
Big long one
goes in the back. It's pretty obvious where they go. I mean, come on. That's your long one. That's your only long one. So that goes back here. You know what? I'm not going to put these back in their space because I'm going to have to lift that intake up, rock it out forward. So
yeah,
let me just go ahead and put these. Right. Let me just go ahead and put these back in their place. And remember this line, this famous line, the one that I cut?
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it without marking it because I remember I cut it. It had the oil coming out of it. That came back to our recirculator here from sucking exhaust gases back. So that's where some of our oil was coming from, which is weird. But we'll go ahead and figure that out later. So you put all your bolts back in here and we'll set this on the ground. I'll give it to you. And remember we had 1/5 bolt on the top here.
That was how that held that plate in.
That held your throttle bracket.
Right there.
That's your throttle bracket. Looks like there's 3 bolts that holds your throttle bracket on. Or at least my throttle bracket. With that extra CNG piece of shit box onto it.
Yeah.
We're going to remove that sucker later. Alright.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be nice to work on an engine with all that garbage in the way. Here.
Alright.
By the way, CNG, especially on a bisexual vehicle like this, is not really that great because you lose like 50 to 100 horsepower with CNG over gasoline.
Not just the weight of the tanks.
And the weight of the tanks are too much for the vehicle, and you can't store enough CNG to go as far as gasoline.
You get less MPG, don't you?
Right, and the filling stations are few and far between in different states, and it's a pain in the ass to pump that shit into your tank. You got to take a safety course when you enter your credit card, which is a pain in the ass. And then you got all kinds of CNG problems, and every time a problem arises with CNG, it's $1,000. Then you got to go to an authorized dealer, try to find one if you're lucky. The nearest one within a tri-state area is Texas. I mean, that's crazy.
And plus, there's no documentation hardly to work on it yourself.
There's hardly no book for this vehicle for CNG. So if you got a bisexual vehicle, get it to choose a gender so that it could, or a sexual orientation, or Pacific, designated for a Pacific fuel.
It's preference.
And dedicated to it, because otherwise you got serious issues like this. I mean, it was nice to have both just in case, but I'd rather have 2 fuel tanks.
A reserve tank in the back where the CNG tank used to be.
Yeah, I mean, I could put a F-Series fuel tank back there, at least a 35-gallon F-Series fuel tank back there, and then have 38 plus 35 gallons at my disposal.
That'd be good.
With a fuel pump switch right here. Click, click. 2 fuel pumps coming into a Y. I mean, that's beautiful. But we'll do that later. That's a different video. These beautiful fuel lines here that we're going to need to disconnect. There's 2 different fuel lines here. One return, one regular. And I can't remember which one's return. It's probably this one. The blue is probably return, and the other one goes in, and whatever. But point is that we got to disconnect these lines right here. And that's going to be fun because we don't actually have the tool. We only have the scissor tool to slide in here, not on this one, but on the fuel filter. We need a bigger size for these.
That's wonderful. So
we don't actually have that. Remember in the beginning of the tutorial I said we were going to have to make our own tools as we go, right? Because I wasn't going to buy any extra shit. Right?
Well, let's think of something.
I already know. We're going to cut a piece of sheet metal and fold it around here and use a pair of needle nose or pliers to press it in to disengage this. That's all we need.
Alright.
Shit off. All these hoses are frozen from this CNG on here real tight. And I'm not using them again. So.
Well, got a good hose clamp out of it.
Yeah, this was to vent CNG. This was to vent any extra gases and shit that leaked from the regulator. So that's what that was for. Let's get
wrenches for that right there.
Let's get the wrenches for this. They're marked yellow by the way, as a warning. As this, high pressure caution, 36 plus PSI.
Yeah. Alright, wrenches for that.
Yeah, get the wrenches for this. We cut the coolant lines that cool off this regulator. By the way, this thing on eBay is really expensive. And I know mine works. So maybe I'll sell that on eBay for somebody. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, I know this taking all this shit off looks extremely intimidating. Especially if you have a CNG vehicle like me and you're just trying to figure out how to get all this shit off. I know it looks intimidating, but that's because it really is intimidating. It's really going to be something to put all this back together when half the stuff you're putting back on here is not going back on here. I don't know if that made any sense, but you guys know what I mean. We don't actually know what plates we're going to need and what plates we're not. We just know that this bracket attaches to the heads and we have to remove the heads.
Yeah, and that whole bracket holds on this little regulator thingy here.
Now what I hear is, this is what I've heard, it's easier to take the exhaust manifold flanges off and drop the exhaust right here, as opposed to trying to take the manifolds off the head. I heard it's easier to take the heads out with attached to the manifold and just take these two out. But I don't know that to be true.
I don't know. It looks kind of easy to get to the bolts from here. Sort of.
Yeah, well, people are saying that they snap off and everything, and I can believe it. So, I mean, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it later in the video. All right.
That was a 13 millimeter right there.
Yeah, there's a bracket bolt here, odd size. Wound up being a 13 millimeter, which is weird.
Another weird size. Considering that these CNG parts come from GFI, which was based in Canada, they probably would use some kind of different size.
I actually talked to that douchebag at GFI on the telephone in Canada, some guy, and I asked him about sending me the laptop software. He's like, yeah, I can get you a copy of the disc. It'll cost you about $150, something like that, $200. And I was like, I was all excited about CNG. I thought it was cool, man. I thought it was, eco-friendly and good for the environment, and it was going to be cheap, and I was going to be able to put one of those boxes on the side of my house.
It's cheap.
To attach it. No, it's not cheap at the station. They make it a point to price it, 40, 50 cents under fuel.
But it ain't cheap.
But they're making a fortune off of it because it's really cheaper than that. It really costs you about 99 cents a gallon at your house, depending on natural gas prices. If you buy one of those little Philly boxes that hook to 140 volts.
With a big ass tank.
And they charge your vehicle overnight. It's called a Philly box.
Got one more under here.
Where is it? What size?
Yeah, I think it's a 10 millimeter under there.
Right, that one?
Yeah.
So I looked into that, and they were like, I could get one for about $1,500, Philly box, and charge this vehicle and save gas, man, like crazy. And it just seems like a lot of people are just like, they have the same complaints, Parts are getting scarce, they break down,
When parts are scarce, these parts.
The bottom line is we live in a capitalist society, and right now fossil fuel is hot shit. And we're just not going to go to alternative fuels as fast as Tesla and geeks with the electric cars and Prius owners and shit think.
You can probably bet how expensive those parts are.
We're just not going to go to that fast enough for CNG to be practical right now. Yeah. So, if you want to go green and eco-friendly and shit like that, you're going to pay for it.
You're going to pay a lot of green to go green.
Let's be honest, I don't live in fucking San Francisco, man. I can't afford that shit. I don't live in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Where they claim to be such a wonderful city, but yet most of their minority communities live across the bridge in Oakland. Or is it?
Yeah, it's Oakland.
Is it Oakland?
I think it's Oakland.
Whatever. I mean, I've heard horror stories about every city, but the bottom line is CNG has gone off this vehicle, and we're not putting it back on.
It's just cheaper to have all gasoline parts. You don't have to pay $500 for a regulator like this right here.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Not even $500. Those were priced at like $750.
I don't know. They were different crazy prices and shit.
Like pre-owned, rebuilt. Oh, okay.
It's not worth it. So, when the rest of the world converts, we'll reach that point. It was kind of cool to have the only CNG vehicle in the neighborhood, but we all knew that the government or the private entities that had these vehicles switched for a reason. I knew that they did. They must have had some issues with them, and that might be the reason why we have to change these head gaskets. Because CNG did a number on this engine. It's a relatively dry fuel. Get this shit off. What was that sound?
I don't know.
Oh, I know what that was. That was this copper washer right here.
No, let's get this thing off.
CNG shit off. This has its own mounting bracket. This is the transmission plugs for the, what do we have,
the 4R100.
The 4R100, the
electronic
version. Step up of the E40D. So this is the plugs for the transmission. We got all that. This bracket bolts to the transmission bolt, so that doesn't affect the head. So essentially we have nothing left on this side except for this wire running down. That's for the other O2 sensor. So that's in this wiring harness here. So all we have is this back wiring harness, and we can actually, when we're finished.
Yeah, that tranny dipstick was the one kind of getting behind it.
See this line right here? That's for the that goes all the way to the water pump. It goes under the valley pan to the water pump. And this plug right here goes to the knock sensor.
Oh, something interesting too. That's the top hose of the what's called the top hose of the heater.
No, this was the bottom hose to the heater hose. This is the top hose to the heater hose.
Oh yeah, okay, it was.
This
You're
is
right.
the top of the heater core, bottom of the heater core. So
Top,
like it looks. Okay. So all right, now we're removing the bracket for the map sensor.
Map sensors.
Is that what it's called, a map sensor?
Yeah, that's what we called it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, but I think it's the map sensor.
Yeah, I think it's exhaust gas. I think that's a map sensor. It's equivalent to this version of a map sensor. Alright.
Yeah, let's get this off. So now we're getting that big GFI box out.
Alright, so 2 bolts hold the throttle bracket on. The throttle bracket itself, if you do not have, what is that called? Oh yeah, cruise control. If you don't have cruise control, two bolts hold that bracket on.
Which we don't have.
The bracket that I'm taking off now is just the bracket that Canada put on to put CNG on, which holds this proportioning valve. I think that's what it's called. It sends out 8 individual bursts of
CNG to each coil.
Yeah, CNG to each cylinder. So we don't need that shit anymore. So we're gonna get this box loose right here. This box is a fortune.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's so expensive.
That's almost up there in the grand range, I think.
I think it's a little bit more than that. Anyway, there's something attached to it. Looks like, oh, it's a vacuum line. Oh shit. Okay.
It's an orange vacuum line.
Yeah, nobody needs to know that. They're not gonna. I need a vacuum nipple, or how about this? We don't use. Ah, there we go. We just disconnect this. We don't need this T.
No, we don't, huh?
No, that's the Canadian T.
Oh,
Here, hold this. Fucking Canadians. They crack me up. A, fucking A. Alright.
yeah, let's get this thing out.
Can you believe all of this Canadian shit I have to unplug?
It's a good thing they're all different sizes.
Jeez, no, I don't have to plug it back in, dude, because I'm not using it again. But okay, this is for the AC. This vacuum line right here.
Yeah.
Careful, you don't break that little frail son of a gun. All right, need something to cut that with. What we got?
A pair of scissors in
Okay.
there.
Yeah, this is wrapped up in my throttle linkage. Throttle cable. Dumbass box. Let's see. Oh, that's great.
What? What is that?
It's attached to here. A big giant fuel rail for CNG.
Those must have been our zip ties.
I don't remember, but wires were hanging all down a fan and everything when I got this van. Let's see. I'll disconnect this front piece here. 10 millimeter, looks like 12 there.
Yeah.
And then these 2 lines that go right into the fuel rail.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, actually, it's this line right here goes into the
That
fuel
big one right there?
Yeah. Right next to the injectors. See it?
Yeah.
And the coil pack, between the injectors and the coil pack. So it gets this big T off of here. And this T splits into 2 ways.
Big gas T.
Yeah.
Alright, that's
Get
next.
the shit out of there. Okay, so we got all the CNG shit, most of it out of the way, and here are all the damn plugs for it.
It's going up to the computer somewhere back over there.
It's going underneath the passenger side airbag, which is where all these wires route to the computer, under the passenger side airbag.
We can eliminate that computer.
There's a GFI computer.
Yeah. There's a big little collage of whatever.
Alright, this bolt went here. We'll just keep it there for now until we decide what we need on our new intake, right?
Yeah.
Alright, good. Now, what the hell is this? Another CNG gas line.
Yeah.
Sitting in the way of everything.
Right there. And where's it going to?
Let's get rid of that.
Is it going to the other? Yeah, it's going to the other rail.
Alright, this is Ford's wiring harness, so that's Ford's.
We'll just keep that there.
Yeah, for now. This went to...
That went to the CNG.
Yeah, I know, but it's Ford's wiring that they sent to the CNG.
Yeah, it's all in these brackets here.
I sure hope there is an ignition bypass.
Now wait a second, these all wires get routed over here. That's why.
Yeah, I know that, but I hope there isn't an ignition bypass for CNG, because if there is, then disconnecting those wires, we would have to find a jumper wire. We'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
Alright. What size is that? 17?
Or 19. No, it's not 17?
It's got to be 17. So get me a 17. Let me get this crossover hose off of this fuel rail.
Alright.
Let's get this fan out of the way. Finally. Where we started from the beginning.
At least we got some progress done.
What, all that CNG shit?
All that CNG shit, some of the intake parts. Need a hammer?
Yeah, but I'd like something better than a household hammer. What do you... Just give me that hammer anyway.
Here. Maybe I can hold back on the belt assembly.
Nah. I just need to shock it loose. I doubt if it's rusted on. It's fine thread. I remember changing the fan clutch on a 5.4.
Yeah, that's too much.
Alright, got the fan loose with about 6 quick whacks. Had to shock it. I had to put the wrench on there. I didn't even have to hold back on the pulley, even though the pulley was spinning.
All you gotta do is
whack it like an impact.
Yeah.
About 6 whacks. Got the fans free. I forgot to add, when you put these back on, they're a bitch to start. You know,
oh yeah, I remember.
To start their threads.
Yep.
You did this fan with me?
Well, I think we actually changed this fan.
Did we do this one or a black one? A black band?
No, it was this one.
We did a black one time.
No, I think it was 2 years ago. I think we did this fan.
Shit.
Yep, I remember 2 years ago we did this fan.
Alright. Fan's off.
Jimmy this thing out.
Yeah, just watch your radiator. Or stick it in there.
And get the fan shroud out at the same time.
Uh-huh. That's what you do. Okay, fan's sitting in the fan shroud. Let's do these. What are these, 10/8? Grab the impact.
Alright.
There's two 10mm bolts on the top holding it to the fan shroud to the radiator. Most of you probably already know. And you got a couple of plastic clips on the bottom. Something holding a radiator hose on.
Yeah, the lower radiator hose.
The lower radiator hose band, plastic bullshit. And one clip holding the dirt shroud in place underneath. And then there's no bolts on the bottom of on this housing. Got something on the side here. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a hose.
Yeah.
Radiator hose attached by a clamp.
There you go. You just disconnect.
Clip.
It's not a clamp. It's a clip. It's a clip, man.
Clamp.
It's a clip like a gun clip. Here, lift that up out the way. It's not a magazine. It's a clip.
Improper.
Here. Here, hold this.
Got it? Got the fan?
Yeah. Shit out. Watch out for your AC lines.
And your coolant.
Why is this so tight all of a sudden? Is it because I'm changing the radiator and putting the fan shroud in at the same time, or because I've never taken this fan shroud out before? Hey, is that a junkyard fan shroud?
Yeah, most certainly is. That's junkyard riding. But we didn't put that shit in.
I didn't put that shit in. I didn't even know it was there. Not my fault.
Yeah.
Alright,
let's put it in the
fan and
circle.
shroud in the simple spot. This is the simpleton area.
The big parts, you know where everything is.
No, the basics. Let's call this the basics section. Alright. Now, we got a 5.4 liter starting to emerge here. Big son of a bitch, huh?
Looks like we got some space, finally.
Yeah, right.
Well, more space than what we're used to. Everyone's like, oh, that's just typical space, but for us, this is a lot more than we've seen before because all that CNG shit's gone.
True. True. So, I don't really think we need to pull the radiator out. I think we can put an impact on that, don't you?
Actually, yeah. I had my doubts before, but now, yeah.
Short socket impact? What you think?
Short socket and impact will work. Let's get all these dry belts off, huh?
Yeah, and we'll just use the radiator to lean over, and we need to take this pulley off. A few other. You want to loosen this pulley first. Use the belt as a tensioner.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do that.
All right, and then remove the tensioner and this drop pulley and that shit and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Timing plate covers right there.
You think maybe we should get the intake off first?
No, because we gotta get the alternator off to get the intake off. Look at that.
So I don't like the intake. It makes me mad.
Me neither.
I mean, I'd like to take all this wiring harness here and just shove them all out of the way. I mean, here's the camshaft positioning sensor right here.
Yeah.
This has to be disconnected.
Definitely.
And the stupid
power steering pump has to be removed.
Has to be, what, 2 bolts need to be removed?
2 bolts, and it needs to be shifted to the side over here somewhere so that you can get access to the timing cover.
According to Haynes.
According to Reebok Haynes, yes.
Alright, and the AC compressor down there, which is brand spanking new, about the 5th one we put on here, doesn't, 4th, doesn't need to be removed, right?
No, I think just the plug has to be removed.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of plug, but not any free-long lines.
Plug for what?
I don't know. Haynes said something about an electrical connector, I think.
Oh, it must have been like a clip that holds it out of the way of the fan.
Probably.
Some bullshit. Okay, alright. Alright, and so then this tensioner pulley is part of this cover, probably.
Oh yeah, you gotta take that.
I gotta take it off because the bolt's behind it.
You do. That even Haynes says that.
Oh, shit, Haynes. You know how I feel about them. I can catch him in a bunch of lies right now. I mean, I already got one for Haynes right now. I mean, I'll tell you a really fast story while we're screwing with this thing. I'm going to start with these.
Yeah.
We got a 10mm socket we can slap on the impact because I might be able to reach it with a small impact.
Yes, we do. Let me get that real quick. We can tell your story.
Okay, let's get our 10mm and get this shit off here.
Ooh, nice and tight.
Hey, what the hell?
Nice and tight, huh?
I'm going the right way. Okay, give me a wrench. Damn it.
You want a wrench or you want the big impact?
Just give me a wrench.
Alright. 10mm?
Yeah. What an asshole. Okay. Stay there for a minute. Anyway, this story is about a Dodge. Anybody else got stories about Dodges? No.
Sure, plenty of people do.
Yeah, well, this story is about a 91 Dodge B250 shorty van. A B250 shorty van from 1991. Its engine was 3.9 liter V6. TBI stands for Throttle Body Fuel Injection. And in this van, it started acting up really bad. It started running rich, burning fuel, running like shit. So I started changing parts on it.
There, got it.
Started changing everything on this Dodge. Threw me for a loop. Of course I went for the first obvious. The first thing that goes bad on almost any vehicle when it starts running in what we call a closed loop situation. Closed loop means the engine thinks it's cold. The computer, I'm sorry, thinks that it's cold. And
starts running like a choke.
And it starts running like it's being choked. So it's running rich, burning a lot of fuel. Well, I drove all the way up to what? Salt Lake City, Utah, in this B250. Because I didn't have time to do the necessary repairs. But a little bit each way, I'd stop and change a part or two. And I went all through the Haynes manuals, looking for why this thing kept running rich. Alright, you don't need to do that yet. Oh yeah, you can go with that. Anyway, so I went through this whole thing. I mean, I even changed the timing chain. You know how hard it is to change the timing chain? Even though Dodge had this ugly, bad design with plastic gears. I gotta go down with this, dude.
Hear me good?
Not up. It had these stupid plastic timing gears. Anyway, so I changed all of that shit. Changed that in Tennessee somewhere. In Memphis.
Let that go.
Somewhere outside of Memphis. Just leave the belt here. Down there. We'll get the rest off later. And, never mind. It's fine. Which direction is this belt going in? Let's see. All I need to do is see which way the writing is facing. Okay, writing is facing
towards us.
Towards us. Readable. Legible. Okay.
Put it back on the right way. Yeah.
I just want to put it on the same way it's been rotating this whole time. It's like a tire. I don't want belt separation. So anyway, on this Dodge, okay, put the belt in the comment section.
Yep.
On this damn Dodge, which is a V6, it's the 4.3 liter of Chevys of Dodge. It's a 318 with 2 cylinders cut off, which makes it a 3.9 liter. Pretty reliable engine. Just about as reliable as a 318. Since it's a V6, it lacks a little bit of horsepower, which means it lasts longer. You get more mileage out of it than a 318. Just like you can the 4.3 versus the 350, or at least some of them. So, but anyway, this 318 was something special. This 3.9 liter V6 was something special. It had me burning so much fuel and wouldn't make it over 60 miles an hour driving up through the Utah mountains, all through Colorado. And then finally, I got so mad I had the doghouse off, I just started ripping wires off everything. Just pulling wires off sensors like crazy. I come to this sensor that I could not find anywhere in the Haynes manual, and Haynes mentioned nothing about it whatsoever.
Look through all the book too, huh?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, the bolts.
Turns out that nobody knew what the sensor was. Not even the auto parts store, because nobody knew what to call it. So it couldn't be identified. Turns out that this sensor was a throttle body temperature sensor.
That's weird.
There's a temperature sensor for the throttle body itself. This caused the engine to run in a closed loop fashion. Where's the other bolt for this?
Oh, I put it in here.
Take it out.
Alright.
Caused it to run in a closed loop situation, just like a temperature sending unit would. Told the computer, hey, it's cold outside, keep running like in warm-up mode like shit. So finally I bought a Chilton's manual. Chilton's had one mention of it. Haynes had no mention. So there's a story about Haynes and how they got stuff accurate, or rather inaccurate.
Yeah.
And that's not the first time I found flaws with Haynes. But anyway, where were we?
We just got the dry belt on and that. Yeah, we did.
Alright.
Alright. Next part. Alternator. Doesn't put on tight. Yeah, let's get it off.
You put them on. Alright, we'll get them off and we'll start later. I mean, it's self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we're getting into, we got the alternator off. I'm getting into the ASIS. This is the ASIS system. We got the one last plug for that.
Basically the manifold tuning valve, or
Right.
intake tuning valve.
Yeah, it kicks in about, what?
3,000, I think.
3,000 RPM.
That's what Haynes says, but everyone else says about 2,700.
Kicks in and gives you a little bit more mid horsepower. Just opens up a kind of a different air path. And then this wire underneath here goes to your goes into the cylinder block, to the cylinder head. That is your wire for your limp mode. If your engine goes into limp mode,
Oh yeah.
that's a cylinder head temperature sensor. That's where that goes. Okay. So we got all that disconnected.
Oh yeah. More and more space.
Alright. Now we can go after the intake. Alright.
Alright, intake's next. What does that entail? One bolt, a few bolts here.
Yeah. A few bolts here and there. We got the water neck in the way. Well,
That's for the upper intake plenum.
right. Yep.
Yeah, you know what?
The upper and the lower come out together. But see, this water jacket here has a nut underneath it. It has to be loosened.
I see
it's
that
a
right
bolt
there.
all the way through.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so we have to remove that.
Extra secure.
Yeah, but that's not normal. This is someone else's work.
Not ours.
So we have to remove that. Alright.
Yeah. Alright.
Removing the rest of the miscellaneous brackets and shit. Got a bolt here. I don't know why it was loose. Bolt. Yeah. Yeah. We got a bolt here that was loose. That bracket, it's just a bracket to hold the heater hose. Bullshit bracket. I don't even think you need it. But it keeps the heat, keeps the heater hose off of your engine block. It keeps the heater hoses separated too. Oh, that's a little prick, ain't it? No, this is not a heater hose. I'm sorry. That is actually your bracket for your transmission dipstick.
Oh yeah. Okay. So just attach and kind of leave it there.
Not really. Look what you got to do. I mean, you don't have any room
No, you
to
don't.
pick up the intake and pull it off. So we could remove the dipstick.
We could.
We probably have to because
It's in the way.
I don't want to rationalize it, but we have to remove the head.
Yeah, and removing the head's best through the inside of the van.
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to pull this head forward, man?
You're not going to.
You're
not going to.
You're gonna hit the radiator. I mean, you got to come up, and then this shit's in the way.
If the
No, I got to take this off anyway. Yeah. It sucks, so we got to move this off.
All right.
But we have this wire coming down that's got to come off.
Looks like we can disconnect the tranny dipstick too for now.
Look at the AC box, how close it is to that cam. That cam wheel. Look what we got. We got an inch. We got an inch.
Barely.
We got an inch. Ain't that shitty?
That is extremely shitty.
Alright.
Thanks, Ford.
That's what you do when you cram this big wide block in here.
Yeah.
All
I guess
right.
people who have the 4.0.
I'm gonna leave this one intake screw up here. Alright, that's for the tranny dipstick.
Yeah.
Alright?
Alright.
Alright. Next up, wiring harness. So we go with the wiring harness. We got most of the stuff disconnected. We found out what our hose was here.
That's the brake booster.
Going to the top of the brake booster, runs up to the top, runs over the top here, runs to the brake booster. Okay, that goes to the top of the intake. It's the top of the throttle body. The throttle body has two major ports on the side of it.
That's the top.
That's the brake booster top, and the bottom is all the vacuum lines that go to everything that requires vacuum. That branches off right there. So it's time to start disconnecting all your coil packs and your injectors. So push down and push down and disconnect your. There you go.
Coil packs.
Move them over to the side. They're pretty much already lined up. So it's going to be hard to mix these up.
That's a good thing.
Yes, it is a good thing. Now, be mindful that a lot of these are going to be brittle and they're going to break off the little clips and plugs, and some of them might already be. That's like that one. That one wasn't grabbing shit. That's no big deal. Nothing a little dab of silicone can't handle.
Yeah.
On the outside of the wire.
I think also might want to note it too, but this whole wiring harness here, Haynes recommends, and I don't know, take it with a grain of sand. Right there, this whole wiring harness bracket thingy right here on the valve cover needs to come off of the valve cover.
Yeah,
definitely.
sure it does.
It's attached to the studs.
But what I'm saying is it's laid out
Oh yeah.
in a fashion where
Can't get mixed up.
you can't, you'd have to literally bend one backwards, and it wouldn't look right to put into place to feed the wrong coil or the wrong injector. So don't be concerned with that as much as I used to be.
Put that on the ground so you don't lose it.
Okay, start on this side. Injector, coil pack.
Yeah, we'll come back when that's
Injector.
when that's all unplugged.
Alright. Got a piece of sheet metal here. Thin tin. Now you can also use a duck strap. A 2-hole, 3-hole, 4-hole duck strap, whatever it is.
We also have that if we need it.
Yeah, okay. Now remember, you can always wear those little black gay gloves that everybody wears on YouTube, but you can't really feel what you're doing as easy, and I don't think they resist against cutting from this, so
Yeah, that's kind of sharp.
yeah, you're kind of screwed either way whether you wear those or not. So you just need to be careful with this, whether you decide to wear those gloves or not, because you think you're going to get cancer when there's much worse things to worry about than auto fluids. Alright, now we got pressurized fuel lines somewhat, which doesn't really scare me. Let me try my first piece. If it doesn't work, we'll try it a different way. That one's been cut on. This one's a pretty fresh edge here. This might actually work for the bigger one. Okay, let me cut it down. Too long.
So we pretty much made a $20 tool.
I don't know. We charge for everything, dude.
However much it is.
It costs money to breathe, literally. You know it does. So if you want to use some kind of tool or something to push on it, not necessarily your fingers. You want them sliced and diced. Hey, look at that.
Okay, there it is.
Now, who knows how to make tools, motherfucker? I'm just kidding. People watching a YouTube video are like, look at these fucking hillbillies.
Well, you still ask them for advice. You still ask them to fix your cars, do anything nearby.
People don't care as much as you think, dude. It's just like, I mean, how often do you actually go to YouTube and you're just like, just hurry up and show me the goddamn way to do it? How many times you go to YouTube and you fast forward the shit out of the video and you're like, hurry up, I just want to see it.
I'm sure
Everybody
that needs this advice does that.
Nobody's got time to sit around and watch you explain shit. That's why, you know, we're going to get limited views on things and you can't really make a living off of this. Unless you want to do it all fast like Scotty and be like, so that's how you do it. Alright.
But the point of this isn't money. The point of this is really whoever's looking for an explanation. Here it is.
Actually, you know what? I might look back at my own YouTube videos and be like, how did I do that again? I don't remember. My confidence is a bit shaky today. I need to remember how I did it. I did it like that. And I did it like this and did it with a wiffle ball bat.
Whatever else Beastie Boys said.
Alright, so there's your two lines, and you can see how you got to stick a thin piece of sheet metal in there to remove that spring. It's an inner spring. It's a spring tension. It just sits around that lip right there. So we'll make sure our other fuel rail is clean. And we'll put these fuel lines down, let them leak gas all over the place so we blow up when I light a cigarette. And alright.
That's what the big ass fire extinguisher is for over there.
No, I just say shit like that to have safety Nazis come out the woodwork. This is the most irresponsible video I've ever seen. Flag him. Alright. 7mm to take off your coil packs.
But we're not taking them off. Not yet. We should probably take the whole intake out.
Yeah, but my point is that the coil pack bolts to the intake, okay? And so when you don't remove the coil pack ahead of time, you compromise the boot.
Okay, yeah, because you gotta take it out, yeah.
And the part that sucks is we're kind of a bit short on boots. We have a box of boots inside, but I don't want stretched springs and all that shit. I mean, we can do it this way.
Maybe we should do it, though.
But then that means we gotta take this stupid fuel rail and all that off. I mean, it's really...
Wait, can't we just lift it up? I mean, look at the space we got now.
You know, maybe.
We might be able to lift it up.
Maybe, but you know how the boots get stuck and they're like stretching, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, we can do it. We can try to lift it up. And if they don't come out, we'll just undo each coil pack.
Alright.
And it's these bolts, that one is a bitch to get to underneath the regulator. But this big, stupid, extra
CNG
fuel rail doesn't help you. And here's that ring I was talking about earlier in the very intro video. If you guys didn't watch it, go back and look at it. It's kind of entertaining a little bit.
Gives you part numbers.
Yeah, it does give you part numbers, so you don't order the wrong shit. Alright, let's get these, what do we got, 9 bolts?
9 bolts. Wait, no, actually, I think it's 11.
11 for the intake?
According to Reebok, yeah, 11.
Alright.
The 2 of them are by that thermostat thing. Isn't that the thermostat housing right there?
Where?
The water neck?
Where?
Where the
way up in the front?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thermostat's in there.
Okay.
So we need to remove these. I'm sure we're going to have that K&N fiber lock shit all in the thermostat, clogging it up.
It says it's not supposed to clog up, but you know.
Yeah, right, come on, dude. How does it stop a leak?
It clogs up.
I mean, I could put sawdust in here and it would kind of do what fiber lock does, but not as good a job as fiber lock.
Well, sawdust does also, right? Stops the engine from knocking.
Yeah, back in the 70s. We don't actually use that technique anymore. Alright. Let's do what we got to do.
Yeah.
Remove the intake. You're gonna need about you're gonna need a 10mm with a, is it 10 or 12?
It's 10.
10mm with a bunch of different extensions just in case.
And a swivel just in case.
I don't think you'll need the swivel, but it wouldn't hurt to have one on standby.
Universal joint, whatever else they call it.
All right. So you got bolts. Yeah, I think you got 11 of them.
We do. There's 2 by the thermostat over there, and then there's 9 over here.
See. All right. Got the back ones. You know what? I'm just gonna take them all out because I'm pretty sure they're the same length.
Yeah. Now they're all gonna be like, yeah, you know where they are, right between the fuel injectors and the coil pack, right in between them in like a pocket. See if I can get the camera there. Yep, there's one right there.
Yeah, is the coil pack in my way?
No, not really, because you go from the top right here.
Alright. Alright, I'm taking this one out while I'm doing this. Where's it at, right?
Almost. There you go. Shit. Yeah, but it's a fitting job.
Well, where the hell is it? Shine the camera now. I can actually use that as a stethoscope. I mean,
See if you can see it.
Never mind. I'll use my finger.
I see it.
Oh shit, that's almost under the coil pack. Almost. So it's right on side of the coil pack.
Yeah.
On the inner side. And I'm in the rear driver's side.
Yeah.
So this pipe is actually kind of in my way. But I got on it just now. That's it. Don't bend that pipe. Never get it straight. It's one thing I've learned. Don't bend tubing. Whether it's brakes or something else. I'm not even on it. Okay, now I am. Alright, I got this one out.
That's one.
Alright. That's two of them out.
Alright, let's get the other ones out.
Alright, so we got all the intake bolts out. All of them. They're all right here. There's 2 long and how many shorts?
9 short.
Yeah. So how many bolts total?
11.
11 bolts.
Of course, you gotta be tight.
The 2 long ones are in the front in the water jacket that go to the thermostat housing. Right now we're removing the fuel rail. There's 4 bolts on that. There should be pretty standard bolts. Let me save them.
5/16 8mm.
Yeah, they're 8mm. Let me save them. We figured taking the fuel rail off might make it easier to
Lift the whole thing up and out.
save our injectors, because they're, besides the rust on them, they're fairly new.
Yeah. Plus the EGR tube won't get in the way.
Right. And if we have to take any coil packs loose, well, hey, look how easy that is.
Yeah.
But
Fuel
no.
rail won't be in the way.
Right. Yep. So that's that. And
Take that off real quick.
we'll get back to the filming when we get this off, or in the process of taking it off.
Alright.
Got the 4 fuel rail bolts out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now they're out. Those were 8mm heads. Now we're going to have plenty of fuel come out.
Oh yeah, by the way, you're smoking.
Ah, that's okay. There we go. Alright, so looks like the damn O-rings got stuck inside there. I don't see them.
Oh, great.
It's okay. We got O-rings.
Yes, we do.
Let me get this side. You gotta pry up a bit to get them off the injectors. There we go. And you want to go around to the front and pry that up? Maybe we can jimmy this sucker out of here?
Yeah.
We could jimmy it out my way backwards.
Alright.
Pull that up. There you go. Okay, I got that. Do the other side. There you go. See, it sort of helps having 2 hands. I got it. You don't have to do that.
Alright.
I just jimmy the whole thing out, just like this.
On EGR tube.
Let's see it.
There you go.
Okay, so how many O-rings are left on the injectors? 1?
Okay. See one here. See one. Not one here. Shit.
Okay, here, come get this fuel rail and turn it upside down.
Only got 1 fuel injector
Come
that
over
has
here.
O-rings.
Get this fuel rail.
Alright, 7. We're missing 7 O-rings.
They're all inside the tubes. Here, keep it upside down so the O-rings don't fall out, and set it on a clean ground. Okay. Let's try to pick up the intake and see if we can take it off in one piece.
Oh, I see it going up.
Yeah, that's me trying to pull all the coil packs out at once. Boy, that ain't easy.
Alright, I can try from the other side.
You get in the front, I'll be in the rear, and let's pick up on it.
Alright, here we go. Let's do this.
Push straight up.
Alright, ready?
When you have this in the way, if you do this, it'll be out of the way. There.
Okay, so let's see if I can. Ready?
Go up.
Here we go.
The center of the intake. Straight up.
Going.
Not to you, up. Come on.
I have to do this with the camera off.
Alright.
Alright, hold on. Go up pack number. What's that?
3.
Ah,
The 3rd coil pack I pulled out.
we got 2 right here. So we decided to remove the coil packs to make it easier, huh?
No, not to damage them.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a aftermarket, but a new set of coil packs. And I really don't feel like damaging the spring and boot.
Yeah. We're already trying to lift up the intake, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, that's just, the coil packs are just in there too good with the boot grease that came with them that solidified.
Yes, we gotta take all these boots. Not too hard, especially since all the CNG shit and the everything else pretty much is out of the way. Right?
Alright, I'm gonna have to rotate this one.
There you go.
Alright.
Oh, and also, the fact that this intake has
I got a spring, but the boot's still in there.
Where?
This call pack has good written on it for some reason.
Good.
Yeah. I must have had a problem with it.
Good. Better be. This intake's got a bottom aluminum part to it. A lower intake that's aluminum.
Alright.
We should take.
The video and take out the rest of the coil pack.
Alright. Alright. You want to mention about the lower intake right there?
Yeah, I'll compare them I'll bench compare them, or rather put them on the plywood and compare them both.
Alright. Intake out.
Yep, intake is out, and I'm just removing miscellaneous shit in here.
That piece of hose?
What's that? Okay. That line goes where?
That's right here. Shit. What is that? A knock sensor?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I see it's bolted right down there, way over there.
What's this here? Fuel injection.
One of the fuel injector O-rings?
Yep. Alright.
Mighty important.
Alright, look at our gasket. We got a lot of gasket sealer that come loose and shit. Look at the runners on the heads. Let me get this boot out of here. Damn, why you an asshole? No, it's already screwed up. What the hell would freeze that in there like that? I guess around the plug. Definitely due for an air blowout.
Oh yeah.
Scraping. Look at that. Now that could have been because we had the intake moving around a lot.
Yeah, we tried to take it out through the front too.
Could have chipped away a lot.
But do we see? Point is.
Look at this.
Hey, what the hell is that?
Well, there's no water jackets here. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not a problem. Our only water jackets
Right here.
are right here. That water port.
It's right. Yeah.
And we had a water port here. So if we were to have a break between here and here, break between here and here, remember we were sucking water into the intake.
That's right.
Okay, and in the front over there looks suspect.
I could check it to the front and have to.
Yeah, and there looks suspect as well.
Yeah, we got to see if water was passing through.
I need a screwdriver to pop these loose.
Got it.
I don't know why these heads look like they have cracked runners. Maybe that's just cast marks right here.
Ooh, hold on, let me get it close.
Cracks to me.
Wow.
But look at that. They're all
Yeah, in the same
cracked.
place.
They all look the same. So that's probably cast marks. Go around the other way. Look, there's some more cast marks. There's no way the heads are cracked the same way.
Yeah, no way.
Those are cast marks. Alright, give me the screwdriver and let me see if I can bust this loose.
Alright. We'll check at the front too. Just for
documentary purposes. Come on.
yeah. Here, remove that flashlight.
Stuck pretty good.
There.
Stuck pretty good around that area.
There you go. She popped up.
No. They got little dowel pins in here. Right here in the corners. Alright, no. Dowel pin. It's the driver's side. What's the bottom of the gasket look like?
There's your water jacket side right there.
Dirty, but so. I don't see a reason why that would leak, unless there was dirt in between. Now the
Yeah.
funny part was we had a loose bolt.
We did. It was right around here. One of these.
It was the second one up.
That one.
This bolt was loose. I mean, it was only finger tight. So if that bolt was finger tight, then this bolt here was tight. And that left us a hump right here, possibly.
But why wouldn't it leak before when we first put it in 2 years ago?
I don't know. Could have just finally broke loose. This side sealed it damn good. Now that front definitely looks suspect. I'd like you to go film that so I could rewind and look at it myself.
Yeah. Let me go get closer up and.
That's cylinder number 1, I believe.
I think maybe.
Is number 1 on the passenger side first one?
I think it is. I'll have to refer to the good old Haynes manual.
I think that's number 1. You see any breaks between that water jacket and that
the cylinder?
The runner?
No. Getting about as close up as I can to try to get it clear. Not focusing too well.
Okay.
Yeah, nice carbon buildup.
It's nothing.
Must be one of them. It's a plug. What's that?
What is that?
Snapped off bolt head.
Yeah. What is
I
that?
think I know what that was too.
What?
Nah, maybe not. The old, nah, it's too small. I'm not sure what this is too.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think? Looks like a 10 mil maybe?
You see? I don't know what the hell that is. It could have been from anything.
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's go get a good look at this intake, huh?
Yeah, let's go get a look at the intake and see if we were leaking between the water jackets on the intake. Let's see if the intake's cracked, warped, or anything.
Yeah.
Then we'll clean these heads up on the top. Suck all this shit out with a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
Drain some more coolant out because obviously our coolant wasn't drained long enough. It's still risen.
Yeah, we'll have to vacuum that out real quick.
We can shop back it out, or we could let it bleed down.
You could let it just burn off.
No, I mean, you know, when the heads come off.
Oh, yeah.
Because the heads are coming off if I don't find any signs that we were leaking between runner to runner. Now, this is a little bit suspect right here.
Where the RTV seal's broken? Move your light. Yeah, right
But
there.
I have to do more inspection on the gasket. Alright, this came off that side like that. This came off this side like this. Right, so we're looking for is right here. I don't see any reason that would leak.
Me neither.
Neither here. Unless that damn intake is warped.
I don't see any, any,
Unless the head,
broken.
unless the head of the intake is warped.
Right.
We should go have a look at that.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go take a look. Let's take these gaskets with us here. Inspection time.
Yeah. And for the audience, no, there's not a dead dog in the sea. It's just an old sleeping dog.
Come here, boy. Get up, Jack Russell. Down there. It's pretty dirty port.
Yeah.
It's not too bad though. You see that oil? Look at that oil sitting in there.
What's that?
You know where that's coming from, right?
Yeah.
Where's that coming from?
Ooh.
See that oil?
Yeah.
Watch. It's liquefied. Look. You know where it's coming from, right? It's fresh oil.
It is.
That's coming from that damn
PCV
That's stupid.
plumber's pipe. That piece of shit.
You mean the one we made a video for about 2 years ago?
Yep, still sucking air through there. And that's because I switched back. I shouldn't have switched back. That brass sleeves for CNG.
Yeah.
Alright, leave it just like that. Don't disturb the runners.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here's our surfaces.
What do you see? Check between the water jacket and the runners.
Yeah. Water jacket.
Don't touch it. Just look at it. You see a spot where that new shit, what's it called?
Well, where the RTV is broken?
No, not necessarily the RTV.
Oh, where the K&M fiber locked
yeah,
in?
you see any fibers like wedged in there or anything? Because if not, we're going into the head gaskets. We're going further, which is a fucking nightmare.
No, not so far. Yeah, so not so far.
No?
No, not so far at all.
See any warp fractures? Well, you can't see any warp. I'd have to check it with a.
But any cracks?
With a straight edge, with a ruler or level. That's a block off right here. That's useless.
Oh yeah, okay.
What about right here?
Nothing. Oh, between these two right here?
See how that's eating up right here?
Yeah, I see that.
That would leak on the outside though.
Would.
That's where the thermostat comes through.
Yeah, I see the thermostat poking through here.
Yeah, okay. Check anywhere else water could enter the runner. Man, son of a bitch.
Let me check the side with the camera.
How about right here? This was in the front on the passenger side. That was high up. That was a suspect. One of the suspects right here.
Don't see any fiber lock trails except I don't know what that is right there. That dark crust. Right there, I just
The
touched
dark crust is not too bad, but that's just left over.
Yeah, leftover carbon.
RTV and carbon mixed.
Well, what is? No, that's just the oil pouring out.
Damn.
It's a lot of oil, dude.
That's where my oil's going.
It's probably
It's sucked through the intake. It's not burning it through the rings.
that's where all of all 5.4 owners oil is going.
That's where it's going. It's getting sucked through the intake. There's got to be a better positive crankcase control valve setup.
So far, I don't see any brakes. I don't see any brakes in between the water jacket and the runners. Unless you do, but I don't.
I don't see anything, but no.
You know what that means.
We're not a machine shop, so we can't do any pressure checks. And
Oh yeah, and look, there's where there's our other repair, still holding up.
oh, the JB Weld?
Yeah, though. Thanks, AutoZone.
That's pretty funny.
Not really.
Here. And that's an AutoZone sensor, and the values on it still read low on the gauge. They don't read up to factory specs. So even after all that damage it caused, the piece of shit still won't operate properly.
That fuel rail.
It's kind of pressed in there, dude.
Yeah. No, I see that it rings about. So what if we take a screwdriver?
Yeah, probably. More like a little tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
You know how much that goes for on eBay, probably?
Oh,
The CNG fuel rails? I can't find them.
you can't find them because nobody wants them. Tell you what, for shits and giggles, I'll put these on eBay
See what they get.
for a bid. If I can get the son of a bitches out. You know what? They're not even worth dicking with right now. Why don't I just leave it?
Got a long part number, looks like it.
I'll just leave it. Grab the other intake. And let's line it up. Let's see what our differences are, what we can do.
There.
Shit, we got it lower. Look. We don't have to use that shitty bolt.
What do you mean?
The bolt that was drilled out on this one, we don't have to use that. We got threads.
Oh, nice.
Guess what though? We gotta find the damn bolt. We got a water neck already, factory water neck.
Yeah.
And what about this plastic plenum?
It's about the same size as that one. Just plastic.
You trust those used fuel injectors?
Nah, not really.
Or you trust the fuel injectors that have been running in the vehicle?
I think I would trust the fuel injectors that have been running. I know one thing I trust though. This thing.
That sensor?
Instead of that thing.
I bet that sensor actually works. Is that a Ford sensor?
I
I said it was.
I'm not sure. It's got red sealer on the threads.
Red Loctite? Red
Yeah.
Teflon? Look around on the other side, see if there's an F number on it.
No, there isn't. There's just a.
There's a number right here. Look.
There is, yeah. That says 60.
But it's not shaped like this Chinese son of a bitch, is it?
Nah, probably not. Otherwise, why would it be threaded in there and not cracked?
Alright.
Now, let's see. Yeah. Apparently, whoever owned this one also had some oil burning, as all Triton owners do.
We'll find out when we take the lower plenums off.
Yeah.
Alright.
Two of them side by side. Alright.
Some light in here. We're going to mark these. Okay, that's green. Green vacuum. Now, we thought we were going to get by easy and discover it was an intake issue. Intake leaking gasket, but I'm not convinced that the intake was enough to suck that much water and leak. So, we're kind of stuck now doing the heads. So we're going to set sail with this complicated journey of removing these god-awful heads, especially the one on the passenger side here.
There's hardly any room that you can get rid of the valve cover.
Yep. Some of the bolts will have to be reached from under the truck. Right now we're just marking vacuum lines to unplug. I'm going to have to film to remember where all this goes. These lines route back to the vacuum canister under the truck. They go from steel to steel to tubing, plastic tubing. Jeez, this looks like a real kicker. Real fun thing. Alright. We're going to put all these vacuum lines over on the side. When we're done, we'll put them in a jacket the right way. See if I can get that last one off. We know the biggest one goes there. That's pretty good. I mean, it's not as intimidating as it seems. Just kidding. It's very intimidating. Trust me. Alright, I pulled that one red line out of there because that one red line goes to the AC. This is for the AC.
Kick on, huh?
Yeah, it controls all the AC vents and all that. It's the main deck. The rest of these go to a bunch of different EGR bullshit. Go put these in a pile.
With EGR bullshit.
With this. Shit, we're gonna have to go back over.
Yeah. Got it.
This red line, and drape it over the top of the truck.
Alright.
Remember, it's probably brittle, don't break it.
Alright. this in a better place. Route it like right there. There we go. Right around. Stop. Right there. Progress so far.
Alright, come on, give me a hand with this, bud.
Alright.
You got O-rings still in here?
Not sure. Wait, I see something in there.
Oh, shit. Well,
That's the water pump pipe.
yeah, that's the notorious.
Kind of has to be metal because if it breaks,
Wait, it's still got O-rings on it. No shit.
good.
It's got O-rings and a little bit of oil on it.
One?
It's the last damn thing you want leaking underneath the valley pan, and you can't do shit to fix it. Not a
Except
damn thing.
do every fucking painful thing that we're doing.
No, I know idiots that. You know what? I'm gonna be one of those idiots. I'm gonna put this pipe back on, and I'm gonna shove a piece of rubber hose over it, and I'm gonna put a hose clamp at that end. And I'm gonna put a hose clamp at this end. And shit, I might even put some flex seals just because it looks good on TV.
Alright, so we got everything out of the way of the valve cover.
Yeah. We're gonna have to go at the valve cover and get every one of these bolts. How many are there again?
I think there's like,
Shitload of them.
12, 11 possibly. No, I think ours are 11. We're the,
With the what?
the
lucky ones?
no, the Ontario, Canada plant, not the Michigan plant. The Romeo plant, which isn't even a 5.4 liter, it's 4.6 liter, has like fucking an uneven amount of bolts on one side and an uneven amount of bolts on the other side. Some bullshit.
Dude, this valve cover's tight.
Tonight was supposed to be torqued down that tight.
Yeah, well, heat.
Yeah, locks them in.
Okay, I want all these on one side.
Yeah.
How many studs we got on top? 4 studs.
1, 2, 3, 4, yeah.
And then 2 in the front here.
2? Yeah, okay. 2 in the front there, and then there's like 4 on the other side, I think, and then 2 more.
I'm talking about the studded
Oh,
studded
stud,
ones.
yeah, okay. 4 here and 2 there, yeah. That's where the wiring harness gets locked in right here.
Right. And if we can get this valve cover off, then we're pretty much in business.
Yeah.
If we can't, then we got a problem.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to jack up the side of the engine or lower it, drop the motor mount out of it.
Yeah.
Remember, we got new motor mounts in here, so the engine sits up nice and perky, which is a problem. I wish we did this when it had a busted passenger motor mount. It might have been easier. Alright.
Yeah.
Cutting down.
Alright.
Alright. Move the hose. It's,
yeah, there we
it's
go.
in the way. I had it tucked behind the radiator there. There you go. Okay. And the ground strap, move that too.
Ground strap.
Yeah, okay. And then we pick it up.
Oh, yeah, I'm picking it up.
There's some that are still screwed in. Alright, that one's out.
That one's out.
Out. Okay, what about at the bottom?
That one's out. That one's out.
Pull the bottom out first.
Mine too is bottom out here. Let me check. Yeah, let me check.
Pull your bottom out.
There, I got these out. This one's.
All your bottom ones that are loose, the hardest ones to get to. Hold on, I got this. Okay, there's some that are intermediate here. Hold on. If we can get this valve cover off, we can get this goddamn head, excuse my language, we can get this head off.
Let me see. Let me get up under there. Get the bolt. My fingers. Let's see. Literally gotta go in the wheel well. Spin them with your fingers.
That one loose. Get the one next to it loose. Yeah, right there.
That's all the way.
Check the front. That's loose. They're all loose.
They are? Okay.
Yeah, everything else is here.
Get. Alright.
Pull that gasket loose right there. Yeah, pull it away from the
glued.
I know, it's glued to the seams.
There.
There you go. Okay.
Shit.
Come up, at an angle. So,
Gasket's still stuck.
I don't care. Pull it.
How about your side? There you go, one more. There.
Alright, so we got this valve cover.
You got it. All right.
Got it.
Get this gasket out of this fucking gasket.
Alright. Got that gasket?
Here we go.
Alright, good. Over here. Let's take a look and show our audience what the problematic valve cover is. Well, gee, there you go.
Look at all that oil.
No. Look.
Oh, the residue.
No, look.
What, this thing right there?
Yeah, look.
That thing?
Yeah. Look at that shit. Now you understand why the van is drinking oil?
There's a water fountain right here.
No, because all the oil's getting shoved back in here and it's sucking it right up. No problem, look. Through the PVC, through the
PCD.
I hate that word. That fucking acronym. Look. Okay. So why wouldn't you put a piece of steel wool in there?
That is a good idea. Well, I wouldn't want it to get in the can.
Yeah, but dude, I'm gonna put a piece of steel wool in there. I don't give a shit.
Let it soak up the
At
oil.
least a Brillo or something. Alright, so we got this.
That's good.
We know what we need to do with steel wool, right? Shove it in there. No gasket seal is necessary on this, right?
Nah. You just kind of use it a little bit to kind of glue the gasket in one side first and then use the seal to the side.
You don't use any gasket sealer on this.
Go with your hands.
No, you don't. Look. There's not a damn bit of gasket sealer on here. Unless maybe maybe right here. There's like, I get it. That's where the time and chain cover goes on, look. It's where the time and chain cover meets. They all meet at a third spot, a third junction.
Yeah, right there.
The valve covers the third junction. That's where they meet.
Yeah.
Right across.
Makes sense.
Got it.
Yeah, look at that.
How does it look?
How does it look?
Yeah, does it look like those lifters need to be changed?
Yeah.
Do they?
I think they do.
How's the cam look? Let me see. Let me feel it. Is that rough? Or is that just pretty marks? Because they look kind of rough to me. I don't feel anything, but I think there's any worn lobes on it.
Let's take a look at it from the inside.
Dude, there is no... Holy shit, look at the duration on that. Look. Look at that long duration.
Yeah, I see. There's no sharp curve in it.
No sharp curve at all. No pop-up valves. Just a big, long, stupid duration.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm looking for the head bolts. Ah, there they are.
What are they? What size? What does the Reebok manual say?
Reebok manual doesn't say a damn thing about size.
Yeah, I bet not. Watch out.
It's the only thing you can expect from them. The Reebok manual.
Stupid. Alright. Let's see. Valve cover off. We've got to pull the other valve cover off. Then we got to start pulling these exhaust manifolds off. Then we got to pull the front cover off.
Yeah, the time and chain cover.
We got to work around all these damn wires.
Yeah.
Unless we just want to pull them out and lay them over the front of the grill of the truck. We could do that. I mean, the only thing I got to unplug over here is what? One more.
Yeah, I already unplugged the sensor that was way down there. It's behind the power steering pump.
Yeah, but I mean, all I have to unplug back here is the transmission.
Yeah, sound oil wires.
Hold on. And one oxygen sensor. on the driver's side. I already got the passenger. But like everything else, you're set behind all kind of clips and shit.
Yeah, I could see where this. You could probably see where this engine would require a mild performance street cam, huh?
Yeah, right. Then you'd have to boost the injectors and everything else.
Yeah, but the fact that this cam doesn't have, doesn't have sharp curves.
Yeah, it's just got a long duration.
Yeah, it's your standard factory cam.
Duration is how long the valve stays open.
Right.
I think, unless somebody corrects me.
Well,
I mean, it's been a long time since I've actually gave a shit about street racing.
you shall be corrected.
Let's cut and go to the rest of this.
Sponsored by Haynes.
Huh?
Sponsored by Haynes.
What? Dude, don't say that, please. Haynes does not sponsor shit.
20 bucks for a manual but don't work.
Alright, we're getting it apart. Slowly but surely.
Another valve cover got taken
Shit
off.
everywhere. Got our stuff laid out. Still, call packs, intake crap, accessory stuff. Valve covers came off, so that means the heads can come out. And this is with new motor mounts, so we'll see.
Both cams. Now it's time for the crankshaft pulley.
Damn it.
18 millimeter.
18 millimeter on the crankshaft pulley.
Get yourself an impact gun, it'll save you a lot of time.
Well, we don't know yet.
Let me see real quick.
What's it set at?
Mode number 1 for about 80 foot-pounds.
Oh shit, make the sucker on high.
You're on 3?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
high.
yeah, here, hold on, let me...
Alright, so.
There you go, yeah.
Okay, we gotta break this loose. We need a crow's foot, but I'm gonna just pray and hope that I can get it off without a crow's foot. Alright, it's loose. What do we need to explain to people?
Just 18 millimeter for that.
No, for the other stuff that we've done. I mean, all this is loose here.
Oh yeah, all the wire.
We probably could have taken it apart, moved it. We got all this.
Take that off. Take the exhaust. We took the exhaust manifolds off. Not the manifolds off at the head, but
we took the flanges off.
yeah, with that this little impact.
It's just 2 bolt flanges, 15 millimeter.
Unless your exhaust shop says otherwise.
WD-40 them. If you can get to them, get them off. I'd rather break 1 bolt and stud and be able to replace it versus break them off in the head.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to pull the manifold and the head out at the same time.
Yeah.
Took the water pump out.
We unscrewed the dipstick, the engine oil dipstick tube.
Pull, like it's pressed and it's kind of pressed into the block a little bit, so I had to kind of tap it out with a screwdriver and a hammer. But we can't get it out all the way because it's running into the radiator. So we figure as we're taking the head out, along with the EGR tube attachment, which we hadn't unbolted either, we plan to take all that out at the same time, which is going to be crazy, but we're going to pick it up and drag it out that way.
From the inside of the truck.
From the inside of the truck. And that way, it saves us a leaking EGR at the manifold and all that stuff. I mean, we kind of bent it up slightly by hand. Nothing too major where we couldn't bend it back down gently. I think we bent it, a couple of degrees. Not too bad. So far, this is how far we've gotten in how many hours?
Let's see. I'd say about 5-6 hours.
5-6 hours, and
it's daylight now, so yeah.
We would have had all that other shit if we wouldn't have had all that other stuff to deal with on the intake. The 2 fuel rails and all that.
All that stupid CNG shit.
If we wouldn't have had all that to deal with, we would have done this, done this a lot faster. But, and we were apprehensive about pulling these heads, but you know what? It's got to be done. It's got to be done. So we're just going to tap the crank pulley off. We're going to apply pressure from both sides and tap the center nut and see if we can get it to voluntarily slide forward. If not, we're just going to have to get our hands on a crow's foot or a pulley puller, and then
we gotta take that power steering pump and move it off to the side a little bit, and then the timing chain cover can come off.
All right, there's only one plug that needs to be disconnected from it, and that is down here.
Crankshaft positioning sensor.
That's the crankshaft positioning sensor, and there's a plug right underneath there, braced real close to the AC compressor. But as we're pulling it out, we can unplug that wire. So there's a lot of shit to remember that works in a system that has to be put back together in a system systematically. That means at the same or similar time, or one right before the other, whatever. So we're gonna have to do it that way. I'm gonna have to remember that when we put this back together.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we don't wait too long to put it back together. Maybe a couple of hours at the most. Get the heads cleaned up, get them inspected, inspect them ourselves, check the valves. If we need to grind the valves, grind the valves. If there's any burnt valves, change the timing chain, do all that shit. I don't know if we're gonna bring it to top dead center and to do the timing chain or not. We'll figure that point out when we get there. All right, let's go.
Pretty good. What happens when you don't have a crow's foot?
Yeah,
make your own.
Yeah, you take a piece of aluminum edger.
Edger adjustments.
That's what it is.
Let me see if I can. There you go. That was easy.
Now, since that's the adjustment,
I'm gonna make that a 1/2 inch.
Yeah.
and then we'll put 3 in the harmonic wheel balancer. Since I got the 3, and then we'll have to put a bolt right here. Bolt with a nut and a nut on each side. We'll have to spin, hold back on one nut, spin the other.
Hey, what's my boot?
Oh man, you got steel toes on. Hold it, boy. Alright. Now, let's make these shavings get lost
Can't believe
before
it.
they wind up in the head.
Yeah. You had a good experience right there.
What?
Metal shavings in the head.
Better than valve relapping compound. Alright, get rid of this.
Relap your valves on the go.
So we got three bolts to line up somehow perfectly in the harmonic wheel balancer. We're gonna put that in there. We're gonna put one bolt in the center here. Hit the center bolt. That's unscrewed. Then we're gonna put a nut and a bolt through here as soon as I dig through my junk box. Let's see what we got.
Alright, let's make it.
Yeah, look, crow's foot.
With a carriage bolt?
Yeah, with a carriage bolt. Grade 3 carriage bolt, like butter. Grade 5. And aluminum. And look, something to hold the nut back too when we go to tighten up. What do you say? It'll put a little tension, right?
Maybe. Maybe.
Smart ass.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, let's find out. You can kill the video until we get ready.
Yeah. Shit, it worked. Almost.
No, it didn't work yet. Not until it's out. Let's see if the aluminum ears break off of this. Make sure this crank bolt's in enough. Well, how am I supposed to spin a carriage bolt?
You just grab it with a pair of channel locks.
Yeah, right. Well, gotta say there's some pressure on it, right?
Oh yeah. Taking off your crankshaft pulley, MacGyver style.
MacGyver. This looks like Junkyard Wars. Except those guys are all actors.
Oh yeah. I can see the aluminum bow in a bit.
Good. You see it pinging me in the forehead?
I don't know. Maybe pinging the radiator.
Alright. Now, what would you do now?
Keep tightening until something breaks off or just breaks, period.
No, it doesn't sound right. Give me a hammer.
Alright.
Alright, so we got the harmonic wheel balancer off. We're getting the bottom bolts. This was a 22 millimeter. This big sucker right here. We took the power steering pump loose. That was 3 bolts. It should have had 4. I don't know why it had 3. Those were 10 millimeter.
Moved it aside.
Moved it aside to clear. Right now we're taking the bracket that holds the transmission lines in place. Just a simple bracket. We're taking that off so we can take the stud off behind it, which is another 22 millimeter. Big old crazy bolt. I gotta tell you, there's a lot of work on this modular engine. And we haven't even gotten inside of it yet.
No, we haven't. Not yet.
Not deep inside yet, so.
The task just getting the dang harmonic wheel balancer off.
Right, so we're gonna remove this bracket clip here that holds all this shit in place and just set it aside. Okay, set that aside like that and put this down here. Keep what we need down here and go 22 mil on this bottom bolt. Then we got 4 bolts here on the oil pan. These 4 front bolts come out to relieve the timing chain cover. And we just went and bought a front seal so we could put that in because it didn't come in our kit. Now it's like 40 degrees out here now. We're the second night into it. We're going to take another shot at. We got the timing chain cover off. We read through the Haynes manual. We looked at forums online and stuff. We looked at other YouTube videos. And all we really want to do is take this timing chain off and the timing gear off and be able to put it back on and have this vehicle timed. Since it's an interference engine and it will cause damage to the valves, we got to have the teeth on the gears, but it's still the same general principle concept. This engine is just a simple engine. Every time the crank rotates twice, the cams rotate once. So it kind of, you know, they have keyways. The cam gears are pressed onto the cams, so it's not going to be easy to change the cam gears. So I think we're going to let that go. We're just going to change maybe the chain after we inspect the chain. If it's in still good condition, well, maybe we'll just replace the bottom gear if we even need to do that.
The guides.
But the guides are getting replaced.
Things that would lose tension over time.
And the tensioners. So at least we're going to get that much done. But we need to get these head gaskets changed, and we need to inspect these valves. So we got the cover off, and there's a bunch of
different size and different length bolts. I want to just share that. There's 15 millimeter, there's 18 millimeter, there's 22 millimeter,
13.
and 13 millimeter to take this stupid timing chain cover off. There's that many different size bolts, so just be prepared to have all those sizes on hand. I think they skipped right over 19 millimeter. And so that we'll show you that in a minute. And what we're going to do is we're just going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to say, okay, this is the way it came off. We don't give a shit where top dead center is. We don't need to care where top dead center is. If the gears came off this way and we put paint marks on them, or we etch a little scar into the chain and into the gear, then the chain is going back on that way, and that chain on that side, right and left Pacific. Haynes is all confusing with their, from the front of the engine it's the right side, from the back of the engine it's the left side.
They change directions on you.
They change directions. They don't even specify which point of view you're looking at some point in the book.
Until you look at their pictures and then you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, so the pictures are not a good description. None of this is a good description, so just mark this shit before you take it off with something that won't come off easily. So we're just going to clean with some brake cleaner, and then we're going to put paint mark, and then maybe we'll put a backup scratch mark so it won't never disappear. We got the engine where it sat last, and it just looks like it happens to be facing where it would be keyway up and so on and so forth. So we'll take a look right now. We're gonna get these intakes together. We got the timing chain cover off. I already showed you guys the damn valves, covers. The damn valve covers, how cheap they are. They're made out of ABS plastic.
And they got that non-restricted vent right there.
Yeah, I mean, they got this bullshit vent. Both sides have a huge hole in them that just allow oil to free suck into there and then drip out as it goes. So it's like, why wouldn't I put a louvered vent cover over that, or something with holes in it, or some screen, or something to stop that oil from splashing into there? I mean, at least on the positive crankcase side, ventilation side, I mean, it's the same valve cover. And that's the side which is the PVC, CPV, whatever, bullshit valve. So, here's what we're looking at. And Haynes ain't worth a shit for this. Sorry about the glare. We got a painter's light under here providing 500 watts of halogen heat. That's our chain. Now apparently, common sense would tell you, no matter what Haynes or anybody else says, that the passenger side, and I'm just going to call it the passenger side because we're not going to get into operator's position. Passenger side has to come off first.
Because it's on the front of the crankshaft.
Because it's the first gear this way, forward, and it's the chain closest to the front of the engine that has to come off. So I would say let's move this shit out the way, and we would take and remove this tensioner right here. This right hand tensioner, or what they call R.
We just call it passenger side tensioner.
Okay, passenger side tensioner. We're going to remove that passenger side tensioner. It should relieve some tension on this chain. We'll have these chains marked right here. We'll put some scratch marks in them.
Paint too.
We'll put some paint marker on them. We'll do all that shit. We'll even put paint marker on one of the lobes in the cam, so we know, okay, this lobe should be facing that way for whatever reason. And then we'll do the same with this. We'll mark the chain in the front of the gear right here, wherever we need to mark it, to where we know that link lines up with that position. And then we'll do, after we get that off, we'll do the back side. And we're just going to put it back on exactly the same it came off.
Do whatever we can to hold the cam in place. Whatever we got to do.
Right. So I think that's what we should do.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention, of course, that in the front.
Well, this bullshit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this comes off. This was on there. It's self-explanatory. So it's on there like that. I imagine that makes contact. This gap, this little groove right here, is a groove with a missing tooth.
I think that's the crankshaft positioning sensor
Smart.
gear.
Smart ass. This makes contact with a magnet that pulses around. It obviously misses a beat, and that tells the crankshaft magnet sensor, hey, look, this is at the revolution that this crank is spinning and what position it's in. So that gear is on like that, just so you know. Okay. All right.
Let's get to it.
So we got some paint here. We're gonna paint mark them.
A neon green.
Neon green, front sight post green, or rear sight post green. Anyway, we're gonna mark them right here to signify, hey, this is where this shithead goes,
Exactly there.
and what chain goes on what side versus the cam.
You got red and green.
Okay, now that's gonna mark that, and now I'm gonna mark the bottom one with a different color. Now I used a brake cleaner to clean the oil off, so the paint would stick to some degree. Now I can't really see if there's a mark under here or not.
There should be a mark on there. I would think it would be.
Ready for this shit to hit that light and explode? Alright. Let some of that oil get off there. We'll mark that neon red.
Yeah.
That way we don't get our chain mixed up. Like our marks on our chain off. If we just put a scratch mark without a color, we might have the chain rotated one way. Remember, we're just not going to turn this engine over. We're going to leave it right where it is.
And now one thing, if the cam moves like it had when we were doing the Camry,
Yeah.
if the camshaft wants to move, we just got to remember which way it moves so we can move it the opposite way.
Oh, you mean so we don't go 360?
Yeah, so we don't go 180 or 360,
180.
180 be, yeah, doesn't make sense.
360 would be alright.
But I mean, like at that.
Actually, it doesn't really matter.
Moves
If
according
that whole cam runs 360 out, well, no, the cam spins twice. Once for every time the crank spins twice. So that cam can go 180 out. It won't make a damn bit of difference, I don't think. I mean, there's no such thing as it making it 180 out, yes, but not 360 out.
Okay, yeah, 180
You get what
would
I'm
mean.
saying?
Yeah, that 180.
So if we needed to spin it a whole revolution, that's fine. We just can't do it with the pistons in the position that they're in, because the valves will pink onto a piston.
Yeah, that's what the
Now
interference design is.
Right, we can allow that valve to hit a piston if it just slowly taps a piston. You understand?
Yes.
But the thing is, when we go to put it back on, we need to kind of have that cam somewhat aligned to put that head on, because if we start tightening bolts and that cam is not lined up, then we're going to be pushing down on valves against pistons. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's probably the big deal with this engine. Bolting the head on, torquing it down with valves interfering with the pistons. So that cam probably needs to be in a position where it's not interfering with any pistons, right?
Yeah.
That's what I would think. Now, where would we mark this one where we can see it?
I would say at the very bottom.
How about right here?
I would say as long as the marks line up perfectly, we're good. Tooth for tooth.
Well, I'm going in between links. How is that?
Neon red, I can see that from here.
Yeah, me too. Let's just hope it stays that way.
Camera can see it too. Hey, we got the camera.
Yeah, that ain't gonna help if the mark wears off.
You're right.
Should we hit it with a center punch or something?
Scratch it with a pin punch.
Okay, let's mark this gear with red.
And bottom with green to oppose.
To opposing sides?
Yeah, be like if red's at the top, that's the driver's side. If green's at the top, then it's the passenger side.
So let's keep the chain separated then. How about that?
Yeah. That is, if we're using these same chains, which these chains kind of look actually good. They don't see how a chain would actually go bad. Do you?
It can get loose. The links get loose. Alright. Give that shit time to dry. We'll come back and we'll get after taking this side off first.
Yeah.
I got a black marker. Maybe I'll mark the bottom with black. Black paint marker. I think that's implement paint.
I just know after we take these timing components off, then the heads are the next thing. The thing that we've been after.
Your fucking heads. Alright. Cut. Alright, so we took the tension off right here with two 10mm bolts. The chain got loose. The cam, I don't think it moved. So what we're going to do is remove
Straight guides. That's next.
Gonna remove this bottom guide. Get it out of the way.
Dowel pin. The bottom that holds the bottom in, and the tensioner holds the top.
Alright. That don't look too bad, man. Hey. Don't look too bad at all. Okay. Not for an engine that has a lot of high idle miles. Alright. Now, next step. To get the chain off. Let me see if I can get it off this way. You can definitely roll the chain. Okay, let's try removing the gear. And take the chain off at the same time. So we're sliding the gear off with the chain on it. Okay? We're removing the chain.
Cam didn't move.
Good.
Stayed right where it was.
Okay, bring that over here. Let's check and see what we got. Did that move? Yeah.
Yeah, it did a little bit. It's obvious that it moved in that direction.
There we go. Now, we'll remark that again later just to make sure
We don't lose it.
we don't lose that.
Yeah, we got our green mark right there for the camshaft. And we still got the green mark on the gear. Right there. I know one thing that Haynes was useful for. They said that the longer bolts go into the head. That bolt there is longer, and the shorter bolts go into the block, the ones that hold this straight guide on.
Yeah, okay. No big deal. No, I didn't care about that shit anyway. I was going to take that guide and set it aside with everything right and left Pacific.
Yeah. That's why we got them like
Alright,
that.
give me that ratchet. 10 mil.
Okay.
Let's get this guide off of here.
Alright. I'll cut for now.
Alright. Alright, the timing chain guide, the straight guide here, the stationary guide is 8mm or 5/16, whichever you prefer. So it's not 10mm.
Different sizes, man.
Ford loves to switch it up on you, boy.
3 different sizes.
Toyota had pretty much almost one size fits all, with a few different sizes here and there.
You had like 3 main sizes. You had 17mm, 14, and like 10 or 12. They didn't use everything else in between.
Yeah, well.
Alright. 5/16 for the straight guides. Alright, so we're establishing a green mark on the crankshaft for the driver's side. So we did a color switch.
Yeah. I don't know if this is going to hold or not.
guess one interesting note would be to note too that this little crankshaft sprocket here has a little ridge, a shoulder. This signifies it's the inner one, the driver's side.
I think I can see that.
I can see that from here. Camera can too.
Alright. So that's green, marked out like that. God forbid if this paint comes off.
We should probably just put a little bit more of a red mark right there.
No, I should put a little more green right here. Watch it. Alright.
Okay. Take those. Let's take all that off now.
Alright, 10 millimeter. Driver's side chain guide.
Tensioner first.
Tensioner, I meant. This can might be the one that's gonna move.
We'll see. If it does, I got the camera here to tell which way it does move. Adventures in forward timing.
Long ass bolts. Jeez. Alright. And then we'll just do the same thing with the tensioner guide. Take this chain off. Let me see what this tensioner looks like. Bolts out. This little fucker wants to kind of wedge itself in there.
Yeah, it will come
Must
out.
be some tension on that gear.
You want me to try to relieve tension some kind of way?
Hell no. Just let it be. Drip a little motor oil here or there. See, we have the new tensioners have pins in them. You just pull a pin like a grenade.
That pop out. Ping.
And, yeah.
There we go.
Alright, this tensioner's out. It seemed like the other tensioner wasn't as holding as good as this one was. This tensioner had a lot of pressure on it. I'm gonna take that tensioner, put it on that side.
Side specific.
Those bolts. And that side.
I got our 5/16 here. 8 millimeter.
Let me get this off first. This guide. Oh yeah, I got some tension on that side.
So I guess it's safe to say that the passenger side didn't have as much tension as the driver, so you wouldn't have a tiny bit of.
What we got there? A little fire?
Oh, nice. A little bit of oil.
Oh, I think some motor oil dripped on our 500 watt halogen lens.
Huh.
Cool. If it catches on fire, just drag it out by the extension cord.
Got it. That's what the GFCI is for. Catching on fire.
Yeah. What you got to keep the van from burning up?
We got a big old fire extinguisher from the 1980s.
Yeah, that's good.
Holds like, I don't know, an industrial amount of extinguishing material.
That can moves a little.
Yeah, that one just moved a bit.
That's fine.
You still got your green mark? Yeah, you do. I see it.
Good. So we just picked up on that chain and we made the cam physically move backwards.
A tiny bit towards the driver's side.
Alright.
And there's our red mark.
Let's check this out. There's a red mark up here. Fading?
Yeah, kind of faded a little bit.
Let's fix that problem.
Yeah. We don't need timing misalignment.
I don't need to take this piece of shit apart again.
There we go.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Alright, let's do this gear again. Let that shit dry on there. Somebody's gonna take this engine apart in the junkyard after they pull it out of the junkyard one day and be like, what kind of paint is this?
What, like 10 years from now?
Yeah, what kind of paint is this? You idiot, it's sight post paint for guns. Alright.
Seems to hold up a lot better than some other paints.
Not really.
I'll take that 10.
Alright. Guide 5/16 again. Same shit, same drill. Just a different looking guide than the other one. This guide has a bolt on the outside, which is weird. Over here, protruding upward. It doesn't recess, which is weird. Different, I mean. So it's just something to note. Alright, you can cut video.
Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory from here.
So the damn head bolt's a 13 millimeter.
Another weird size.
For a head bolt. Bitch.
There you go. That thing was down.
Alright. Let's see if we can get something that are harder to reach.
Got one right here.
Where?
Right there. You're almost on it.
That? Right here?
No, it was further up actually, but hey.
Is there one there?
Watch out. Your finger? Think so, yep. That's one right there at the edge.
You bastard.
There should be 10 in all per cylinder. Per side of the engine. Shit, that's on.
Yeah. Why don't you give me a ratchet with a little bit more off?
Alright. Yeah, longer 3/8. Alright, I'll be back in one.
Alright, hold on. Alright, so 10 mil. This is the passenger side. I mean,
13.
shit, 13 mil. Stupid sizes. Stupid metric. So you got two way in the back.
Yeah, you go. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Too kind of hard to see, but that's one example right there.
Fucker. Alright.
I'll get you a longer
I
ratchet.
don't like that discoloration on the cam, but I guess that's
What do you think that's from?
from the roller rockers, but I guess that's normal. So you got 1, 2, 3.
3, 4. It's one. And to think, all in all, these things are only supposed to be
Dude.
torqued down to 30.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you from experience, that's 100 foot-pounds right there, at least, with this shorty ratchet. I mean, this ain't a super shorty, but that's 100 foot-pounds of torque right there.
Let me get you a different ratchet. Longer one.
But here's the issue you're going to have with taking out the heads. Okay, all your top bolts here, they come out and they hit up here at the top of the firewall. But they come out at an angle. Now you're not going to have a problem with that, but when you get to these, you're not going to get them out. So all the ones at the bottom, they're not going to come out. So you're going to have to take some tape or a rubber band or something, and you're going to have to string them all together in order to remove these heads, somewhere about right there to keep them up. And when you go back in with the new head gasket, put the head back on, you're going to have to tape the new bolts up the same way, and then remove the rubber bands and let them drop down so they don't interfere with the new head gasket and scrape it up. So remember that. Don't go slap your head on and then try to put the bolts in, because it's not going to happen. Got it? Okay. And this is how long they are. So I only showed you that much coming out. So that's what you got to deal with. Just to let you know.
That's the big hard part about taking the heads out of a van like this.
While the motor's and the engine's in the vehicle. Alright. So I found the best ratchet to use to get to this from the inside of the doghouse to take off these head bolts. So far, to take them off, is a ratchet, 1/2 inch ratchet, preferably a long one, some leverage, a full length socket deep wall, 13 millimeter, with a 1 inch extension.
It fits in there perfectly almost.
It fits in there on the doghouse side just right, and it clears the cam just enough not to cause any damage to any lobes or anything, put any scarring. So I got all these bolts loose. Now we just need to take them out hand tight. We need to find a way to rubber band them down and pick this head up and pull it out of here. So that's our next step. Alright, so I just want to let you know we're doing one head at a time. After we do this head, we're going to clean it up. We're going to put it back on. Then we're going to take that one off and we're going to do the same thing. And we're going to torque this head down before we even put this head back on.
Got it.
I'm not going through
having two off at the same time.
Two off at the same time. I want full attention on one head. And then when it's torqued down, I want to know that it's torqued down right fully. So I'm doing one head at a time. Doing that so I don't get ahead of myself, so that, you know, we're already deep, overwhelmed. So we're going to go with this first. So passenger side was a suspected head gasket to be leaking. We suspect it's probably leaking back here in the back, because we have a lot of residue down, not right here, but a lot of seepage down at the bottom, more so, even some coolant. Now that could be drained down from here, but I don't think so. Underneath there, it's pretty bad. So this is the suspected head that's leaking, so I want to inspect this head gasket first. It doesn't mean we're not changing that side, it just means I want to tackle the problem area first and see if it was actually worth doing all this shit. Which I think it is, because we want to try to get at least another 50,000 miles out of this vehicle carefree.
Before the whole engine has to be swapped.
Before we have to pull the engine out and swap it. I mean, I'm talking about towing a load, everything, the whole 9 yards. So we're going to go through it. Now, I thought about cleaning all this up with a wire wheel, but it is aluminum, and I do need to be careful. So if I can find a brass wire wheel, I'll use it. But if all I have is steel coarse wire wheels, I'm not going to use it. If I had a copper wire wheel, it'd be great. But brass is just as good. It's nice and soft. It won't tear up the aluminum too bad if I just skim over it lightly and quickly. But I also have a polishing wheel. I could polish this.
Oh yeah, we do.
Right.
Cloth polishing wheel.
It beats scraping it deep with a razor blade and putting scars and scrapes into it. But we'll see. We'll see if we can clean it with solvents first.
We can put some mineral spirits on a rag maybe and dissolve the gasket material. Or is that dangerous?
No, I was thinking more like xylene.
Strong xylene, yeah.
Yeah, to cut this gasket material and all that shit and the carbon off of here. And then maybe some brake cleaner. Clean some of the runners out. But anyway, we're going to get on this and take this head off, and then we'll come back as we're getting this head off. We only have four hands here, so we can't have two on the filming. But we'll try to film in the process in which way this came out. This is how I imagine this head coming out. I imagine being lifted up, brought forward, because we have the manifold on here, remember that. Lifted up, brought forward, clearing this pipe. Then, up higher, coming backwards.
To the center.
This way. Then out this way, with the cam facing out that way. That way the seats in the vehicle don't have to come out. The passenger seat doesn't have to come out. And that's how I imagine this head coming out the best. But we'll see if that way actually works. Now the driver's side, up, tilt over, bring out that way, backwards.
Don't have enough space on the driver's side anyway.
Yeah, well, nothing's coming out on the driver's side with the steering wheel in the way. So, that's how I suspect this is coming out. I don't think you're going to get anything out through the front of this vehicle. Maybe if I would have removed the radiator and then still, we might not have had enough space.
That's like when you're going to start removing the support braces.
Well, no, I mean, if I was going to go through all that trouble, we'll do that next time if we do a short block or a long block.
Yeah.
If we do a rebuild. If we do a rebuild, we stick one on a stand, and we just rebuild it over time. We start with a short block. We get some aftermarket high flow heads. We do all that shit. Then we build us a 2-valve, 400 horsepower 2-valve with about, 375 foot-pounds of torque, 400 horsepower. That'd be nice. We'll do that, and we'll stick it back in here with mild cams. That'd be nice. From a 260 horsepower with a 330 foot-pounds of torque. It's stock. It'd be nice to come up with something with 400 horsepower like that. Something that's balanced and blueprinted. So it can handle the RPM. But remember, this is a van. This is not a Mustang, or a Crown Vic, and it's a 5.4 liter. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's get this head out. All right. Let's update here. We're getting these head bolts out.
We got 3 out so far.
Okay. So here's the deal. You can't take all these out at the top. You can take, depending on your vehicle and how bad your motor mounts are, how new they are. Mine are new. So there's the engine sitting up stout. I can only remove these 2
And one on the very end.
and one on the very front on the inside of the block. The outside of the block, none of them can be removed. So what we're going to have to do is, we can only get 3 head bolts out. 2 in the back, 1 up there at the front. This is on the passenger side. So what we're going to have to do is take these fruity little hair ties, and well, we could have used rubber bands. I mean,
We didn't have any on us at the time.
well, yeah. And we're gonna try to see if we can't use these bolts to sort of help each other stay up.
Yeah, just like that.
Maybe I can get a third one up in here. Is there one here? Yeah. Look at that. Okay, so I got 3. Tight. Pulled together.
Look at this one right here.
This is a shitty way to do things, man.
But you gotta do them. Hey man, you don't have to take the whole engine out. Nightmare.
Actually,
This is a nightmare in itself.
don't say nothing else, because it would have been easier.
Yeah, you're right. Probably would have.
Look, all I would have to do is take the radiator grill and pull these tranny bolts out, okay? And a lot of other shit. But it still would have been worth it in the end. I just wanted to do this for the experience. Alright. Okay. Now, make it to where they can flex a little, because remember, we got to kind of come up a little bit.
We gotta position the ones in the front now.
Alright.
Let's cut film.
Cut film, we'll retie the ones in the front. You can see what we did here, so you know what to do.
General purposes to get it all up like that.
If you decide to do this shit. And if you do, remember, put your new bolts in just like this before you put your head back on.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got a crowbar. We'll put it into here.
Safe place.
Alright. Got that. Got all our bolts up.
Oh yeah, all the bolts are.
What do we have in there left?
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
7?
7. Yeah,
Okay,
we have
we got
3
3
out.
here.
That's 10 total.
That's 10. Alright.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Alright. Yeah, there's gaskets loose there. Let's check it on this side. Alright, there's a coolant. Alright.
Alright, yeah, now it's falling.
Now I need your help.
Got it. Yeah, we cut film.
Alright.
There it is.
Alright, so we got the head up. We picked it up like this. We tilted it out this way. And we went out like that.
right
We
now.
went out ass first, not cam. Cam was over here, and it came up nicely over the engine this way, but you definitely need two people to do this unless you want to drag it across everything. And those head bolts will hold this head gasket down. And you have these two guides.
It's like you got us.
You got those fill tubes. I think those are oil tubes. You got one up there. See if you can get that head off of that. Hey, be careful with that tube. Make sure it stays in the block. There you go. All right. Okay. Block's clear.
Here's that big thing.
Hey, head gasket inspection. I know we bent this head gasket up pretty good.
We can still see from perforations. Let's see where the water was going out.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know if it was even this one. I don't like that.
There we go.
But I don't see any obvious burn marks.
Let's check the underside of it.
Yeah, this was the top side. This was head side. Let's check the block side. Let's see. Let's look at the front. Okay. Let's flip it over and look at the other
Got a
side.
small break in the rubber right around there, but I don't think that matters really much. That's the
Block side. I'm looking for a break between cylinders here.
or break between the water jackets.
Yeah, and I'm looking for a break between the water jackets. Where was the water jacket at? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll look at that later. These are all water jackets.
Yeah.
So at any point in time, any one of these that bleed into
The cylinder were
the
broken.
cylinder would have been our problem. The reason why we had cylinder lock when we killed it and the pressure built up and shit went back in there. And then, what did it do after that? It cracked the damn starter housing off, right?
Yeah, cracked the starter
Cracked
housing
it,
off.
cracked the nose of the starter
Got in the flywheel.
because the cylinder filled up with water. God, I was hoping to find a bad spot on this gasket. That was obvious, but we did use that fiber lock shit. You think maybe here? No.
We have any like fiber lock. We know what it looks
Now remember,
like.
it could be the driver's side, you know?
Yeah, it could be.
This is the passenger. This is what we thought. It could be the driver. Now, this is a spot where maybe some of our
Burn mark.
coolant is, oil was coming out.
Yeah, because there
Coolant
was
or
seepage
something.
on the outside edge.
This could have been responsible for some of our seepage, and then a lot of it could have just been valve cover, but the valve cover gaskets were in good shape. They weren't leaking. I don't know. We'll get deeper into the inspection. We'll look at the head. It could be that this head gasket separated. You hear it? It's in two stages. It's two pieces of metal put together. So who's to say it didn't leak between? Right? And seep out. Who's to say it didn't do that? And it didn't leak long enough
To like cut a path in the rubber.
to cut a path deep enough, because there's not enough rubber on here. A lot of this is solid steel. Wish we had some copper head gaskets to put back on here, like the old days. We can get them, but we're going to use Felpros. We'll see if they're built better than this. Alright, let's keep this head gasket like this. Go put it next to the head, facing forward, like the engine came out of the truck forward.
Alright.
Just like that. This is cast iron. If I want to clean this shit up, I can hit this with a wire wheel. I've done it a lot of times.
Cylinder. Look how it looks. Nice.
This cylinder's got some water. We have a carbon ridge, but we don't have a
What's with the piston looking like that?
groove. What's the piston look like? I can't
You see the
it.
camera?
Show this one. Show the next one.
Has that too right there.
That could be because we let antifreeze build up in here and
What is that, burnt antifreeze on top of the pistons?
Yeah, it kind of looks like an antifreeze that maybe sat overnight. Since we had this loose, I don't know, it could have spilled into the cylinder through the intake runners. Sat on the piston.
That
Or
one.
it could have been.
Ooh, that one's kind of.
It could have been seepage. What are these, flat tops or a slight dome?
Slight dome.
Slight, not dome, recess. What's the cylinder walls feel like? Pretty good.
Don't see any
Pretty
cracks.
smooth.
That's great.
Ridges, not really. It's just carbon. Look how much room we have to deck the block. We have all that ridge right there.
Eesh.
No, I don't know. The cylinder probably comes up pretty high. The piston, I mean. Okay.
Anyway, let's get to work on checking the head out.
Yeah, let's check that head out. Let's clean this head up. I mean, this block, this section of the block up, and let's get this head back on.
Yeah, with new gasket.
New gasket and torque the shit out of it.
Got it.
To a spec, maybe a little bit. Maybe we'll deviate from the stupid Haynes manual. Let's have a look at our head. Oh, fuck me.
What the fuck? What is that?
Looks like antifreeze.
Eh, dirty.
Looks like antifreeze, homie.
Very dirty.
That's what it looks like to me. Antifreeze.
Hey, look. No shit. Look, the gasket right here. Look, right here.
Damn, look at my spark plugs, dude.
Yeah. But look at this, dude. You see that oil burn mark right here on the gasket? Look, right here. Same place.
No shit.
What is that?
And look at oil here.
Yeah. So this is
Look,
definitely...
wait, look. Look, right here. That water jacket. I think that water jacket was probably leaking through there.
Why? Because you see the little porousness of the whatchamacallit?
There's just something about that look. I've seen that look before, and look, this is what fiber lock looks like.
Yeah, oh, like that? Could have definitely been leaking down from there.
Dude,
It takes an immense amount of pressure.
Look at our shitty spark plugs, man.
Shit.
It was eating antifreeze. This is another sign that it's running too lean.
What do you think?
Dude, I wish I could lap these valves. I really do.
We don't have the whatchamacallit, do we? The fine lapping compound?
No, we don't have the damn time. I really wish I could lap them, though. I wish I could seat them. Okay. This is where we were leaking right here.
That looks like the high area of high suspect.
Yeah, I mean, look at this shit. And it's caked on. You see any cracks? I'm looking for cracks.
Oh yeah. So far I don't see any.
What are we gonna do? Scrape this with a razor blade? I don't know if I like that idea.
That plastic. Look, we got a piece of plastic right there.
Is that what they said use?
Oh, Haynes. Yeah.
Haynes said use plastic.
Said use a plastic or some other kind of scraper. But that's Haynes. You take it with a grain of sand.
Take it with a high top Reebok.
Take it with a grain. Take it with a grain of antifreeze.
All right.
Antifreeze. What's it called?
Let's go jump on whatchamacallit and ask Scotty what to do. He'll take it to a professional authorized dealer.
That's what Haynes says. So, no, not really. Well, let's see his casting marks.
Have your head x-rayed and pressure tested. Let's see. Alright. Cut film. We'll find something to scrape this shit off with.
Yeah.
Alright, note this I tell you what, give me a 3/8 ratchet, real quick.
Use a ratchet instead?
No, I want to see how tight they are from the factory.
Okay.
Let's start. Roller rocker. It's decent. Set it up here. Okay.
Yeah, lifters.
Little tappy bastard. Okay. Set that down there. Alright, cut. The main deal on this is to put all the caps back on in the right locations, because the caps are a seat to one another. Their bearings are a match to each other. They're mate. They need their proper partner to mate. So you don't want to put another cap on in the wrong position. And you don't want to put a rocker arm out of position. You want to put them on the way they came off, because if you don't, you can have a new part meet an old surface, but you can't have two old surfaces meet together, because then you're going to have some funny wear going on.
Alright.
Let's get this cam and slap it back on, and we'll start our torque sequences and get the shit rolling.
Alright. There was the third lobe. That one.
Right.
Yeah, it was
And that happens to be one of the first ones we tight. Alright, I want to show people.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we'll leave it in there. Look, I want to show people something here. If these caps fall off, which they usually do, and you're confused about which way they go back on, whether they're spun around backwards or not because there's no direction to them, here's a hint for you that I've just noticed. Check it out. You got numbers on here, okay? Starting right here.
Get the number 1 right there.
Number 1 is legible. It's not upside down. Then you got number 2 stamped right there. Not upside down. I know you got 66 or whatever, but you got 2 stamped
Watch
on
a
the
light.
side.
Yeah, it's
See
number
that
2
2
right
stamped?
Yep.
Over here is 3. And number 4 we were not clear because it fell off. But it's legible from this direction.
there. Like the other ones.
5. And then 6. So we know this cap isn't switched around backwards. Turned around.
It's not obscured to the rest of the,
Right.
what you call it, caps.
I mean, why would they print one number upside down?
That done on a machine part like that.
Sometimes you have to improvise. I mean, I don't know how much of a difference it would make. It might make a big difference. It depends, you know.
Okay, so what we can do is I can hold the cam to where the third lobe is facing down while we tighten it in sequence.
Alright, well, we'll cut until we get all these snug.
Got it.
Okay, we're doing 9 foot-pounds. We're doing one at a time.
Yeah, it's 9.
Okay, next up. Tighten them evenly. Remember, the most important part of torquing this shit is not to be all anal about it. Is you want to torque both of them together. You don't want to torque this one and then go torque that one. You want to torque them across from each other. These are straps. They hold shit down. And you want you to start at the middle and go out like everything else. Equal amount of tension on both sides, and then go with your torque. Okay, this is next.
And now last one.
Double check. I might have went a little tighter on that one. It's alright. I wonder if I should do tighter than this. Because when I took them off, they were tighter than that.
Yeah, but bolts could settle down over time, right?
And I am using a lot of leverage, but the last thing I want is this shit coming loose on me. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess 9's alright. You don't want to smash those.
Nevertheless, though, when we put the timing back on, we got to put this third lobe down.
That's no big deal, I just got to spin it this way a little bit.
Yeah.
See if I can do it. Alright, move. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
You want your fingers cut.
Boom.
Alright. Set the lobe up right.
Yes, we did, and this bottom one was with that too. I remember noticing it before.
I don't feel comfortable with 9.
Can we go a little bit tighter?
I'm going to 10. I
Alright.
don't care what Haynes says.
Haynes is a little bit overcautious anyways.
Overcautious.
So overcautious they'd
Shit, it's already at 10.
if it isn't, I'd say it's tightened down.
10 foot-pounds. I mean, come on. I remember tightening these things down to 40 foot-pounds.
Yeah.
Asshole.
Spun back on us.
Alright. I'm gonna go Google this shit because I don't trust Haynes. I'm gonna try to put it into a foot-pounds conversion. Ooh, that'll cut the fuck out of you. It will slice you. It's pretty sharp. Bitch. Past the mark. Figures I'd have to go straight up on the money, huh? When I kill this engine.
Yeah.
Get away from it! Alright. That's done.
Just leave that alone.
Just leave that alone. Let's go Google it. Let me get the wire wheel out because I don't fucking like this. I really don't. I don't like it at all.
Yeah. And we'll...
I don't like that shit.
No.
That's bullshit. I'm gonna wire wheel that shit out of there. Out of the chamber at least. I'm gonna try to stay away from this. Alright, let's go Google the torque specs across all forums.
A Brillo pad. Looks like it's working pretty good.
Yeah, we don't want to scuff it up too bad, so a little cheap green Brillo. Shouldn't screw the aluminum up too bad or change the form of it.
Brake cleaner's dissolving all the oil on the surface.
So what we did is we scraped it first with a first thing we did was we scraped it with a
Metal scraper, huh?
Yeah, lightly, very lightly. I doubt we've taken any thousands off of the head, so we're not damaging anything. Okay. Now Haynes says put a little bead of caulk around, silicone around that RTV.
When reinstalling the head gasket, yeah. And
So-
also the other one that's on the engine. There's two of those. There's one here on the head and one on the engine in the block.
Well, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to put them both on the engine side so they mate together, so they don't throw me off, to hold the head gasket in place on the engine. Sound right?
Yeah.
I don't need any old gasket
No old gasket.
holding me up.
Yeah, it's gotta be everyone says it's gotta be hospital clean.
Really?
Yeah, well, you know what
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Hospital ain't clean.
Yeah, you know what's the hospital clean. It's kind of that's not really clean.
It's like saying you're not going to find AIDS at a whorehouse. Jesus. Hospital's full of staph infections and MRSA.
Well, you know what that means, right? That's about hospital clean right there. Look, I mean, just
No,
a little
it's
bit
not.
dirty.
No, it's not, because I'll slice my hand on this and trust this before I slice my hand in a hospital and trust that.
Yeah.
So this is beyond hospital clean. Alright.
That should be clean enough. We'll probably just do one go around with brake clean to get all the dust off of it.
Alright, that's done.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. We're gonna have to clean the block next, so that they mate together well.
Yeah, that's nothing. Alright, that's enough on this stupid head. Let me flip it back over. Give me something to lay it on. We have any cardboard?
Yeah, we do. We should have.
We need a strip of cardboard to lay this head on flat so
All right.
we can lay it down.
All right. So that's the intake gasket surface.
Yeah. Be careful, use a mild, very mild scraper for this shit. I'm doing it now because I don't want to have to stick my head in the engine bay. I'm tired of moisture getting in my spark plug boot holes. I know that this has got a lot to do with it.
Look at all that old gasket.
That's all shit.
That's RTV, huh?
You just can't screw up the aluminum.
You can't gouge the aluminum.
If you don't gouge the aluminum, you're safe, probably.
Yes, you are. And you can't do anything that takes any significant
Amount of
material off the aluminum.
See all that gray shit right there coming off.
Yeah. Well, this gray shit actually helped or hurt it. It probably hurt it in the long run. Alright. How far did we get? Let's see. So make sure your scraper doesn't have any nicks in it where it's going to cut into the aluminum and make gouges.
Make a big old scratch or something,
right.
Something like that.
Alright, now let me spray it off. Take my green billow, lightly go over this shit, bring a polish to it. This isn't as sensitive as the head gasket, but intake gaskets leak on these things like crazy.
Because of those old gaskets.
No,
those plastic ones, huh?
Yeah, it's just because it's a 5-point. It's just the design, man. It's a modular design. I didn't really agree with the way that they're set up, but they're proven to be a high mileage engine. You can see those little micro scratches, but
yeah, they're kind of hard to see on the camera.
Yeah.
No wait, now you can see one right there.
Yeah. But it beats what was laying behind. I can tell you that. What is that? A scrape or a crack?
No, more of them just formed.
Look.
Whoa, what? What? What is that? Nice. Now I got the camera focused on it.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, dude.
Wait, look, there's another mark here. It's like a gouge mark. It's an imperfection on the aluminum?
Do you see it on the camera here?
Yeah, I can see it. It's not through and through. I think it's a gouge mark.
Hope so.
Like a screwdriver gouge. Someone working on this in the past. Oops.
And be sure to make sure all cigarette ash is out of your intake.
Nah, you don't. You don't need to worry about that. Man, just suck that shit up, man. Spit it out the exhaust pipe. You don't have to be as clean as you think. What?
Nah, I breathe that shit in just now.
That shit'll want to. And a water jacket somewhere. Alright.
So that's mostly clean too.
Clean enough.
Hope that thing ain't really a crack. Doesn't look like it is on the other side, but still.
Well, I thought I felt it bulge, but I don't.
Alright, and the third lobe looks like it's just staying there. That means this thing should be ready to actually go back in.
Let's see the spark plug holes.
Yeah.
Alright, show me the next one. I can see better with the camera. Next. Next. Alright, watch out. See? There's a little dirt in each hole. It wouldn't hurt to wash that out like this. Is that cog cleaner?
Here, let me.
Let me see it. Look at that trash.
Oh yeah. Shit.
Let's look inside there and see what we got. Cleaner?
Oh yeah, cleaner.
Alright, that's good.
Cleaner. Oh yeah, much cleaner.
Alright, we'll change the spark plugs later.
Should be much easier without that CNG shit in the way.
A lot easier. Alright.
That's our valve cover, got.
Yeah, it'll be alright. We don't have to do much to that. Just scrape away what's protruding.
Want to do that right now? Before we put this in?
We already pretty much got it, look.
I just see a little bit right here, that's it.
Yeah, look.
A little reed here.
We need to get this shit on the road, so we need to get this done. So we can get the other head done quickly.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to film the other head. I just want to get this shit over with.
Probably shouldn't unless we find something remarkable about it.
We might just make a quick appearance. And
Yeah, here's what the other head looks like and then finish it.
no, the head gasket.
Yeah.
The condition of it.
Okay.
If there's any burn marks. You know?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We'll film that.
But for the most part, we pretty much showed the process we're going to do to the other head gasket. So it shouldn't really deviate much. That's pretty much what you should do. What we're going to do with the other one. Lifter change. Taking the cam off and then retorquing it down.
And we double checked on the internet. It said 8 foot-pounds of torque.
2 websites said that. 2 different forms.
And that's for new builds. So we went to 9. A slight bit over. So we'll be alright.
Yeah. There's our gasket, head gasket. Velcro, dowel,
Blue.
and then there's a second dowel up here by towards the center of the engine.
What do you mean, second dial?
The second dowel right there, the one that you're putting in.
That is the dial.
Yeah.
Back dial, front dial. Okay.
Don't think it has to be sealed around that.
Nothing's gonna get sealed with a head gasket. There's no way RTV is gonna hold 9.5 to 1 compression.
Might actually get in the way of sealing it.
It will.
Nevertheless, it's all lining up, so that's good.
This head gasket might not seal in the beginning, and it might seal later. Alright, let's get this head in here and get it torqued down. Let's get these bolts ready to go. Ready? Now remember, our head bolts can't come through. So they need to stay up this high.
Alright. They'll have to be rubber bands at that high.
Sucks. Just rubber band them all.
How we're gonna have to do it. Try video and we'll rubber band all this shit.
Alright, so we got these cheap ass Dollar General hair bands. We got a whole bunch of them on there. They're keeping the bolts tight so they don't slide down and tear our gasket or scrape our gasket as we put the head on. You can see all the head bolts are pretty much recessed. We're not going to have a problem with that. Our head looks pretty clean. As clean as it gets for working outdoors. Okay.
Nothing major stopping the gasket from sealing now.
Alright, let's go.
Let's get this thing in.
Alright, so the new head bolts are not 13 millimeter. The new head bolts are 15 millimeter.
At least ours are.
The new aftermarket head bolts. So the new recommendation is for torque for these are to go to 30 foot-pounds in sequence, sort of from the center out, like everything's torqued, and then
You go to 30 foot-pounds and get them all to 30. And after they're all to 30, you do something ridiculously stupid. You're supposed to go a quarter turn past 30.
In sequence.
In sequence.
And then another quarter turn in sequence after that.
Right.
That's Haynes being over anal, I guess?
No.
Maybe not.
What's that?
Probably to prevent
No, it's
the block from bowing.
It's because we're torquing down an aluminum head. This ain't no old school cast iron head. Watch out.
Alright. Yeah, let's get this down. Cut the film for now.
Alright. Alright, we got the driver's side out. Pain in the ass. Just getting it out was a pain in the ass because we took it out with the EGR tube and all attached to it. And the damn dipstick tube for the dipstick. We couldn't get that out.
Still can't get it out.
Still can't get it out. It's all jammed in there because of the EGR tube because we couldn't get to this big nut.
We actually have a little bit of access to the driver's side, but it's not much at all. Not much.
Well, it was easier to get the head bolts out. We got all out but 3. We were able to pull out.
Most of them, actually.
And we can't get the other ones out because the EGR valve's in the way. So now that we have it out, we can get a wrench or a crescent wrench on that and tap that loose and get that EGR off of there. But I recommend try to get your EGR off first. This bolt come out? Yeah, these two. Okay, so scratch that. We had 4 bolts left over. And we couldn't get out.
But still, this one came out pretty.
Put these in the toolbox.
Somewhat easier and somewhat not easier.
I don't think a head gasket was blown on this side, but I'm just taking a quick guess at it.
Yeah, actually, the gasket itself looked good. Like, there was no crossover between the jackets and the pistons.
Let me see it. No, we'll see.
That and the valves are way cleaner. Way cleaner.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Still got a little bit of antifreeze here and there, but you didn't have that big mark like on the other gasket.
Where's the other dial tube?
Might still be in the block. Let's see.
Look at the block. Get that scratched up.
Yeah. There's one in the block. Here, let me check.
Leave it in the block.
All right. Well, not really. Just got a lot of clog in the water jacket.
Yeah,
The water jacket's got a lot of shit in it, though. You hear?
What?
Water jacket's got a lot of shit in it.
What do you mean?
Some white shit. It might be the fiber lock.
That's great. Don't mess with that, please.
Scar.
Just a little one on the compression stroke. I think that's from taking it out. We scratched it right there. A little bitty scar.
Let me get in.
It's no biggie.
Yeah, I see.
I don't like it, but it's no big deal. I mean, it's right on the ring compression. Where the compression seals.
No, the marks in the aluminum stopping it from sealing now.
I don't know, dude. It looks good. I didn't see that. I mean, aluminum's a hell of a lot shinier on this one.
Yeah, and they don't have that oil mark that was here on the last.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look at this side. What is this, the block side? Yeah, because it's all nasty. That's fiber lock right there. Look, that white shit.
Yeah. Oh, and that's not good either. Could be blocking those holes if
Not really.
enough gets in there.
I don't think so. No, it's just
Flake
flakes
off.
though. What is this damn gasket's made out of? Sheet metal?
I don't know, man. This Motorcraft stock head gasket.
Sheet metal, layers of sheet metal. Sheet metal, sheet metal, and sheet metal. 3 layers of sheet metal.
That stops.
That's pretty much what it's made out of, Velcro. Something tells me I should go torque those head bolts tighter than
Maybe
what they
we
recommend.
should, because even though we got them
Without
tight,
warping the head. Alright, what else? We got any more leaks in this?
No.
I don't see anything.
Is that in a Ford factory number?
Yeah. We don't have any leaks on the head side.
Yeah, this head was pretty good.
Alright. Still needed to change it though.
Yeah.
I don't change one head gasket. That's ridiculous.
Especially if the other one's going to fit soon. We're just chipped off.
Pieces of shit, barnacle and spark plugs. I think that's from running too lean. It could be from burning water.
Yeah.
Alright.
You can go shut that goose up real quick.
Yeah, go close the door and turn the key off. Don't bump it, please.
Got it.
It's EGR off. This EGR Tube. Big old 1.25 inches.
Okay, got it.
Fuck. Rusted, man. Your best bet was to put something on this way in advance.
Oh, yeah.
Get that too. Alright, that's the EGR tube.
Make it simpler
This
to put
is
the
the dipstick. We'll put the dipstick in after we put the head on first. Then we'll put the EGR tube on. Got it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, make that simplify the process much more.
Alright, so we're good now.
Good.
Alright, let me get this stupid head bolts out. Put these in the makeshift box. Alright, well, let's clean this head up.
Do what we did with the other
Scrape
one.
it down gently. Get it done.
Pretty much do what we did with the other one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, we got driver's side head cleaned up and ready to go. We're just putting our bands on. Sometimes we're double stacking our bands like this.
Kind of helps when you gotta put it in.
Helps a lot. Sometimes I put more than one band. Keep the head bolts from moving. They're pretty stout. We don't want to slide down.
Alright.
They flush?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Nice, flush and ready.
Okay. Go check under the hood, see if the block is clean enough. Still dirty?
Surface is pretty good. Might have a little bit here and there. What do you think?
You're looking at a lot of water jacket. I guess I could wipe it down one more time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
So we brake clean it one more. Put some brake cleaner on it one more time.
Alright. Alright, we've got our torque wrench set to 30 foot-pounds of torque. Got our 15mm socket with a mild extension. Now we're going to start with the torque sequence. We got them all finger tight. We got the new head gasket Velcro in right here. This is the driver's side now. We already did the passenger side. We already torqued it down. I'll show you the torque sequence real quick. Okay, it just starts in the middle. So grab a bolt in the middle somewhere and torque your first bolt down to 30 foot-pounds. What you're doing is smashing that gasket down, crushing it down. That's your 30. You jump over to the one that's crisscross from it on the other side, which I'm going to use this one right here. So I did this one, now we're going to do this one. We're going to go to 30. Alright, now I'm going to jump over to the one right beside it, which is maybe strange. You think I'm going to cross over the other way, I'm not.
You would leave that bolt stranded. and bow it right there.
Not necessarily. There's no particular sequence. I mean, Haynes just made theirs up. Chilton's is gonna make theirs up.
The general concept is to go from the middle out.
On everything.
Including the intake and the head.
Do the same thing in construction. You wouldn't screw a piece of plywood in from both ends and then finally finish screwing the 4x8 sheet of plywood up in the middle after you do the two ends.
A big bow section in the middle of it.
A bow that you can't necessarily see. That's the same concept with this. Alright, we'll come back when we get all these at 30 and I'll show you the second tightening sequence. Alright, so we got them all torqued down to 30 foot-pounds. Now I'm going to throw an extra step in there that's not in the books. What I found was if I go back over each one of them and make sure that they're 30, I'll find some of them are looser than others. That means that the gasket smashed in some places and loosened up the other bolt, so it's not quite 30. So I'm checking each one of them to make sure they're still 30. Now that's my see that?
Yeah.
Now y'all saw me torque that one down to 30.
Yeah, that was the first one we did. Yeah, look how much you went. You went a whole quarter of a turn without it going to 40.
Right. So see, that's my point. Look at that. You understand why I'm doing this? This is my extra step. Now I'm going to go over all of them and make sure that they're still 30. Okay. I understand that some people might think that manuals like Haynes and other books say, and even Ford, that's what that extra quarter turn was for. But I would say that these wouldn't be torqued evenly all the way around if you didn't check them again and make sure they were all 30 when they were all tight. If you just took that quarter turn step like they said. Now here's the second torque sequence. They say start again in the center and go outward with a quarter turn.
One whole
Or
quarter turn.
they say 90 degree.
It's new stuff. Quarter turn simpler.
Yeah, so I'd say quarter turn is from here to here.
12 to 3 o'clock.
Right, I'd say boom. That's not exactly 12. This would be what? 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Looking at it from your angle? Yes.
Jeez. Alright.
And then a little bit more.
I'm going to leave that one alone for now. Alright. Not quite the full 90 degree turn. But remember, I'm using a torque wrench that doesn't have as much leverage as your half-inch job.
Like we were using to get the head bolts off the first time.
It's a breaker board.
Yeah.
Length.
These bolts were down extremely tight.
Alright, pay attention to which ones I did.
So far you did in the middle, then secondary middle, then outer.
I didn't do the front yet.
Not yet, no.
I did this one, right?
Yes.
And I did this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now I got the two fronts.
2 outs.
Right?
Yeah.
Alright. That's that. Now, they say start back in the middle and do another quarter turn.
Another whole quarter turn.
That's what they say. So,
That's that torque to yield design stuff, whatever.
There we go with that. Now I'm gonna crisscross these.
That's tight.
Not really. Considering, you know, our old vehicles with 90 to 100 foot-pounds of torque, with the old cast iron heads, a Chevy 350, somewhere around that. Alright, so I got these 4
Yes.
to their second 90.
So
Right.
let's get the other secondary metal right there.
Right here.
Secondary metal, that's a weird name. I'll just say
Alright.
from the middle.
I'm not going to quite tighten that. Okay. Now when it comes to doing this shit, I think you guys need to kind of just feel. Just use muscle memory to remember how tight
Now the fronts.
you think each one of them are. It's that quarter turn. What they're trying to get you to do is do the spring-loaded torque to yield bolts evenly, and they're also trying to get you to smash the gasket, since it's a 3-ply steel gasket.
All steel.
So that's what the concept of this, all this continuous bullshit torquing is about. And what I'm going to do is just test how tight these things are. What's the max on this?
The max
80?
on that, I think, yeah, is actually 80.
I'm going to go up to 80 foot-pounds and see if any of them are 80 foot-pounds of torque. Can you see?
We're at about 60 right now.
70, almost 0. Is that 80?
75.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, that should be 80.
That's 80 right there.
Okay, now I'm going to do 80 foot-pounds of torque. Just to see if they're anywhere close to that. Because nobody ever gives you a top torque spec. What's the max torque on these? I've never heard anybody give me that. I've looked everywhere.
Apparently they're not 80.
No, they're not. But it kind of gives me a good idea which one's got loose again.
Yeah, we can definitely torque them all down
Dude,
evenly.
I'm not taking any chances. I don't want to crack the head. I don't want to over tighten the head. But I'm not going to 80 foot-pounds, but I'm gonna at least use muscle memory.
Hey, I know one thing. We're going to do a test of this, and it should work out. If it does end up working out, then, well...
Yeah, but this is long-term stuff we're talking about here.
Yeah.
This is how the engine acts 50,000 miles from now. Whether the head gasket's compromised, cold and hot weather, cool down, heat back up, these torque to yield bolts, gaskets and such.
Did you do the bottom one in the middle?
Shit, I don't know.
Oh, check.
This one?
Yeah, check that one.
I did this on the other side too. I just wanted to point it out on a video.
Yeah, we didn't show that in filming.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, we'll get this straightened out. All of them are tightened down, torqued down.
Yeah, I'd say the overall torque to all of these, and they probably assume that every one of them is spring loaded differently. The torque to yield bolts, they're spring steel, so they're probably They're probably between the vicinity of 65 and 75 foot-pounds of torque, somewhere in that range, based on the feeling that I feel from muscle memory. Somewhere in that vicinity, overall torque. And I haven't found any specs on what the total torque is on a torque to yield bolt. At least not for this, for these heads, for this vehicle. So I'm just telling you, if you kind of forget what you did, just go somewhere between 65 and 75 foot-pounds of torque all the way around, and then check them again. That would be a safe bet to me. I know they say start at 30 and all that, and it gives you the illusion that you're going to do 30 foot-pounds of torque, but you got to remember, these were not fine thread bolts. They were kind of medium coarse, which means that every quarter turn that you make probably sucked the head down pretty far. Probably made a big impact in how tight it was. So there's no way the stock foot-pounds from the factory was recommended to be only 30 foot-pounds. So it's probably a lot stronger than that. I need to scrape this shit off. This
that's
old
for the intake.
RTV. Anyway, so that's just an idea, because that torque to yield shit really confuses me when they give you torque numbers to play with like that. They tell you 30 and they're just kind of screwing with you, and you don't really know. And I'm sure I'll have someone come out and say, well, it's for this reason and that reason, and that's fine. Please do that. But this is my experience with this. I'm sure I'll have people come out and say, well, if they're over torqued, you know, when it gets hot or cold, temperature changes, you know, the bolts will snap. Well, I don't know. They're spring steel, and the ones I took out, I mean, it took about 110 foot-pounds to pull these suckers out.
It took the half-inch breaker bar to get it off.
I mean, I put about 120 foot-pounds. It felt like my lug nuts. Because I use that breaker bar every day every time I take the lugs off this 8-lug vehicle. And the torque specs of the lugs on steel wheels are somewhere around 110, 120.
That's what you were feeling.
And that's what I was feeling taking these head bolts out. So, and that was with a 13 millimeter head bolt. So that poor little 13 millimeter socket was stressing.
Hey, look, you can tell we got Vin Z heads.
Why?
Z.
Z.
Never noticed that. Vin Z.
Where do you see Z at?
On the head. See it?
This?
Yep. Unless that's just...
Dude, that looks like a Nazi symbol. We got Nazi heads.
Unless that's just...
That is not a Z head. Get out of here.
It's weird. Dude, I'm telling you, that was weird. I looked at that and I was like, wait, so you telling me heads are specific? Nah, I can't be.
They can. They're not going to VIN number. You need to see what the VIN number is, the middle VIN number is on this vehicle. See if it's a W or an L. See if it's a Windsor plant.
Yeah.
I think it's a Windsor.
This is a Windsor engine because the Romeo built engines were only the 4.6 liters. At least the ones they noted in the Haynes manual.
I don't care what Haynes says, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, they're good for some things. You know, even some of their little pictures are wrong. So, you know, and some of the stuff they got is good, but I think they started getting sloppy throughout the years, you know? They got tired of doing this shit. I mean, it's a good way to write a book and make money. Why not?
$22 a manual.
Why not run an automotive shop, get some kids to do it for you because, you know, you sold your company or whatever, you got other people working for it. So why not do that and then, shit, pretty much do what I'm doing right now, except I'm making a real video, not a book. Okay, so we got everything. We didn't get the lap to valves. That sucks because a lot of them look shitty, burnt and full of carbon.
Did you get to change the lifters?
We got new lifters. We torqued all these to 10 foot-pounds, all of them. Even though they said 9, we torqued them to 10. They're used. They've been on here before. They've already been crushed. I torqued them to 10. That's my decision. These are all the head bolts are torqued somewhere in the 65 to 75 torque range. Just overall torque. and that's checking over each one of them again after this gasket was crushed. We started at 30 like Haynes said, and we did the quarter turns and all. You saw what happened. So we got all that. The heads are on, the heads are clean. So the next step is to put the timing chains back on the way that they came off, and we've determined that they sold us the wrong timing chain kit. The timing chain pulleys that they sold us to fit this engine do not fit this engine. They will not fit on these cams. The hole for the cam gear,
on
both gears, both holes are too big to fit over this cam. So they sold us a 3-valve deal or a different year model, or a Windsor or something. I mean a Romeo or something like that. They sold us the wrong stuff, and so we can't change the top gears anyway, and I'm not going to risk changing the timing chain length. The only thing I might steal from that kit at the guides
and the tensioners, maybe.
I got to take the tensioners. I'm not reusing my tensioners.
Yeah.
They've already sprung out. I'm not going to try to push them back in, reset them, put a pin in them. I'm not going to do that. And then I saw the one on the passenger side. The tensioner didn't look like it wasn't
as tight as the driver.
No, it wasn't fully engaging itself, like it was defective.
So good, that is something there we have to change. Might gain a slight bit of horsepower from it.
So conclusion is, we have blown head gasket in my book on this side, passenger side, toward the bottom. That was one.
This cylinder, I think.
Right. The intake gasket was not leaking. It was pretty torn up, but it wasn't leaking. It had enough RTV on it, shit, for anything not to leak. We did determine that the fiber lock does work. That's pretty cool. We determined that much. So fiber lock's a good investment for the short run. Determine that.
You can keep running your vehicle after it's got a blown head gasket until the parts come in.
Yeah, and if you want to run it indefinitely until you sell it or whatever, I hope I don't ever run into one of you idiots that sells me one with fiber lock in it, because I really don't want to go through this shit again.
What would you say is easier, pulling the engine or doing it right here?
Pulling the engine.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Okay. So
pulling the engine is so much easier than what we just did. Less time consuming. You just need the space, you need a stand or a hoist, and you have to pull the front of the vehicle out. And when you pull this engine, you're going to have to remove the motor mounts. Not just undo them. You're going to have to remove the motor mounts and the brackets that hold the motor mounts, which is not bad.
Because we already did that.
Well, when we changed the motor mounts, we had to remove the brackets to change the motor mounts. But it's no big deal. I would do it. I would remove the motor mounts. I would remove this engine. I mean, you got a couple of tranny bolts here. You got your torque converter bolts underneath. After you remove the inspection plate, you got these two exhaust flanges, and you got a couple of wires to disconnect. Okay, some radiator hoses, and you got the front grill and piece to pull out. Okay, and then out comes the engine. Now, compressor, take it off, move it to the side. And that's about it to get this engine out. Now, after you get out, you got to disassemble it and all that, but it's still a lot less.
I mean, you got all that space.
Let's just say this. If you're over 40 years old and you don't have help, pull the engine. And I'm not discriminating against age. I'm just saying, look, I'm over 40, all right? This was a pain in the ass for me. And I had help, the help of a young man. So, all right, we'll get to the rest of it later.
Yeah.
It's enough babbling. All right, critical points of the timing chain cover. Okay, first we scraped all the gasket material off. Now you don't have to be a surgeon. This doesn't have to be beautiful. But remember, get all the gasket sealer you can and scrapings out of here. Best you can. Try not to let them fall in the oil pan. Okay, leave your oil pan gasket. Do not scrape it loose. Key points for silicone or RTV, sorry, oil resistant RTV. Here. That catches your oil pan to block.
Pretty
then
much the corner.
Head here, head to block here, and head to block here.
Same on the other side.
Same on the other side. Head to block, head to block. That's for your timing chain cover. Put a dab of RTV on each one and let it get mushed in. After you clean this surface with, I recommend brake cleaner, carburetor cleaner. Brake cleaner is probably better because it's, I don't know, it just seems to eat a little bit better at gunk. Carburetor cleaner seems to be watered down with something else to save fuel injection systems and stuff. Brake cleaner has no mercy. And that's what I want on here. And it don't matter if any brake cleaner gets in the oil, it'll evaporate. You're going to change that oil anyway.
Yeah. Alright then.
I recommend change it after you run the vehicle for a few minutes. Unless you dumped a whole bunch of coolant in the oil. Just so you can let everything cycle back into the oil filter, catch it, and pitch it. Or, if you want to be anal about it, change the oil, put fresh oil in it, run it, and then change that oil and put the oil you want to keep in it.
I mean, look, we already got a filter over there under the seat.
We got two of them. We got that one. We got a Motorcraft. We got a couple of filters laying around, but we'll do that later.
Oh yeah, we never told the people watching. We got a full set of spark plugs.
Oh yeah, we did get a set of plugs. We changed the plugs in that head while it was off, and we don't want those barnacle boy plugs in there, so we're going to do this side before we put the intake on. We'll change the plugs, and we'll spray down in there a little bit more and get the rest of the crap out.
Original Motorcraft plugs.
Yeah, we just got some original $3.50 Motorcraft plugs. I can't believe how expensive spark plugs are now. They used to be $1 or something. Alright.
Alright, just to reiterate, here are some of the torque values that Haynes gives. Some of the various things like cylinder head bolts, time and chain guides and tensioner torques. Translated into foot-pounds, that's their value. Now, we're probably not going to go to 6 to 8.8. We're probably going to go like to 9, like we do with the camshaft. Just because it's a pre-broken in engine with old parts. Tightening down good and snug, all within a sequence that they give, which I'll also film.
Alright, so we got the guides. We're putting the new guides on. We matched them up with the old. This guide goes on first. It's 8mm.
Driver's side first because the crankshaft gear sits further towards that way.
Well, driver's side chain goes on first. So driver's side chain, we're not going to go left and right. We're not going to confuse you.
Yeah, it's on pretty tight.
Yeah, you don't want to over tighten it, but you don't want to under tighten it. It gives you a specified torque for it.
Which was like 8.8, which is really like 10 or 9 for
Yeah, well,
an old engine.
I'm doing mine. I'm not using the torque wrench on this because I don't think it's necessary. That's common sense. Okay, so just don't over tighten it and crack it.
Yeah.
Alright, it's got a metal grommet anyway to kind of prevent that from happening. Alright, let me clean the crap off the crank. Crap off the crank. Let me lube the crank. Get that WD-40 over there. Okay. Alright, crap's off, lube's on. Let me get this timing chain. Alright, remember our first timing chain we took off in the video?
Green mark on the bottom, red mark on the cam.
I never separated it. And remember how marks were facing outward where we could see them, so we're not flipping it around backwards.
Right.
Never mind the dog hair, it'll be fine. Alright. Find your keyway. Please watch your phone. Find your keyway.
There.
Get your keyway. Set your damn chain. Am I still in the groove down there? Check. Green on green.
Oh, yes. I believe you are. Let me see.
Put the phone down there so I can use it as a magnifying glass. Okay, now look, come up here.
Looks like you are, yeah.
Okay. So,
Red on red.
try to put your chain on red.
Chain should be loose enough since there's no tension on it yet.
Yeah, but that could also pose itself as a problem. Alright. See, it is a problem because I can't get this tight enough. Unless I spin the cam.
And it's got to spin both equally.
Is that chain on still down there equal?
Yeah, I see the green mark.
Alright, so this chain probably goes below this guide post. This is a guide post. So put the chain below the guide post. Put it in place. And spin the cam. The crank should stay stationary. There's a lot of tension on it. Maybe I should put the bottom on first, huh? What you think?
Wait.
You should put them on at the same time.
Okay, so we got that on.
Hold on. Check me down there.
The green's kind of glary, but I think you are actually on. Yep.
You can't think on this.
Oh yeah, you can.
Okay. Alright, so push the weight down.
Yeah, you're on.
Tighten the chain up like that.
Yes.
That pulls the cam back this way. See?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cam's back this way. Slide your gear all the way on.
Yeah, I can see it. Green's on. That's better.
Alright.
A little glare light down there.
How about this mark? Good?
Oh yeah.
Alright. Now where's the new guide? Where's the old guide?
The old guide's out of package.
It's right here. Come here. Alright, old guide. Let's make sure they're the same.
That went on the guide, right?
You got all these frickin' aftermarket parts. You don't know if they built them different. Now this is funny because this one's got a hump here.
That one does too, though.
Well, let's make sure. Hump's in the right spot. Because this is not marked right and left Pacific or driver and passenger Pacific. So, best thing you do is common sense. Use your eye. There might be some slight deviations.
Tiny bit longer. But that mark, that hump right there, is still in the same place.
Alright, good. As you can see, we got a little chain wear on that guide, not much. So the Ford guide's probably a hell of a lot better, but you know what?
We're not going to be running this engine for another year and a half, maybe.
No, we'll be running this engine for another 50,000 at least. Okay, so we got the right guide. Guide fits in the guide slot. Okay, there we go. Guide slot. Chain on gear. Chain on gear. Red, green, keyway. You can't go wrong with the keyway. The cam can't be 180 out, and there's no such thing as 360 degrees out.
Because the crankshaft spins
Twice.
The cam spins once.
That's right.
Okay.
See the pulley sizes?
Yeah.
Crankshaft pulley's twice as small as the camshaft pulley. So we're in the right spot. Plus we didn't move that cam around a lot to be off. Okay, so there's no way it could have went 360 degrees out and then back in. We didn't move the cam that much when we removed it. We kept it basically in place.
One more time. Green mark on.
Alright, so here's where your tensioner goes, right here. So imagine we could probably put that on now.
Yeah. And probably even pull the pin and let it go down.
We could do that just to keep the damn, what you call it from. Now these are marked right and left Pacific.
That one's L. Because, you know, operator position and bullshit.
Yeah, what's that
Driver.
one say?
L. This is L, this is L2.
Does that one have a whatchamacallit plate on the back? Check it.
No, wait. No, I don't see any plate.
Is there no plate on the back of that?
No, there isn't.
Well, then they give you a plate with this one. Look. Sort of like an oil plate. And the holes are not perfectly lined up.
Should we go with the original Ford and just leave the plate off of it?
What do you mean original Ford?
How this came off.
Oh, put it on the way it came off? I wouldn't think so. Let me check. I would think that you'd probably want to put it back on the way that it came off. But here is what I would recommend. Check, make sure your plate is gonna line up. Okay. Let's use the plate that they gave us.
Got it.
Where's our bucket of oil?
Right there, the community coffee bucket.
Alright, check this out.
According to the Reebok manual, we gotta put the timing chain tensioners on at 15 to 20 foot-pounds.
Alright, I'll torque those, but I'm not torquing the damn guides.
The plastic.
It's ridiculous. Alright. Soak this tensioner in oil first. Then I'll get ready to put it on. Alright. Let's go. Bolts are the same length.
What size were those again? 10?
10s. Let's see them. You can look and tell. Alright.
Hold on a second.
Alright, so we'll start the tensioner for the driver's side. We got this steel plate. Now the steel plate tries to get caught behind.
Up behind that.
Caught in front of the tensioner. It needs to go behind the tensioner. The plastic bullshit arm. Alright, now it's behind it. Let me see what it looks like here. Okay. Now, this little plate that they gave us is going to throw our tensioner off or on. It's going to throw it slightly to the right or slightly to the left. So I think that plays a major role in what we're doing here. So we need to kind of see what we're doing here with this. This puts us out of whack a little bit. It spaces the tensioner out, which brings the arm out, which could cause the chain to try to rod slightly this way and then wear out one side of the tensioner versus another. The plastic arm, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is since we didn't get any instructions with this piece of aftermarket shit, we need to actually do some mic comparison by eye with the original. Okay. This is the original. Let's see how thick the original is. How thick is the original guide versus the aftermarket guide? It's not, the aftermarket's not thinner. Shit. Alright, hold on. The aftermarket guide is not thinner. So why would I use
The plate, yeah.
Why would I use this bullshit plate?
I wonder if that's an adapter plate.
For another vehicle?
Yeah.
For
Maybe
a different
later
application?
Maybe later models.
Let me see if the guts, the oil path is right in here.
Because remember, they didn't give us the right gears with this timing chain.
Yeah, but the tensioner's matched up. Okay, this may be, that plate may be for a 3-valve or something. I don't know. But it's not for this. Because this is mic'd up to around the same fatness. Look, exactly.
Yeah. I don't see a definite purpose for that plate.
No, it's just gonna stick. It's just gonna stick our damn arm out more. Let me see about the cylinder. The way the cylinder of this has been put in. Look, they line up. See? Yeah. There's no reason for this shit. Let me try it without the plate.
Plate's not for our application.
Well, dude, I don't want my chain riding sideways, slightly off skew. Do you?
Nope. Definitely not.
And you want plastic inside the engine?
No, that's long-term wear.
Alright. That feels a little bit better there, like it has some room to move here, as opposed to being pushed out more. And see how it's in the center here? See? It's more centered. So we're gonna go without those dumbass plates that they gave us. So freaking shop. Dude, I'm so scared to get a reman engine because I have no idea if they put all this shit on correctly. You know?
Could reman it ourselves.
Dude, having a reman would scare the shit out of me because I'd never know how long it would last. Especially a reman 5.4. I mean, a reman 350, there's only, what, 20 moving parts in the damn thing? But a reman 5.4 liter with all these moving parts, overhead cams and all that, I don't think so. That's kind of...
We need to set that.
Yeah, I'll set it. Let me just tighten this up. You get the concept. Let's cut the video. We'll get to the point where we pull the pin and feel the tension on the chain. So cut the video. Alright, time and chain tensioners, 20 foot-pounds. Alright, it's 20 foot-pounds. Pin pull, tension on. Yeah, it's about as good as it was when we pulled it off.
For the driver's side, remember the passenger side was well worn.
Well, I don't know about that. The tension might be screwed up on that.
We'll see.
Alright.
Next thing definitely is to start installing the passenger side.
Now imagine they want you to spin the crank over manually by hand so that you can let those tensioners spring out.
That's fine. That's what.
That's what you rotate the bottom of the engine for, the crank, several times in one direction, several times. I don't know if it's back in another direction or whatnot to get those tensioners to spring out. I don't know if Haynes says that, but that's what I'm thinking.
I don't think Haynes said that actually.
Well, I seen another guy do it on a 4.6 liter back in 1992, and he was turning the son of a bitch crank every which way several times over to get those tensioners to ratchet out to the point where they're supposed to be.
Those were on those older engines though.
Yeah, but how'd you like to start this thing up and have it jump a tooth?
Yeah, you're right. That wouldn't be pleasant. Not one bit.
We'll check it out. We'll get to it. We'll see.
We'll turn one full cam revolution and see if the chain ends up back where it's supposed to be.
Alright, the other guide is here. This is the old guide. That's forward's guide. This is aftermarket's guide. Look pretty much the same to you.
Yeah, they do.
Check them sideways.
No extra marks, no
This
extra
got a little
plates.
time and chain groove in it, but not too bad. Alright, let's put that on then. I think this one goes right here on the top.
Yeah.
Let's switch bolts.
Then let's get started to installing these things. We'll come back when we got the tensioner on and all that, when we're timing it.
Wait, let's show where that goes.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Alright, so here's a new tensioner, old tensioner, new tensioner. If my memory serves me correct, the new tensioner went up and it was kind of in your face and it was at the top. This is not the tensioner, I mean this is the guide.
Looks like there's one bolt hole right there, and then there's one right here behind this stupid wiring harness. There we go. Maybe? There you go.
I mean that's the only way the fucking thing can go.
Pretty much. No other way it can go.
Now there are some whatchamacallits in here. Alright. Let's get this thing tightened down just like that.
Yeah.
Second chain.
Red mark on the bottom, green mark on cam.
Second chain. We got all the shit in the way. Be careful. Remember how this one went, right?
Yeah.
Chain had to go on first. Am I right? Now this
I believe
one.
it did.
Now remember this cam right here will take your finger off. This one.
That's the one that was slipping a lot.
This one's the one that was sitting right up on the lobe.
I gotta get the chain on first, so that way if it does slip, well.
It already cut my hand once, so let's just put it that way. Now, are my marks lined up here? Because I have no idea, I can't see. It's a red mark here.
Yeah, look. You see his camera?
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's perfect right there.
Shit, it went right on. Look at that shit. No interruption whatsoever. Check the green dot up here.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect.
And how can you fuck up the timing on these? And what's with all that extra bullshit top dead center?
Make sure it's top dead center. Purchase or rent the alignment tools.
What is the purpose of the alignment tool on a 2 valve, and what is the purpose of top dead center?
I think I know why. They anticipate you taking the cam out while the heads are in the engine, while the heads are installed onto the engine.
Well, why don't they say that?
Well, you know.
Stupid.
They're Haynes. Why do you think?
No, it's not just Haynes that says that.
Oh yeah, it is. It's like engine
I've
builders
seen
and stuff.
YouTube, I've seen all kinds of people saying the same shit.
But if you're doing like we are, and you're taking the heads off with the cams in them,
Alright, we got this.
what this scared you're doing is probably tightening the heads down with the
They're
valve
talking
out.
to you like you're an idiot. That's what they're doing, which is an insult.
Tightening down the heads while the valves are partially out, and therefore, valve's going to hit the pistons, cause a bend in one of the valves, and all that.
Whatever. Look, I'm making this video, and at some point a lawyer has to reference this video and say, well, this guy on YouTube said do it this way, so I gotta sue him because I screwed up my engine. Well,
So-
guess what? There's a disclaimer right now inside the video. It's called an Easter egg. And this Easter egg says that, look, if you fuck up your own vehicle by watching what I'm doing, that is your fault, not mine. And I claim no responsibility in that.
This video is used as a reference.
Right. So where's my other guy?
Right there in the package.
Used as a reference, all that disclaimer bullshit.
10 millimeter.
I'm not teaching you how to destroy a hard drive. I'm not showing you how to punch through a bulletproof vest. I'm not making firearm videos.
No.
It's a goddamn automotive video.
Yep.
This is an automotive video, and therefore there should be no bitching. Do it at your own risk.
Put it in the description for their sweet.
You don't have to put it in
Sauce.
the description. The world's too damn sensitive. That's the problem, and there's too many lawyers in it.
But back to automotive, to the mechanical aspect of the video.
Yeah, see, I kind of fucked up when I put the chain there. Okay. Got the chain above the guide post. Call that the guide post. And we'll put the chain above the guide post.
Okay, you're still on mark here.
Still on point.
Yeah. Just where the camera sees it. Camera barely sees it, but it's on.
Alright. Our top's on.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Now I got all kinds of shit in my way, like this harness.
Damn wiring harness.
Alright. There. The cam spun.
It did, but did it spin with the chain?
Of course it did.
Now let's check the mark down there. The mark's still on.
Alright, let me get this guide started. This tensioner started. It's hard to do when you can't see. Alright, found one bolt hole. found another.
We'll torque it down to 20.
Yeah, we'll do that in a minute. Alright.
I know what we could do in the meantime.
What?
We could put that big crankshaft bolt right in there.
Mm-hmm.
It could spin. After we relieve the tensioner.
You want to spin the engine?
Maybe we shouldn't, because the cams are exposed. Wait till the valve covers are on, maybe?
Nah, it's not necessary, because we need to see what the hell's going on.
Yeah, we can't put the valve covers on without the timing. But the timing chain cover, so.
Alright, you can cut video until we tighten this up with 20 foot-pounds. Yeah. Alright, we got that tensioner on. We got it pulled out. Pin pulled on the grenade, on the tensioner grenade.
How's the chain compared to when we first took it off?
I don't know, the tensioner got it pretty tight there. I mean, it was loose before, but you know, this chain loosens up and tightens up over time and different revolutions. As long as it doesn't flap around and it stays relatively tight within a couple of thousandths, or whatever you want to call it, a couple of links. I mean, a couple of thousandths of a link. It should be fine.
You want to try spinning the engine?
If you want to get your ass underneath there and turn it, go ahead.
Alright. Here.
I'll put this out of the way of the cam.
Yeah.
What does this go to again, this wire?
That wire, I'm not sure. It goes into
Crankshaft positioning sensor.
Oh, that's the crankshaft position sensor?
Right there.
Oh, that's coming from the wire.
That plug down there goes to the crankshaft positioning sensor.
That's what that one is.
Try to memorize all the components. And we'll spray this down with carb cleaner one more time right around here. And then we'll dab our silicone where I pointed out those spots before we put these guides in place and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, cut. Alright, so this engine spins clockwise by nature. By man-made nature. Sorry about the extra light there. Hey, why don't you back that light up a little bit so you don't torch your arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it helps with the camera too.
Kind of cold.
Alright, and we're going to turn it to 2 revolutions, crank 2 revolutions. We're going to see if the cams wind up in the same position. See what the position of this is? It's like at the 1 o'clock position. Is that 1 o'clock? Yeah, it's about 1 o'clock. It's not straight up and down, it'd be 12, so it's about 1. And the other one's at 1. You can see that, yeah. Green back there. Alright. We're going to see
Get this bolt tight.
first revolution of that when the keyway is facing relatively down.
Alright, so the bolt's tight. Getting tight.
Yeah, go ahead. I only have so much camera space. Okay. Right now we're compressing carburetor cleaner and shit.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
So far that mark's still lining up on the chain on the bottom of the crankshaft pulley. Crankshaft upside. Gear.
I got you. Alright, stop.
What we got?
You made 1 full crank revolution yet? Almost. A little bit
Almost.
further. Alright, stop. That's 1 crank revolution because the keyway winded up straight up again. Now the cams are both facing down.
180.
They're 180 out now. Down.
You ready?
Okay, so that's accurate. They're 180 out together. The same as they were before. Go ahead. Let's see if they wind up 1 more revolution back to the top, proving that this engine crank spins twice, cam spin once.
Where's the keyway?
It's coming around. Hold on. Okay, our chain is not.
The mark's not going to line up.
Yeah, that's true. It's not.
So let's keep going.
So how many revolutions have you went?
So that's 2 revolutions so far.
Okay.
2 revolutions of the crank pulley here, crank gear. But when you think about it, our 2 timing marks aren't at 2 far ends. Remember, when we marked the 2 marks here, we didn't get them at the 2 perfect very ends of the chain. So
Yeah, I'm just wondering why this guide is loose. Did I tighten this guide up at the top?
I think you did. I believe you did.
I think I only hand tightened it, but that shouldn't hurt anything. Let me stop this for a minute. Resuming back where we left off. Our cams are still pointed at the top. Our keyway is slightly off.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Why the timing marks aren't meeting up yet.
Let's go and see if we can get these marks to meet up.
Our 2 original marks, our green with the green and the red with the red.
Right.
It's because we didn't hold the chain out and then count the amount of links and then end it. We didn't count the exact amount of links and then marked the chain at 2 opposite exact ends.
Yeah, well, right now I'm checking for tension and interference. I know that we put this thing back together exactly the way it came apart, so that shouldn't be a problem. See that tensioner?
What just moved?
The tensioner dropping?
I heard something move and pop.
It's okay, it dropped down and then it picked back up.
How are the marks looking?
Alright, they're back up again, but our marks on our chain are nowhere near where they need to be.
Really?
Yeah. Why is it doing that? I don't exactly know. You would think that the chains would wind up right back in their original position after being spun twice. Let's go again. See if eventually they make their way back. Hold on a second.
Why did you just do that?
Do it again? Let me see if it jumps time. Hold on.
Keep going?
Good. Alright, our marks are getting close again. Let's see how many lengths they are off. Go around. A little bit more. Okay, now they're lining up. Shit. Am I still recording?
Must be.
I guess so. I don't see a record light. No, I'm still recording. Let's see here. 1 space, 2 space, 3 space. What are we over here? 1 space, 2 space, 3 space. Okay. Our cams are still in the same position as they were before. The chain's just not.
Wonder why that is. The tension or hold.
Dude, the Toyota did the same thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, how about this? Go backwards and let's see what happens. Let's see if it jumps time.
Here we go. It did just now. I just saw the tensioner go back down.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
There you go.
Don't jerk on it hard or you'll unscrew the bolt.
Did it just jump timing?
No. The tensioner just moved.
Tensioner supposed to move?
It's supposed to eventually lock itself, I think, and not let itself retract. But that's supposed to happen over time. I don't think it's supposed to happen right away. So it's going back down. Why is that tensioner moving? Let's see if this one does the same. Yeah, that one does the same. There's nothing I can do about that. Alright, go ahead. Alright, go back the other way now. I don't hear any valves hitting. I don't see you having any valve stoppage. All I hear is compression.
What you got?
I'm just checking to see how tight it is. Alright, go ahead. Oh, I know why I did that.
Why?
I know why it's over by 3 lengths. Because when we marked it, and we marked it at the bottom, that smaller cam, it's got to spin so many revolutions until it winds up back in the same mark.
I think that's what the whole confusion about it is.
Yeah, that's what it's always been. It's because one gear is twice as small as the other. Go ahead.
Going?
Mm-hmm.
We can cut film and show when we got timing back on. Probably.
Yeah, okay. That's enough dicking around with this.
Yeah, we'll cut film and come back when the marks are back on after so many revolutions.
No, we'll cut film when this truck's running. How about that?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just kidding.
All in the dust.
No, I
Like
got it.
Haynes. Installation is the reverse of removal.
Right.
Thank you. Why, thanks.
Let me see how many teeth off this thing is right here. Go ahead. Stop. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 3 spaces. And I'm counting between the links. 1, 2, 3. So on the third one from. And then, what we got here on that chain? 1. Keep going a little bit. Let me count the bottom. Alright, stop. A little bit more. Alright, stop. 1, 2. Shit. These cameras. 1, 2, 3. It's on the third. And then we're here. We're 1, 2, 3. And I'm counting the marks. Spaces. Okay, so we're 1, 2, 3 off. And we're 1, 2, 3 off here. 1, 2, 3. So let's not question the laws of physics. Let's just assume that it went back together the way that it came apart. Alright, we'll cut and we'll put the timing chain cover on. We'll call it a day. We'll go read up on some of these tensioners and see if they're supposed to lock in place. But I think they're supposed to stay spring loaded.
Yeah. I don't know what the deal with that is. Maybe with oil pressure it's supposed to stay. Like a hydraulic lifter? With oil pressure?
It gives the chain a chance to slip if it's too soft. If the spring pressure inside's too soft. I think they should lock themselves in place. But the chain hasn't skipped yet. But we haven't fired this engine up either. And we don't want to wait for that to happen. So crawl out from underneath that oil mess. And unscrew that crank bolt.
Oh yeah. Alright.
Alright, cut. Yeah, all your smaller bolts here that don't hold anything down are right here in the center. You have 5 of them, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Alright, they're all the same length. Okay, now your bottom bolts here are studded. Top ones here are studded. The ones that are missing are studded. They're studded to hold shit on, brackets.
What about these 3 here?
Those 3 are your different size. I think these are your 15s. I think these are your 15s. We said where they went.
Yeah, got this video and a picture.
Right. Right here is your 15s. And then you got your think these are,
Or something stupid like 13.
no, like 18 or something. I don't know, ridiculous. Get your, no, they're not 18 there. These might be 15 as well. These are 15 as well.
Everything. But the studs are different.
No, these are 15, but they're bigger.
Ah, okay. You
Okay.
gotta remember that.
So where did this go?
Right
Here,
there.
here,
Yeah.
and here, right?
Yeah, and all the smaller ones went 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so these are your non-studded. They're here. So we know where they go. Here, here, and here.
3.
And then a studded one goes here and here and then here and here.
Stupid, man.
These are 15s and 18s and shit. Okay, so we got our cover.
Get our new gaskets.
Shit off of here. Spray this down with carburetor cleaner. Get our new gaskets. We'll glue them in.
Yeah.
Get them ready. Clean this shit off.
Glue. We're not using glue.
That's what I meant, man.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up.
I'm just making a point for the video.
Alright, give me a gasket scraper. Alright, just go ahead and clean the top off. Clean the whole damn thing, because who knows if you can get to this inside the vehicle to clean it properly. When you're finished, spray it all down with a degreaser, carburetor cleaner, or brake cleaner. That's what I use. And get it clean. Already did the bottom oil pan side.
Top valve cover side.
Right. Because you're gonna have to put RTV, oil resistant silicone, in these spots here, and all these spots.
Where they join.
And then where the heads join, and then the bottom here where the valve cover join.
Meets
I mean
the block.
the oil pan, and all that shit. So last thing you want is an engine oil leak after you did all this work. When you should have just left fiber lock in the goddamn thing and not messed with any of it.
Maybe we should have done that.
What you think my point is?
Yeah.
Alright, let's get this gasket out. I'm sorry, this seal. What's it?
Front seat.
Where's that flashlight? I need to see which way it comes out.
There you go.
Alright, comes out backside. What the fuck?
There goes the light.
Comes out backside. Nah, it might come out front side. Shit, I don't know. Hey,
Tap it out.
how's about we find out together?
Yeah.
We be friends and find out together.
Yeah, there you go.
Think. A framing hammer and a screwdriver. Give me a socket, please. That long socket right there.
That one?
No, give me the 5/8 spark plug socket. Alright.
Framing hammer and a screwdriver.
Yeah. Let's see if this guy comes out. Don't step on that. I don't want to warp it. Let it go. Well, it doesn't really want to come out front ways that easy. But it is moving. So maybe if we just run it, chase it all the way around. No. We're not putting a new one in this way, okay? Just let you guys know.
There it is, thumbs down. Awesome.
Alright. Old one's out. Clean this shit up. Alright. Give me the new one so I can have the part number and all that shit for everybody.
So, pro.
Okay.
TCS 46117.
What are these two marks here for? We got the same two marks on here. Two little slit marks here. This is some
Same
kind
purpose.
of relief. All right, so looking at the seal, it can come out either way. It can go in one way or come out the other way, or vice versa. So it doesn't really matter. Get my drift? All right. Now let's make sure we got the same seal. We're gonna put it in this way. Give me that community coffee can.
Prime it.
Now remember, guys, there's a spring in here in every seal. You want to be gentle with that. Okay, what's the best way to put this seal in?
Well,
We have a big enough socket for this?
we got a huge socket, but I don't know if it's the size of that on the outside.
I don't think it's probably wise to use a socket. I think it's just going to tear this lip up. Alright.
What do you think, a rubber mallet?
No. That's what Haynes uses. And I don't want to use what Haynes uses.
Because not everyone has a rubber
No,
mallet.
I want to use what I want to use.
Let's see.
I just want to feel special. Doesn't everybody want to feel special? Okay, go get me a piece of wood. Okay,
So we just happen to have that line around.
you know what this is?
Not exactly, no.
This is a radius arm washer. Bushing washer for a radius arm. A suspension part.
Oh man, it's coming out.
Eee!
Eesh.
Coming out, went in sideways. What a great job. Eee! Didn't destroy it. Thank God. Didn't destroy it.
Let's try that again.
You want to try it again?
Yeah.
Try it again with this side.
We could, and I've got a block of wood here we
I
can
think
use
what
this
this
first.
is going to do is wind up flaring it.
It's pushing it in a little bit on your side.
I'm
but
trying to get it on straight.
Try pushing it on my side.
You know what? I'm just going to... I'm just going to put it in front ways. There's a reason for that. I'll put it in front ways for one reason.
What's that reason?
I don't know. Because it didn't go in back ways.
Hold on. Yeah, this side here. Yeah, right here. We can push in more. Shit.
Where's that block of wood?
Right here.
Sorry it took so long on one seal, guys.
There we go. That's going in. Probably means like a 2x6 or something.
Alright, so it goes in front ways. Nice flat block of wood, just check it all the way around, see if it's seated. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Same here. Looks like we got it sealed all the way around here. Flat, flush. around with the shoulder, little shoulder looking thing here.
Gotcha. Let's see what it looks like in the back. It's about the same as when I pulled it out, right?
Yeah.
Give me the crank pulley.
Mashed together.
Yeah, is that about how close the crank pulley was when we tightened it up?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I know why Haynes said put a little bit of RTV on the whatchamacallit.
On the what? The joints?
Huh?
What, the corners?
No, why they said put a little RTV
the
on the
front
keyway?
keyway?
Yeah, I know why they said that. Because oil will travel down the crankshaft and leak out the front of the bolt.
Then you'll have an oil leak on your hands.
Well, it'll leak out of the bolt itself and sling from the bolt. Because the bolt and the washer isn't good enough to seal it.
Alright, so that's a nice, interesting step to know. We'll get to that point. Film that.
Yeah. I still think I want to knock this down just a little bit more.
Alright.
Alright, so we got 3 red strings. 1, 2, 3.
Different lengths.
Alright. Let's just assume that
Yeah, I see that little square.
let me see if they're built the same. Nope, they're different. They are right and left Pacific.
Oh.
You can tell because there's a little bit of a flatter spot here and there's a cone here. The cone is meant to sit down in here, I think. And the flatter spot is for the other way. So the cone, and I think, if I'm saying this right, should be for right here. Check that out. But that doesn't look right either, because that's not the right one. This is. So, okay, so the cone, the flat spot goes down, I think. What the fuck? Alright, so the flat spot does go down. Gotcha. Alright, if any of you played with Legos, you pretty much can figure this shit out. Alright.
Get that little square to go in its place.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright. There. We call that a done deal.
All that for one side.
No, we just needed to figure it out because when we pulled this off, it was all stuck to the block. And it came out, and we had no idea which way it went in. Well, we had an idea, but 3-piece gasket. Look at that. That one doesn't quite fit right, does it? Let's see if we can get it to go in there around the hump. And there. Gotta love aftermarket shit.
It's Velcro. Should have been.
Yeah, I love Velcro, but you know. Alright. So, there's your Velcro design. And of course, this is pretty damn self-explanatory. You can't make it go up that high, so you'd have to switch it around some way. That goes
Yeah,
around
there
there.
it goes with the long side right here.
Right, hold on just a second. Let me get my grooves. Now I sprayed this channel out with caulk cleaner.
So all the garbage is out.
Right. The trash is out.
Same principle applies. Work from the middle to the edges, not from the edges to the middle.
Right. Okay. 3-piece gasket. I got a 4th gasket down here that's already attached to the oil pan. And then you got 2 gaskets up here for the valve cover, and then you got 1 meeting point, 2 meeting points, 3 meeting, 4, 5, 6. 6 meeting points.
That will be covered with gray RTV.
Plus down here at the bottom.
Should we put RTV at the by the oil pan? Just for the heck of it? Or no?
I am.
Alright.
Other people may not.
Gray oil resistant RTV.
Yeah. Alright. And am I putting any on here?
We don't need to.
I am. Because I have those points by the head. I'm pretty sure it probably lines up right around here.
Yeah.
Right here. So you can see the old gasket sealer.
Yeah,
But I'm going to actually put that on the head side. Catch me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see a point right here.
Right.
Here.
So, and I'm not going to put anything up here yet until I go put the valve cover on.
Yeah. Alright then.
Right.
That'll solve the problems when it comes to sealing right here.
Right. Nobody likes a oily, greasy 5.4 liter. Alright.
We'll get to that point. RTV.
RTV are critical points.
Light on. There we go.
Alright. You want to do that one by feel. Shit, this should put it probably better. Just put a glob and let it just smash itself up.
Yeah.
Alright. Lower half. Oops. That's right there, I feel it. Hit it? I can't see. Did I hit it?
Yeah, look at it. You see the camera?
Okay. Yeah. Alright, next up.
I point down there. Here's your footstool.
Alright. The block. The bottom of the block where it meets the, what you call it?
The oil pan.
Yeah. You asked me if I was going to put anything on the oil pan.
There we go.
I said I was. Because I hate oil pan gasket leaks. Alright, let's see. But not too much. You don't want that shit in your oil circulating.
Yeah.
Alright.
That should be enough right there. Seal it
So we
up.
got our points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 points. And our oil pan bottom.
Okay, we gotta remember which bolts go where. The 3 big large bolts.
Yeah, I thought you knew.
Yeah, let's flip it over. Watch, flip it over real quick. Yeah, I think it was 1, 2, I think, and 3 over here.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then the rest of the big studs.
Okay, so you give me the little 5s on the ground.
Got it.
The light.
Should we chase these threads with, not chase them, sorry, coat these threads with JB?
No.
RTV?
Hell no. The gasket's internal,
Oh yeah, okay.
not external.
I'm just saying because we had a little bit of, I don't know if it was corrosion or previous RTV on these bolts.
That's just corrosion. That's bull. Oxidation. Everything where aluminum and steel, or especially aluminum and copper meet.
Yeah, will form corrosion.
Right.
Learned that during
So
the
where's our plug for our whatchamacallit?
I plug for the crankshaft sensor over there.
Where?
There, as you see down there below the AC compressor.
Right. Plug that shit in now.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard to get to later.
Alright. That's in. Alright.
Got our bolts here.
So what the fuck is holding us back? Am I missing something here?
Well, don't see anything blocking us down there.
Dial pins out of place or something?
Looks like that seal. It's just a seal.
What seal?
That pushing that seal over the over the shaft.
What seal over the shaft? That's hollow. There's nothing.
Doesn't push over that? Okay.
No. No. Let me see over here. Let me make sure I'm not pinching a wire. Alright, this side's open and clear. Open and clear. Clear. Alright.
We'll cut video till we get this right.
Alright, so we found out what was keeping our timing chain cover from going on. Something to be aware of. Inside the dial pins that hold the timing chain guides have to be supported by this cover. So we had to find them. And then our cover slid on most of the way. Minus the gasket crush.
Bolts will handle that rest.
Alright, so that's the deal with that.
One more slid there.
Okay, where's our big bolts? You
Right
said?
up here.
Let me see them.
Studs.
Okay, what was their location?
Okay, I grabbed the two ones up here.
No.
Oh, you mean the big ones?
Yes.
The big ones were
Go get
one
'em.
here, two on that side.
Alright. One here
Yeah.
or one down here?
I thought it was one on this side.
Was it one up here?
Well, yeah, look at the clearance you got right there.
Huh?
The length of the bolt matching with the
Yeah, I know, but there are studs right here.
Yeah, the ultra long.
These studs belong holding things down. They hold different things on. Like this one holds a dipstick tube, I think. I think that goes on the end here.
Yeah, it goes right here on the corner
Then
edge.
you have another stud here, I think that was not being used, but it was there just for the hell of it.
And then one down there for, not for the power steering pump, huh?
No, nothing's for the power steering pump. I know there is one that's down on the ground that's got a nut on it. If you grab that, I can put that on. It goes. There's two of them down there.
Go grab them for me. One with a stud that goes on this side, and the other one has a stud and a nut. Grab that. They're both on the ground. They're like big 22s.
Got one for the right side?
22 millimeter for that. And then the other one. Alright. Alright, these are big 22s.
Right on the right side.
This one goes on the other side. Alright. One stud here, big 22. 22 mil at the bottom. Then another 22 mil on this side. This one holds a cable on the bracket that holds these lines in place, which are the
Tranny cooler lines?
Tranny cooler lines also attached with this other line, this electrical line. So got that and this.
I got a picture, we can refer to it for the big bolt locations.
Alright. Alright. 15s. Big 15, big 15. 15 mils. Let me start getting some of these tight so I can start crushing this gasket.
There's a tightening sequence, I think, according to Haynes.
Oh, fuck Haynes. Come on. Give me the
15s.
Yes.
Got it.
Alright. Now we got all the bolts in place. And these are not 15s. There are no 15s on here. They're 13s. What I'm going to do is tighten them all just a little bit. There's supposed to be a torque sequence to all this shit. And each one of these bolts has a different value of torque. But we're going to use our own values.
Sure, the sequence is just middle out.
Right. So I'm going to start with these three here, since they're kind of central and they're smaller. Okay, that stopped on me. That's what I would call torqued. You can feel the gasket crush, then you feel a stopping point. Gasket's crushing, there's the stopping point. That's torqued. Okay, you don't have to be all anal about this because it's not an internal engine component. Alright, gasket crush stopped. Gasket crush stopped. Same here. Don't get all freaked out by the book. I'm doing all the 15s right now. I mean 13s. Sorry, there's no 15s on this.
We'll clarify that.
Alright, crush. Stop. A little bit tighter. Make sure this is backed enough. Okay. You just don't want to break it or strip it or crack it. Okay. Just like I did the heads. You should always go back over your bolts and make sure. They're evenly tightened, because your gasket gives way, changes everything. Right. Now here's where you get to the 18s. I'm just going to use a wrench. Other people can use whatever they want. You got 18s and you got 22s. Okay, here's my 18.
So 13, 18, and 22. Those are your three different sizes.
Right. Alright, that's gasket crush. Gasket crush. Same here. Okay, y'all get the picture? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Crushed. And then that's 22 down there, this big joker, and this big joker.
About an oil pan.
Right. Let me do my side over here. Now remember, most of these studs belong up top, the ones with double studded. Well, there's another stud for you to attach something to. They belong at the top for accessories and shit to bolt to, or wiring harnesses. Okay. Stop. Oh, looks like I missed a 15. Before I tighten this one, I gotta get that one.
Yeah.
Because it'll wind up bow in the center.
And then there's 115 down there. You probably got that one already, I think, right?
I think so, yeah. Fast forward on the goddamn YouTube video.
Yeah.
No, just kidding. Alright. Feels good?
Yeah, that one will see.
Feels good. 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 I did that one. Good. Good. Okay. Alright, good. Most people will be like, man, I don't want that guy working on my end. He's not torquing on shit. Oh yeah? You should see what the automotive shops do. You should see what Scotty does when nobody's looking. Just kidding. He's probably a good dude.
Although I just do remember on one of his videos, he's talking about priming an AC compressor. He's kind of doing it right on the seat.
Oh yeah, he pours.
A little bit of, like a little, you can see just the tiniest bit of AC compressor oil.
He pours
PAG oil.
PAG oil on the seat of a car with a nice Camry. Pours it right on a nice blue interior or whatever it was. Yeah,
nice seat.
That kind of turned me off a little bit. I was like,
yeah,
hey, dude.
What the heck? You know?
Dude, watch out for the seat. Fuck. Alright, next up, I think those are all auction cars that dude's got.
Well,
I mean, unless customers are giving him permission to burn rubber, peel out and shit on the videos to look cool. Some of those old ass bets and stuff. Big stupid 22. Alright, it's easy to crack a 22 off, I'm sure, because you got all this leverage, so take it easy with that. Don't get too stupid.
it's coming together.
They feel the same. I feel the same. This thing feels the same. I think it's the same. It's gonna work. Yeah. Wait, we got our 4 bolts on our oil pan to put in.
You're right.
We probably should have put them in first to make sure that they line up.
But the good thing is we tightened everything else down from the middle outward. So
actually, the bad thing is we tightened all this shit up before we got our 4 bolts underneath here started, which means the holes might not line up.
Let's see.
But I'm going to assume, because this engine was all bolted together at value for its whole life since the factory, that the holes do line up, and I was correct. Now, 13mm ratchet, please, sir.
Yes. All right.
All right, sprayed a little brake cleaner, put a little RTV in the silicone. I mean, in the keyway slot. I said what that was for. That was probably in case whatchamacallit, engine oil tries to seep back through the keyway. Unfortunately, it makes it a bitch to pull this off. So if the factory put it on like this, you're gonna need a pulley puller to pull it off. So get a crow's foot and pull this sucker off. That's how you're gonna have to take it off.
The actual balancer itself looks good.
Yeah, the rubber looks real good on it. Where's the Art TV.
Right there.
Let me show you something real stupid. There.
That'll prevent oil.
Now we won't have any oil leaking out. How's that?
Yeah. Not like we're going to be pulling this thing up, balancer off again.
Shut up. Don't jinx me.
Yeah. I guess that's the common mechanic's mistake.
Yeah.
The jinx.
Yeah, jinx. Come on.
There. You got the bolt? Yeah, it's right there by the WD-40. In the keyboard? Yep. There's a certain sequence to tightening this thing down, too.
Yeah.
You gotta tighten it down, then you gotta spin it, then you gotta tighten it down some more, then loosen it, then turn it, then tighten it again.
Shut the
Actually, no, I'm quoting Haynes. That's what they said to do. You really gotta, like, loosen it and then turn it again.
Say it again. What did you say?
Loosen it, then tighten it again, then loosen it again, then tighten it again. That's actually what they said to do. It was a four-step.
You're actually fucking serious.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Really?
I
You're
mean,
not jerking me around.
no, I'm not. That's Haynes.
Haynes does realize that this thing's getting a Milwaukee impact, right?
Yep. Because that's pretty much the, well, I wanted to say most economical way of putting that on. Kind of is, if you know what you're doing with it. Which we do.
Well, right now we have a problem getting it to fit in all the way.
Let me see, I got using this as a magnifying glass.
What?
See where the hole is. Hole looks alright, like it's in the center. According to the camera.
This, no surprise that this thing won't go in easy, and I don't have a long bolt just to put it in. I think that's not going to be appropriate without the washer. So we have to get this on.
We're gonna hammer it on from the front.
Yeah, it's called fisted. Okay. Just give me a couple threads. Come on. Nothing, huh? Nothing doing?
Let's get this situated.
Right. So we had to tap it on a little bit from underneath to get about 3 or 4 threads. Now we're gonna use the long ratchet to try to get it to go on a little bit more. You got the right socket on there?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Maybe now it's a size shorter, huh? An 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so according to Haynes, crankshaft pulley to crankshaft bolt. Step 1, tighten to 66 foot-pounds. Step 2, loosen 1 full turn, 360 degrees.
We're not making this shit up, people.
Step 3, tighten 34 to 39 foot-pounds. Step 4, tighten an additional 90 degrees.
That's Haynes' version of tightening a harmonic wheel balance.
Why? Crankshaft pulley to crankshaft bolt, as they call it. I have no idea why.
Crankshaft bolt to crankshaft pulley.
Crankshaft pulley to crankshaft bolt. That one bolt, basically, is what they're trying to say. They need to make it not sound so confusing.
So they're talking about this right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds more complicated than tightening the rear main caps for the crankshaft than putting the rear main on. Are you sure they're not talking about that?
I'm sure they're talking about, look, install crankshaft pulley to the end of the crankshaft. Keyway in the crankshaft pulley must be aligned with the Woodruff key in the crankshaft.
No shit.
The crankshaft pulley cannot be seated by hand. Slip the large washer over the bolt. Install the bolt and tighten it to pull the crankshaft into place. Now, loosen the bolt 1 full turn, then tighten the bolt to torque listed in the chapter specifications. Okay, so what they're basically saying is tighten the bolt to 66 foot-pounds to get it on there, then untighten it, then retighten at the 39.
Fags.
Well, so.
Alright, so for our crankshaft bolt, instead of what Haynes said, we're going to use this here Milwaukee M18 with a 9 amp battery, 18 volt, 9 amp hour. This is a shipbuilder's impact. Mode 1 is approximately 80 to 100 foot-pounds of torque. Mode 2 is 200 foot to 400 foot-pounds of torque. 3 is, I don't know, 400
Someone tested in a video up to 1,300
foot-pounds of torque.
Yeah, 800 without a multiplier, 1,400 with a multiplier.
Okay, so we're just going to trust Milwaukee's #1 mode, and we're going to do what Haynes said. I'm going to tighten it to 66. Loosen it. Then we're going to tighten it again to 80 foot-pounds of torque.
Well, that was easy. That was a few seconds.
Job done. Dumbasses. Okay.
What's next?
Next is we'll put the power steering pump on with the 3 bolts that we had. It's really supposed to have 4. Let's go with the 10mm 3 bolts or 8mm or 10mm bolts.
Yeah. Alright, that's the next step.
Alright, see if you can zoom up in here.
Kind of get the phone up in there.
Yeah, okay, so this is the power steering pump. So you're supposed to have a bolt right here in the front. That on our power steering pump was missing for some reason. I don't know, the previous owner lost the bolt. Or maybe the bolt fell out, who knows. But I don't know how it can. That's the one that says it can't be removed because the line's in the way. So anyway, we're going to find our 10mm bolt and put our power steering pump back in place as soon as we find the hole line up. The reason we had to remove this is because you can't get the power steering pump off. I mean the timing chain cover, yeah. Without it. I was getting in the way. Oh wait, it kind of fits into a little groove there. That's handy. Alright. See if we can get this started. Just one, just to hold us up here because this is kind of heavy. You've got a line pulling back against you. By the way, this line rotates. Don't freak out about it. It's got a rubber O-ring in it, so it's not going to leak on you just because it rotates. It's good to know. Well, when I first got under here, I was like, hey, shit, my line's loose. So I went to try to tighten it and nothing happened. So there you go. And it wasn't leaking anyway, so. Alright, so you got that bolt. I'm not going to film all this shit and bore y'all. I got one more bolt. Hold on. Location for it? Yeah, it's just a location reference for you guys. And the other one is hidden out of sight at the top. Let me see if I can feel it. Oh, I see. It's close to the pulley. It's real close to the pulley. So stay against the pulley here. That's right there. Okay. Get it? Okay. And that one starts into the cover there. And these are 10mm. Okay. So here we are with Ford's famous oil drinking ABS plastic valve covers. 5.4 liter oil drinking valve covers. This is where the source of your first quart of oil goes. And your 5.4 liter right through this little magic port here. That side's vent. This side's positive crankcase. There's no screen in there. There's nothing in there to stop the oil from just taking off. This is what's happening. This is what I think is causing your oil to get sucked into the intake boot, burn it, and it happens probably mostly at an idle. Why do I know that? Because I do a lot of excessive idling, and that's when all my oil starts to disappear. Alright.
Yeah, clearing it up basically.
Okay, good. Okay, so there's a series of bolts. They can come out, but you're not supposed to take them out. There's a rubber grommet, washer, then there's a stopper. It means you can't tighten it up past that point. It's to keep you from over tightening the valve cover and cracking it. So when you put the valve covers back on. Alright, so like I was saying, you can't tighten these past a certain point. They have an anti-crush sleeve. So it gets only that tight, and it stops. And then your gasket makes up the difference. But here's the source of your oil loss, right here. I mean, you can see my finger.
Yep.
Yeah, so see, there's no screen, no mesh, no nothing in there to stop the oil. Let's say this is the front of the engine. Let's say the valve cover sits at about that degree angle right there. Let's say that's straight up and down. So this is pretty much what you're looking at inside that angle. So oil just jumps up on that lip,
Just gets sucked up out of
hangs out there and gets sucked up, right? And so that's probably what your problem is, and it's the same. It's just a bad design. It's the same on both valve covers, and that's for your.
And there's no PCV valve there.
That's for your intake sort. This is not supposed to be. This is for your breather for your intake side. In other words, it sucks.
Yeah.
Round and round and round and round.
But there's your oil going.
That's where your oil's going, I think.
Oh yeah, and that's how you know it's a Windsor engine.
Yeah.
Windsor, Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, well that's the valve cover. We don't know. We gotta look at the engine block. But the valve cover does match the engine number that's on the head. So 537.
6/23,
The date.
1999.
Yeah, that's probably number 537. Built in that month.
Yeah.
Just taking a guess. I don't know. And then, so we were thinking about coming up with a solution before we put this back together, at least the heads on it, to do something with the valve covers to stop this problem. Because I'm really getting tired of putting all these quarts of oil in my vehicle before an oil change. I know the rings aren't that bad. It's not smoking.
Yeah, we just had to look at the inside of the block.
It already filed out one catalytic converter from idling so much. It's factory cat, so I put an aftermarket high flow cat on it. That solved the catalytic converter issue. Not to mention I put a MagnaFlow muffler on it. But that's not the issue. The issue now is how do we stop that oil? How do we keep that engine oil in there and keep the engine breathing? We've already did the the positive crankcase control valve recirculation or bypass. We made a video on that. It worked. However, I switched it back later. We need to find a more permanent solution if we're going to keep playing around with these 5.4 liters and these 4.6 liters that drink oil.
We were thinking maybe
Really, it's
an
5.4 liters that drink the most oil. What?
We were thinking of maybe an orifice right by the PCV
The
valve.
orifice does work if you restrict, because all the new vehicles are going to orifice tubes instead of
PCV valve. Yeah.
right. So what I was thinking was, instead of an orifice, maybe I was thinking to improve this valve cover design. Like has about like a metal flap that we rivet to this ABS, put 2 rivets in it, and have a metal flap that just curves up like that.
So make it much more harder for oil to go in.
Splash in.
Right.
But I need to look inside the engine to see what that interferes with, because you can't have that draping down into my camshaft.
Yeah.
What I could do, even better than that, since it sits up like this, and your drain port would be somewhere
it's supposed to drain off of here is cover this side hole here and put 2 drip holes here.
Drill 2 small drip holes.
2 medium size, because you want it to drain. You don't want to get that to get clogged up. So we cover this and we put 2 drip holes here to where it drips straight down. What do you think of that?
That'd be a good idea too.
It's better than that big open design.
Definitely. What if we, now there was a suggestion, what if we put some thick, or coarse, sorry, steel wool in there?
Well, that's how the breathers are in the old cars.
Some stiff steel wool in there, not to where
We
it
could
leaks
put
out
fiber wool, fiber, steel wool, something that oil won't eat. But do I want to take a chance on that falling in my camshaft?
No, definitely not.
I don't think so. So I don't want that shit in my cam. So we got to come up with something better than that, a little safer.
Here, let's switch valve covers. This one's dry now.
Let me let these get dry. Alright. You can see they're cheap. I mean, this is just glued on with like a ABS plastic glue. I mean, I can almost take a screwdriver and break that off and just straight up let the valve breathe from up top here.
It would be sucking a lot more oil.
I don't know. I might have better luck without that thing there. I don't know, actually. I really don't. I'd hate to screw it up and it'd be worse on me, and I gotta take these back off.
If it's sheet metal, well, it'll be easier now.
I could form a piece of sheet metal and just bend it over like that.
We do have that very, very small piece of sheet metal.
Once it gets full of oil, it won't rust, so I don't have to worry about that inside the engine.
But the sheet metal is like very, very thin, so maybe we might be able to take it and bend it over just enough to where, yeah, actually cover it up and then drill 2 very small small holes in that sheet metal.
So it drains.
Right. So it'll be 2 holes, one here and one here in the sheet metal.
I mean, everybody else is using a catch can and shit. That's a pain in the ass. You gotta
drain it and stuff.
You gotta drain the catch can. I mean, what?
This would be a more permanent solution for a long-term overhaul, long-term haul.
Yeah, since you got the valve cover off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I just do that and then buy a whole bunch of these valve covers from the junkyards?
Yeah. If it works.
Make sure they're all good, and then do them all like that. And just start selling them all over eBay to everybody.
Good.
Improve Ford design.
Yeah.
We'll come up with something that works, and then we'll come up and put a video out on it.
You can market that, man.
No, I'm not in it to make money. I mean, just my money back. That'll work. Alright, we'll come up with a solution. The Ford 5.4 liter valve cover. We've determined that we're losing the oil through, well, everybody is probably losing the oil through this bad design here. Through this positive crankcase control evacuation system. The cam, the valve cover sitting on the cam, we determined that this sits between the back, closer to the rear of the vehicle.
Between 2 lobes of a cam.
2 lobes of the cam. Right here, in the center of the cam is right around here. We've come to that conclusion. So, if we looked closer, you see these marks right here. We've cleaned this valve cover a little bit. You see these marks? They're clean. And they're little lines. These lines are about the width of a lobe. We've come to the conclusion that this is where the most oil is being sprayed.
Those clean lines.
The clean lines. Now, oil's always being sprayed all over the top of this. It's always wet, and it's running back down into the head. But we've come up with the conclusion that when this valve cover sits, it sits about like that. Kind of even. So if you look up underneath here, you're kind of even. So now you're getting the oil spray right here. And you're getting oil spray right here. And you're getting some oil glaze over from that spray dripping back down right here. Now, we've got a side vent right here where the oil's being sprayed. And your crankcase valve
PCV, yeah.
is sucking up oil through that. The oil residue that's sitting up here. It's just sitting up here and it's waiting to collect it. And we've determined that that's probably what's happening with both sides. this side more than that side because this side's got a more positive vacuum on it. This side is supposed to give way and let it breathe the opposite way. So maybe, since we've determined that it sprays like this, and the oil's coating all of this, that our hole is not in the right place. Before we decided to put it on the side here, we have to be careful because this is fitting in between two lobes of a cam. In other words, the base solid of the cam is about right there. Then there's a lobe and a lobe. Matter of fact, you can see the spray from the lobe and a lobe, and then lobe, etc., all the way down for your valves. And then, so we have this. So what we're thinking maybe is, it's sitting up here like this, and you're going to accumulate a lot of oil here at the top. What if we blocked off half of this and had just this section right in the middle? But then oil would still hit here and run down and fall into there, and then this would become more of a catch can for oil like it already has.
Smaller orifice lets it suck more.
Probably. A smaller orifice would create a vacuum to suck more oil in. So what if we cut the same size hole we have on this side,
So we have two holes dispersed in two different directions.
Two different directions. But if you notice, take a look. This is offset. Slightly tilted down at an angle to let oil drain back out. See, it's higher up here. This is leaning down.
Yeah, camera can see that.
You see that? I just noticed that. So what if we did cut on this side to allow no oil to accumulate in here, inside this little catch can dealie?
So it can drain out both sides, or just
Drain out both
circulate
sides
around.
quickly.
Yeah.
Or what if we drilled up underneath here and then got rid of this side plate, covered that up?
And instead let it vent from there.
Right.
It would be restricted, so there'd be more pressure on
Got
the
an
seals.
idea. What if we drilled up here a 1/2 inch hole, blocked the side, drilled a 1/2 inch hole, and drilled a 1/2 inch hole down here?
Then it would. Okay, so
Enter.
the box is sitting there. Yeah.
Enter, drain.
Yeah.
Bypassing getting sucked through the
That way it can still
positive
vent.
crank. Right. Well, it's always going to vent. That vent is not the problem. But if this is how the valve cover sits, like that, this is what you're getting.
So if we drill at the bottom there, it would drip out the bottom there and enter through there.
So
or vice versa.
what if we drilled here, let it get splash, oil ran down, and came out? I guess up here would not be the best idea because not a lot of oil gets up here. Or maybe it does. It gets trapped up here rather in the head. Huh. So what if we just drill one 1/2 inch hole right here?
So one down there might actually make a difference. That much of a difference.
Would you say up here or right here?
I would say probably down there.
What about back here?
Well, you got to think that's
It's hard to say, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Why don't we start the engine up and see how oil flings?
Yeah, right.
We used to do that on the old cars, older vehicles, to watch everything and make sure it's. Actually, we used to tune some of our vehicles like that.
Yeah, we're gonna need to put our intake on.
We used to tighten our rocker arms down while the engine's running with the valve covers off. So why couldn't we?
We could do that. We're just gonna need to put the intake on, or just hold the starter and watch it.
No, it won't splash high enough.
Be a good test for the timing.
The timing's fine.
I noticed these
What?
two valve covers are a little bit different. That says Ford. That says Cambridge. Ford Cambridge. That valve cover right there.
What the hell's the difference?
I don't know. This one doesn't say Cambridge on it.
I noticed a difference too. This one's slightly heavier.
Yeah.
It is. This is heavier. It's thicker. This is a thicker ABS than this one.
Wonder why.
I don't know. But if I put them on a scale, I bet you this one's heavier.
Valve cover replacement in the past, maybe.
I don't know. I don't think so. This is this factory engine. It hasn't been tampered with, I don't think.
Yeah, we never changed any valve covers, but I wonder if like whoever had it before
No,
did.
nah. No way. I pulled it off. Everything factory is still on it.
I mean, we got the lower engine assembled down there.
Alright, well, that kind of is going to kill our YouTube video. I told you this is going to be the longest YouTube video.
Yeah.
Here, RTV, your section on the passenger side.
We're going to do the valve cover now.
Here,
Alright. Which section?
where the head meets. Right behind that wire.
Oh yeah, where the head meets with the...
Yeah, move that wire.
Right here?
Yep. There you go.
Alright.
Okay, same on the back side. Here, need some more. Rub it in the crack good. There.
Might need a bit more.
Here.
Alright. Use the phone as a as a magnifying glass. A mirror. There we go.
Okay, so the valve cover gaskets bolt down.
Valve cover gasket strapped behind the bolts and ready to go.
Move that wire. Move all your wires out of the way.
Got it.
Just for this side.
Got it.
Come on. It's out of the way, right?
This one is, and then the other one's kind of. This one's like.
Yeah, I got that. I don't want to disturb these gaskets.
Alright, that bolt's lining up right there. This one's almost lining up here.
Kind of roll that gasket. Before you tighten any down, check your gasket. See if you're getting gasket roll.
So far, not yet. On this side, I don't see any roll.
We don't want them to roll. We want them to stay in the groove. Check the back side, the underside.
Oh yeah. Alright. Here. Go around to the wheel well. Doesn't look like we have any, any gasket roll.
No?
No? Looks pretty good. Yeah, I think we're good. Let me zoom in on that one part and see. Alright, zoom in. Should be good there. Alright.
Where's your 1/4 inch? An important footnote about the valve cover gasket. It's not always going to want to mash itself in place, see? It's easy to fold out. Folds out easy. Okay, so it's not like it's going to stick in there good. Point is if you ever replace these little tabs right here require gasket sealer. At least gasket sealer on this side. Now, yeah, for the head. So, but what really holds these gaskets in is the fact that these little doodads, see, the gasket tucks underneath there with a screwdriver. So you take a screwdriver and you tuck the gasket underneath on every single one, you know. Nothing can be easy. It's got to be a pain in the ass. But the gasket's pretty reusable, so I don't know that you'd be replacing these very often. We just went ahead and replaced ours. We had them. We had Velcro blues. So we already put our dab of RTV over the timing chain cover.
Where the cylinder head meets. Yeah.
The timing chain cover. And we're going to set it down on there. The bolts stay in. They're not supposed to really come out. Get them all started. They all use a
5/16 8 mil.
8 mil 5/16.
That one was already done right there.
Right.
Pain in the ass to get to the bolt.
On the other side.
Right there and right there.
It can be done with a 1/4 inch draw ratchet and no extension and a short and a long 8 millimeter.
Deep and shallow wall. Yeah, whatever they want to call them.
Alright. Alright, beginning to come together.
Both valve covers on.
We pretty much took y'all all through this with us as we went through it. So you took the ride with us. If you hung on this far and you didn't deviate from the video, well, you kind of got an idea of what we went through. Unless you've done this yourself, which is excellent. I feel sorry for you. Anyway, this is the direct line from the water pump. This little line right here, some of them have a bell in that fits into an O-ring groove, which is down there. You can zoom in down there. There's 2 O-rings on there, front and a back. Now I know they look like shit, but the O-rings are still good because that didn't leak. But I can tell you right now, if it ever does leak, you're in trouble. You have a lot of shit to take off to get to it. You can imagine. So whether you have this style or some other style, when you put it back on, make sure, while you have this apart, make sure that you pay special attention to this. Give it the attention that it deserves, because if not, it will request your attention at the worst possible time. When you have a whole valley pan full of coolant spraying out all over.
For no reason.
Well, for a busted line down there. So try to give it its attention that it needs. For instance, I have a steel line, so through and through. So what I'm going to do is clean the rust out of mine the best I can. And get it clean. And clean the tip with the O-rings down here. Film down here. I'm just going to dry it up, get the coolant off of it. Clean it best I can. And you know what I'm going to do next, right? Break out the RTV. And I'm going to stick that shit all up in here.
It'll never leak.
Well, I don't know about that. The other option is put a rubber hose on it. But remember, this valley gets kind of hot. Not too hot. Not as hot as you would think. I used to stick my hand underneath here to get to certain things to push coil packs out and stuff while the engine was fresh hot. So it's not that bad.
Hey, let me get the RTV.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we can cut film here. It's coming together. Valve cover. All we got to really do now is slap the intake on after we switch parts off the intake. And we got to run the transmission dipstick line back, and we got to figure out where each one of these, well, we got to not forget where all these, to plug in all these different things.
I also got the EGR tube and oil dipstick on the other side.
Yeah, we have to put the EGR tube on and the dipstick for the engine oil. So the dipstick for the engine oil goes on first because it intertwines and it goes between the manifold and it presses in with an O-ring into the oil pan. But it goes between the manifold and the engine block, in between the head and the manifold. So that's kind of a pain in the ass to maneuver in and out, and it's got 2 hold down clamps, like a 10mm bolt and something else, or an 8mm and another bolt. So we'll show you that later, but this is a pain in the ass, all of this stuff. But to get it back together right is important. Alright.
Back up the RTV.
Alright, so we're removing our lower intake plenum from the upper intake.
Our old one.
Because our old one was made out of aluminum, and the new old one is all plastic shit. So we want to keep the aluminum. find something wrong here inside this, we're gonna keep it. Any more bolts over there?
No, that's it.
Alright, what else we got? Any?
Yeah,
Here's
one right
one.
there.
These are all 8mm. Wondering why I'm using this. It's because aluminum gets shitty after it's been on there a while. We'll have to clean this up, put it on our new intake. Here.
Let's see if we can separate it. Good. That's the gasket. Hey, it's the same gasket they gave us.
Shitty ass gasket. It's the only gasket we have. We don't have the option for a racing gasket for this.
Yeah, I'll take this away.
Take that away just like that, but I need to mimic the bolts I left behind.
Alright.
And I want those resistors.
Alright.
So put it over there.
We also need to take our thermostat.
And the housing.
Yeah.
Alright. Over here. Let's see what we got here. Jesus, this gasket shit. Brittle. It's real brittle, huh?
Yeah. Look at all that oil. I think there's some in there still.
How much?
Is that oil or is that... No, we didn't spray brake cleaner in there.
Nope, that's oil.
Gosh, damn.
Yeah, you know what that's from.
Triton and oil.
Yep. Here, let me see. Where's that damn flap at?
Flap's right here.
That's supposed to open and close?
It's supposed to open and close another airway, yeah.
Okay.
For horsepower gain and the high RPMs.
I don't actually see the airway. Do we have a gasket for that?
Ooh, we might. I hope we do.
I'm not actually afraid if we don't.
Yeah. It turns. Two different airways.
Oh, I see. I see what it does.
It blends the airways, doesn't it?
Spring loaded,
Yeah.
and I can hear a gear in there.
Ooh, you can see how that would fail.
I can hear the gears.
I can hear it too. So
How much you want to bet you hook 12 volts up to this and it twists like that? How much you want to bet? No, we're going to try it on the old one.
Alright. Oh yeah, see if we can save it.
We'll see which one works the best, huh?
Yeah.
Looks like it comes with its own cute gasket.
Yes.
Nice. Remember, it goes in that way.
Should probably keep it out until we
Well, I'm just going to keep it like that.
alright.
We'll take the other one apart and see what's going on.
And just to prevent it, we'll probably put some RTV on it, huh? Seal it up.
Yeah, I guess so, whatever. This will be an intake leak if not.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess it would be an intake leak around here. It would cause a massive intake leak. It would be like trying to find a vacuum leak we can't find.
Yeah.
And the what you call it would be trying to compensate.
Computer, yeah.
No, the idle airflow.
Now we just gotta take that old intake there and take all the components off of it.
All right, bring it over here. Let's pull that. Let's pull that little doggy arm out of there. All right, this one sounds like it's got less gear interference. Like there's not trash inside the gears. You hear it?
Yeah. Yeah, it springs back faster.
Does it?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with the gears in it. Like the gears are free of dirt and grime. The other one's got like a, let's do a comparison. I know that this would affect, at what point this would open, right?
Yeah. How fast that flap can open.
Oh yeah. That one feels a little grindy as I
It's
do
all
that.
oil soaked.
That's okay, but it's probably preserving it, but it feels a little grindy, like.
Apparently, whatever
Feels
junkyard
like it's got grit in it.
whatever junkyard this
Look.
Triton intake came out of.
This feels even all the way around. All in all, they're almost the same. This one feels like it might be in better shape. So this one might open earlier than that one.
Yeah. That's all judged by the computer.
I know, but if you stick 12 volts to a mechanical device,
Yeah.
and the mechanical device is compromised in any way, it's going to slow down. You know.
Not open as fast, yeah.
Right. So if we need that for top end horsepower, well, we got an extra one here. We'll switch them out. We're gonna test one of them with 12 volts though.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's probably should get this plastic one off and start ripping all the components off of here. Because those fuel rails look similar, very similar.
It's amateur $4, guys. Amateur $4. The only thing we're missing is Walton and Johnson.
Alright, yeah.
Which one died?
You know, never did research. I remember, I think maybe Walton, maybe?
Not the one who did all the voices, right? Or did they both do voices?
They both did voices. They're both funny.
I don't like that little nerd that's on there now. That
Yeah.
took his place. That sucks.
Oh yeah, that would have been great. Would have had more and stuff.
Fuel rail removal is 4 stupid bolts. I know you're probably watching a rerun of what we already did, but I feel necessary to show you anyway.
Hey.
The fuel rail's kept on by the O-rings in the fucking injectors.
Hey,
Excuse me.
wait, is this no, it's not attached anyway. Okay. We're stuck.
Yeah, well, I don't need this fuel rail, I don't think.
See, that fuel rail looks extremely
Rusty.
yeah, rusty,
Like it
but
came from up north.
looks extremely.
You know why? Because I ordered it from up north.
That's where it came from.
Yeah.
They must not have oil burning issues.
Oil burning issues, dude. They got iced road conditions with salt. Or some kind of synthetic salt they're using now or something. Sand, shit. Salt making everything rust.
Yeah, we'll get this thing off.
Yeah.
This thing looks like it's stuck
We'll
on.
film it later. Okay, so we got the other one off. This intake off. This bottom plenum.
Of course, it's oil pitted. What for it isn't?
Alright, so what we're gonna do here.
Light thing.
This original forward gasket off. If we can get it off. Damn it, we don't need that shit stuck in there. It'll make my job harder. I already got one stud to remove that broke off.
Coil pack.
That one broke off, damn it. I have to remove that.
Damn.
It's alright. I'll clean this shit up. Alright.
Yeah. There's a new one. Our one we're putting on. This little light thing.
Alright. Cap closed.
I think we still got a tiny bit of gap right here. I can see a bit of the, yeah, I can see the gasket still.
Yeah, it's alright. So we're bolting the lower intake manifold.
They say it's a two-step tightening process, as it always says.
Yeah, here's my step right.
Say tighten to 1.5, then tighten to 9. Pretty much.
Here's my process. Oops. Alright. This is lower aluminum. So we have an all aluminum intake manifold.
One that came from the junkyard, kind of cleaned up. Oh yeah, very cleaned up actually. Had to deburr it, didn't it? There was a burr on the end. Yeah, those ain't moving anymore. Let it be known that is a weak impact gun. It's probably giving off about only 15 right now. That's about it.
Maybe a little bit more.
Nevertheless, though, that gasket looks nice and smashed.
I don't want to smash it too much. It's plastic with rubber molds. Just like the normal plastic bullshit intake gasket. Okay, that's our lower plenum. Is it cracked anywhere?
Don't see any cracks.
What's that right there? Is that a crack or what?
Let me see. Where?
Right there. No?
Actually, I don't see any crack. And the
Okay.
camera doesn't either.
Alright, just want to make sure. The bolts and the plastics, no problem. Just don't want to see any cracks.
Crack is where?
Alright.
Where is the burr that you have to take off?
Oh, you mean the shipping burr where they banged it around in a box?
I think that was it right there, huh?
Thanks to USPS for that shit.
Yeah, that was it right there.
Right there.
You had to burr that down nice and
Yeah,
good.
it was bent on the corner, and then there was a burr here that took off.
And then one, yeah.
Just took off around to that, just that section with the file. This side should still sit flush and flat. Now these pits right here are kind of normal for an aluminum intake around the water jacket. That's where the water sat. That's going to get filled with steel stick, just for the hell of it. And then we're going to take a flat bastard file, a real fine file, and file that smooth to cover those pits, so that we can put the stock racing gaskets back on it with no gasket sealer.
Yeah.
No RTD.
That shouldn't get in the way, period.
And then, since we're going to use this intake on our next build, we might as well go ahead and clean it up a little bit better than this. So
Yeah.
we're going to start cleaning it up now, and then I'm going to take a cleaning kit and shove it through each one of these ports.
The fuel injectors?
For the fuel injectors, so we can put new O-rings on the fuel injectors, top and bottom. But this aluminum bottom is rare, because that's what you get, that plastic shit.
Good for little trucks and stuff, but for a van, where heat's all at the bottom, heat's
Well,
all inside the doghouse.
This is for something you build in the future and you want to save it. You know, it's all aluminum. Alright, you can cut that while we clean this.
Alright, so mid-processing cleaning it with lye. L-Y-E. So far it's eaten the shit out of all that calcium buildup. And I think I got a part number for the upper intake plenum from Ford.
The upper intake plenum is still achievable. The lower aluminum intake plenum is rare.
So, that part number, I'm going to see if I can make it out. Kind of hard to make out. looks like RF F75E9K 1. No, that's not 1. That's 4. 461 BB.
You might build a short block and then turn around, like I said. Build a short block and then turn around and get some airflow research heads or whatever's available out there for the modular. Slap it on a blueprint and balanced short block with some pretty high compression pistons.
You're gonna need these
Zero deck block.
Yeah.
We're gonna need somewhat of a factory intake, or for a mild engine, we'll build some horsepower out of it. Or we might just decide to slap a stock engine like this in a Mustang. Build a Mustang for the track, or not even for the track, maybe for like car shows. I would rather have an aluminum hot rods factory intake than a bunch of aftermarket shit if I built something like a mild Mustang. Never know. So my purpose is to stop this aluminum from oxidating. The first thing I'm going to do is eat the first layer of aluminum off of it, of oxidation. And after I let it sit and that eats a little while and I scrub at it a little bit more, I'm going to go after it with some lacquer. The only paint that sticks to aluminum very well besides epoxy enamel. But lacquer will hold the heat. And it should have a brushed finish. It's not going to be beautiful, but it'll be close.
Alright. Here's our shop dryer. Very professional.
Hey, it's Remington, don't knock it one brand.
How do shops dry these things?
Put it in big machines because they got lots of money.
Yeah. Considering we found this in the trash can about 2 years back, I'd say this is a pretty good investment.
Yeah. Good. Alright, these things are called your intake manifold tuning valves. They open up an airway and allow both intakes to blend together at about 3,000 RPM?
3,000, yeah. 27 varies.
27 to 3,000. The PCM tells this flap to open, and it really sits like this. And when it opens, it allows both airways to blend together. Actually, it's like that. Then it opens flat.
Yeah.
And both airways blend together, giving you more top end.
Yeah. To suck more air. The top
Right.
end.
Okay, so the one we had on our truck is this one here. Now check this out. Haynes has nothing on this. I haven't read anything else. It says bring it to an authorized dealer. Blah, blah, blah.
Scan tool bullshit. Yeah.
A special scan tool and all that bullshit. And the net has very limited information about these.
Except for tuning it to open it sooner, but that's a tuning.
But it doesn't tell you how to diagnose this, but I've just figured out how to diagnose it.
Ohmage.
Now this one's going to be, what I have is a plug here. You can just use the tits inside. It's only 2 plugs. It doesn't use a body ground. So you take your ohm meter and you ohm it. And what do I have? A dead short, right?
1, 0.
Now watch. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to move the flap manually. Let me get on there. Hold on. Can't hardly hold it with these short wires, but it's worth the weight. Okay? Now I'm opening it. You saw that with my pinky?
Yeah.
I let it go. No difference. This thing is internally shorted out. This was on our vehicle. We had no tuning valve.
Ever.
Now here's the one off the other intake. Switch the plug. You can call this the good guy. I just tested this and figured out a way to test it. So I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll do the positive, whatever. What am I reading? Ohms?
On, yeah. Gotta get a
better reading. All right. So I'm not getting a dead short. Hold on, I lost connection again.
Yeah, I'll pull one of them.
No, I got it. Just let me get my groove on.
Yeah.
Y'all disregard what I just said. That was dumb. All right. Now this tuning valve for the Ford Triton. 5.4 liter. They might have this on the 4.6 too. It's in the lower intake plenum.
90.
90. Now I'm going to turn this. You see the values changing?
Yeah, 400, 200.
I'm going to drop it back down. That's a good indicator that this is good.
So the junkyard intake had a good manifold tuning valve.
Good tuning valve.
Just for reference, let me get a part number right there.
Yeah, we'll put this as a separate video. Now this is for your Triton, your 5.4 liter Tritons. That's your tuning valve. If your tuning valve isn't working properly, you're probably not getting that good of gas mileage on the interstate like you should, or you're losing top end when you're accelerating, or maybe you notice a difference when you're pulling a trailer. It might be a big difference. Might be a rough acceleration. I don't know what an actual tuning valve feels like on a 5.4 that's actually functioning.
Because ours wasn't functioning all the
Because
time.
ours is broken. So, we're going to find out though.
I've heard people say that they got those tuning valves to open sooner with performance chips, and it gave them a big boost.
Really?
On Super Crew cab trucks.
Well, that goes for the E series, the F series.
Whatever's got a Triton.
Yeah. Whatever's got a Triton in it that uses a tuning valve. That's how you test your tuning valve. I'm going to leave the plug on the one that's good. How's about that? Okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to mix that shit up.
That's going on ours, definitely. That thing's about dry.
Alright, minor corrosion on water jackets. I filled it in right here. First I wire wheeled it out very lightly. Pulled the trash out of it. Then I ran across it with a paddle. Like this. After I dabbed it in. Dabbed it in several times to get it in there good. Then I ran across it with a wire wheel. Wire wheel first. Dabbed it in there. And we're going to let that sit. We're going to let it dry. Let it cure fully. And then we're going to run a light, flat bastard file over it. Real lightly. Just to make sure it's flat. That way we can use a stock gasket without any gasket sealer. And use this intake several times over if necessary. Keep this aluminum from corroding further. That quick steel should hold. And it was only minor. It was very, very minor. It was just little indentations and pits that would eventually cause a gasket to erode.
Alright. Velpro 98007. Those are for your two intake gaskets.
Right. So
The racing had intake gaskets.
Right.
You can set this thing up to put in, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put it in now. So get it together, put it in, and we have one plug to plug in that's over there on the side. Cut video from there. You gotta make sure. Alright, you ready to go in with this intake?
Yeah.
Alright. So you see the gasket line up.
Yeah, bolt holes are lined up.
Alright,
Alright, let's do this.
give me a hand with this. Alright, we're just snugging everything down right now, getting ready to torque it down to 22 foot-pounds for the intake. With the racing head gaskets. The high performance, the high performance intake gaskets. And right now we're just getting them all snug. Just kind of crush the gasket a little bit. Get the gasket seat down. So you're going to tighten these in sequence. I say do these 3 in the middle first on both sides, and then go out to your ends so you don't warp or bow anything. So crisscross over to these 3 are done.
I'll go get the water neck and put the thermostat in.
Yeah, I gotta do that. I gotta
Alright.
put some RTV around the water neck itself. Just a little dab. There is no silicone on these, so people know. Need to give an introduction to changing the damn water pump. It's got to be the easiest thing to do on these vehicles.
I guess the only thing we can say is that we torqued down the intake to around 30.
Yeah, because they use the racing head gaskets. They need a little bit more crush than the old plastic boys.
Compared to 22, what Haynes says.
Haynes.
So we gotta go on.
Haynes. That's what you wear on your ass.
It's an underwear company. Good comparison. Got that jumble of shit to figure out.
What?
All the wire harness.
I ain't worried about that. It'll come back to you. Wire and harness will come back to you fast enough.
I guess what we can do after this is put the oil tube, the oil dipstick tube, and the transmission dipstick tube.
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
Yeah. Easy thing.
Alright. Fuel injector time. Wish I had some nice new shiny fuel injectors to put back in here, but these work. Bought not too long back.
Not to mention new injectors are kind of expensive, huh?
Not really. Not like you would think. Anyway, we'll put these injectors in there, and then we'll film later after it's all in, and we get ready to install the fuel rail. Putting our coil packs in, getting that situated. Much easier to do without 2 fuel rails. Much easier.
Yeah. Looks that way.
Grab me an extension for the 7mm.
It's right on the seat, I think.
Oh, okay. get our wires ran.
Yeah.
Man, this is pretty easy. Finding these wires, huh?
Yeah. The thing I remember is stuff like your tuning valve and your cylinder head temperature sensor.
You better make sure you're telling people right. Blow up his shit. This ain't that bad. I mean, I think the transmission shop bent that down on me. This plate probably went way up here somewhere.
You mean the ones that spray painted the torque converter?
Yeah, the assholes. Alright.
How would I get these fuel lines back on?
Those?
Yeah. They just push on?
Let's see. What's this? Know what that is? That's an oxygen sensor. Alright. Clean fuel line. Clean. True. Disregard that. Let's see.
Push connects.
Yes, but with a safety clip.
Oh, okay.
See? That's for when you hit somebody 400 miles an hour and they can't stop this 10,000 pound vehicle. Okay. Oh shit, that didn't clip. There we go. Make sure the blue one went in. Okay. Put your safety clips on. There you go. Happy little trees. Alright.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get the transmission dipstick tube down to there.
It goes up there, that bullshit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Look how much cleaner this is.
Without all that GFI box shit at the top.
CNG crap. Now look, we gotta get this this bullshit out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get that hose off underneath the truck.
It's not dire, but one day we'll get it up.
Yeah.
And this hose really needs a replacement sooner or later. It's just emission crap.
Alright, now what we gotta do is that we actually gotta put our dipstick tube back for the oil and transmission. And we also gotta do our, hose? Our EGR hose.
Yeah, EGR over and all that shit. And then, I got you. And then we'll put the other thing on. We could probably put the other thing on and then the EGR hose. It'd be easier without that stupid EGR hose in my face.
Definitely.
So, you want to put the exhaust on? Look.
Yeah, let's do that next.
That's all we gotta do, right? Or you want to wait to get underneath the truck?
Let's probably do that right now. I mean, that's not gonna get in the way of anything.
Well, guess what? Talking and filming ain't gonna get it done.
Let's go get it done, man.
We gotta guide the dipstick down to you.
Alright.
It's gotta come through the top here. Gotta go between the exhaust manifold and the engine block. So the head.
I think I see where it bolts in right here.
Well, I gotta get it through the right runner first. So which runner does it go through? That one?
Let me see. See if I can see where the dipstick goes in. Alright, so here we go. Hold on. Alright, there we go. Started.
You got it in? Hold on.
Yeah.
Alright.
What are you gonna do? You gonna press it?
Yeah.
Alright,
What do I need to do? Go to you? Is it all the way in?
Yeah, it is in. It just needs to press in now a little bit.
How much?
The O-ring's not inside the block yet.
Alright. That's the part where you gotta wiggle it in.
Yeah, this was a bitch to remove in the first place.
Should be in, huh?
No, it's not.
Go down. No?
Nope.
Alright, hold on.
Alright. So use a pair of channel locks to try to get it down.
Man, that stupid cell phone light.
Alright.
There's no way to reach it.
Try to shock it down.
Can't even reach it that way. This board here. Wiggle it while I hit it. Going down?
Not yet. Came back out a little bit. Not going in yet. Hold on. Keep hitting it.
Problem.
Oh, I'm trying to wiggle it while you're doing that, and it's like moving. Alright, after enough messing around with it, we finally got it in.
Yeah, the dipstick tube's gonna take, what millimeter wrench is that down now?
Did you leave it down here?
Yeah. It is a
Oh, right there.
12 millimeter. You take the 12 millimeter portion of the box in, put it around, film the dipstick tube.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Put it around the lip of the dipstick tube at the top and use a pry bar to pry against the oil filter housing and pry upwards to push the dipstick tube in place forcefully so you can actually press it in and press the O-ring past the point. That's how you put that dumb dipstick tube back in. Don't try to beat it in from the top. It will not work.
Now just need to get the tranny tube in.
Tranny tube's easy. Alright, come on up. Got our EGR tube. Both of them's 1.25 inches, relatively close enough. 1.25 inches fits close enough. Besides our EGR valve side, this side goes to the manifold. It wouldn't hurt to clean this up a bit before you start. You have limited space under there. And nothing sounds worse than a leaking EGR pipe. So clean the threads up a bit. Got a flange nut spinning good. Put some more WD shit on there. Get some of that rust off. Would you trust me to work on your vehicle? I don't know. One in a shop, huh? Some disagree.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just something about doing it yourself that makes you feel a little bit more secure if you know how an automobile works versus letting a shop do it. I can't tell you how many things I found loose after the shops worked on my vehicles, which is very rare.
The exhaust flanges were just tightened up, where as a result of the transmission shop.
Yeah, we had a transmission rebuild a while back. We did it in a very short amount of time. We had it done in one day, and they put it back together. They stripped half the bolts out on the exhaust flanges.
A couple of other things I found that they left loose. Why they left the starter loose, I don't know. The starter bolts were loose. You could tell where an impact gun was shoved on a lot of the nuts and they were over tightened or stripped or stuck on there quickly. But anyway, that's the shit you face when somebody else works on your vehicle and it's not yours. There's not that level of pride involved. So work on every vehicle like your own until it wears you out. And then you start throwing stuff together and then it's time to retire. Do something else for a living.
Looks like we can get to that EGR flange right there.
EGR,
on the inside.
right, EGR goes over the top like this and down.
You can reach that from inside the truck, I think.
And it fits right over the top of the dipstick tube like that, the same way we took it out before. See, we took the head out with all this attached. Then we disassembled it because we knew we could get it in after we got the head in, because it was impossible to loosen that rusty nut without straining ourselves. But putting it back in, we needed to be able to grab the head and set it on a flat gasket without damaging the gasket. So we needed to take these extra accessories off.
Yes. The EGR pipe would have gotten. Oh yeah, and or dipstick tube. All of it would have gotten in the way.
Of course it would have gotten away, and we would have wound up bending it all, trying to put it back in together like this at one time. And if we would have taken the radiator out, we might have been able to remove the dipstick tube, because it would have had enough room to clear, maybe. But the EGR was still in the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do with this EGR tube is, I'm not going to tighten it all the way down here on the manifold. I'll leave it loose, but finger tight. I'm going to leave it loose because I'm going to put it up top and let it mesh with that up there, and then tighten them both down at the same time. So that way I know which curb to put in the EGR when I tighten it, because I want them both tight.
Yeah, we had to bend it slightly, I remember.
That's okay. It's gonna fix itself now. We only bent it back, I don't know, maybe 1/8 of an inch. So when we stick it back on, we just need to make sure that the surface is made appropriately. We don't need any leaks out of this. Yeah, leaking EGR valve. Leaking EGR tube sounds like shit. Okay, what's next?
Tranny tube. That's it, maybe?
Transmission tube?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's several bolts that hold harnesses on the back of the engine. Let me see if the tranny tube intersects with any of them. Okay, the EVAP port obviously intersects with the transmission tube. They go up together and one of the same. And there's a clip around the EVAP pipe, it's not a pipe, it's a stiff rubber hose. So I imagine they both come up together in the shape that they're in, like this. And this clamp goes around and catches the tube at some point. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and put the tube in first, and then we'll stick the pipe on second. Alright, it's pretty much common sense from here forward. But the dipstick tube for the tranny, note that it goes on the top head bolt right here on the back rear. Same head bolt as the water neck, as the heater return. Not return, but the heater.
The lower heater core hose.
Right, from the water pump. And you want to make sure your tube down here is properly seated and not turned sideways like that. So we're setting it up right, and then our other bolt, at least for this particular model, is right up here. That's 10 millimeter. This is 10 millimeter. This is a nut on top of a bolt that's already in. It serves a dual purpose, and its purpose is to hold this together. Is this tube straight? O-ring in it, down tight? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Alright, and you see how we have our mass airflow, I mean our whatchamacallit sensor.
So the oxygen sensor?
Yeah, we have it out of the way of any exhaust pipe. We could have ran it on the other side and let it lay on the exhaust pipe, but that's not, you know, it's all common sense from here forward. And we'll eventually get this strapped down and all that, and run our vacuum line. So we're doing electrical first, vacuum line second. It seems like we can get away with it without anything intersecting or interfering. Once we get our vacuum line situation set up, we're going to start strapping it all down into its permanent place. But as of right now, besides me tightening this 110mm bolt up here, again, make sure it's tight enough for the dipstick on the intake, and that's it for that. Alright, so now we have something to strap to for our heater hoses. We'll zip tie our heater hoses as they come off of here and make a straight shot to the heater core. This one goes to the lower on the heater core, it's 5/8. This one on top is 3/4. So it's two different size heater hoses. The one going to is 5/8 and then 3/4 coming back. So top out is 3/4 to 3/4. 1/2 inch, 5/8 to 5/8. So we want two different lengths of line.
Yeah.
We got a 5/8 and we got a 1/2 inch. And a 3/4, sorry. So 3/4, 5/8. If you're wondering about heater hose sizes, these vans always seem to blow a heater hose somewhere underneath here and shoot water down. We hope not to have that problem anymore with new heater hoses, at least not for a couple of years. Now, that probably plugs up here or down here. No, actually into the side. Once that goes in, that's later.
Yeah.
And then we'll run our vacuum lines back the way it was before. Now, we didn't go back and rewatch our videos. This is strictly based off of memory.
Yeah. Damn.
Which is pretty good. I mean,
Man, common sense.
keep your brain exercised and all right. What's next? We got this in. I'm almost ready for the mass airflow. The throttle
body.
The throttle body. And I'm gonna put a lead gasket back. We have a new one of those, and we're gonna go clean the other one up. So maybe we should go clean the other one up.
Yeah.
And get that ready. Or we should run some heater hose. What do you want to do?
Let's run some heater hose while the space is clear.
All right. Try it. All right. PCV.
Yep.
Valve. Repair. Boot repair. That boot that you always have to buy to fit right here in your intake. What we do is we take a piece of 5/8 heater hose. We soften it up with a little carburetor cleaner. We get it to stretch around. All the way to the base. And we leave a couple of inches sticking out like that. That's about what, 2 inches? 2 inches sticking out.
Yeah.
Then we take a piece of 3/8 transmission or fuel line. What is this, power steering line? Whatever.
Yeah.
It's all about the same thickness. Power steering line might be a little thicker. This is 3/8. And it plugs right on the PDC, positive crankcase valve. See it? Yeah, so it's straight up and down. So we lube this a little bit with a little carb cleaner, and we get to go in. And it's a pretty good tight fit. And I promise you it'll outlast the factory boot. It will outlast a factory boot.
No. Tight fit, rubber on rubber.
Rubber inside of rubber, and if you want to get technical, this tube is 3/8 almost slides inside the actual steel fitting. So I mean, it's a done deal. So that's down, and see, we still have enough room with what we left ourselves with heater hoses to get our coil packs out. That's what we want to do for service in the future. We wanted to leave ourselves a little slack here, because once we cut these, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Okay, so we left that sticking out too. Later we'll strap that over here, make it look all nice and pretty and shit. So we're slowly getting it done. All right. All right. So what we did just now was we took our heater return, going back into the intake, and we stuck a 1.25 inch or a 1-inch wrench. You could use a 1-inch wrench. It's probably better. Took the wrench and stuck it on there. Used it for leverage, and you can see the pry mark. It was sitting about right here, facing down slightly. That enables you stuck with the only option of using some kind of forward 90, unless you want a heater hose bent in here and kinked. What we did was we took a chance and very slowly bent it up to about this angle. Then we stuck the wrench in there the opposite way by taking the hose off and bent it slightly this way, very slowly, to give it the angle that it has, so that the heater hose, the 3/4 piece, is not, the return is not bent, not kinked. So we won't have heater hose failure or failure to deliver adequate supply of hot water to the heater core. So our heater works properly. And we can use a conventional hose versus forged special 90s and stuff. So there we go. That's another tip for you that we've learned.
Alright, so now we're getting down to the belt, we're getting down to the wire here. We're going to put the belt back on, check the routing method. You assume when you go around the AC, go up and over, back around the crank, water pump, power steering. There's no idle or pulley here, that's eliminated. Right here, alternator, etc. Alternator is the last to put on. So
We can route it like
remember what we said when we took it off?
in between the two idler pulleys.
When we said when we took it off, we had to have the writing facing us where we could read it. Keep it in the same direction.
in
Alright?
between the tensioner and the idler, so we can hit the AC compressor.
So what, like this?
Yep. So that way we can hit the AC compressor.
Alright, so first feed, make a belt out of it, fold it up in half, shove it through, between the idler pulley and the other idler pulley, which is the tensioner pulley. Come down, pull it out, put it around the AC compressor.
We go down or around the crankshaft.
Go around this and back down. Around it.
No, around the tensioner to the crankshaft, and then after the crankshaft to the water pump.
Ah, so
So go around the crankshaft first, not the water pump.
okay. So let's go this way.
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. So around the tensioner, then around the crank.
And around the water pump. Yes. Curves, does a diagonal up and around.
So up, well, we'll do that last. It probably goes under here. No?
Yeah, that's for the alternator.
Alright, okay. So, around this way.
Yes. Then around
Okay.
power steering and then the alternator.
Alright, and like I said, alternator was going to be last to take our play out. Let me check our grooves. Alright, groove in, grooves in there, in there. Compressor, shine it on the compressor. Compressor's on. Everything else is on, all 8 grooves.
I'll check the crankshaft at the bottom.
Check it before it's on. Test it before it's
Yeah. Yeah, that's on.
Alright,
Compressor.
let's make sure our pulley bolts are tight.
Power steering.
Using the belt to keep the tension on it. We put them in hand tight. There we go. Now all we got to do is stick the fan and the shroud together, slide it in. Now
That's
remember,
one piece.
we have not put the mass airflow in yet. Okay.
Alright.
Doing the fan and the shroud. Back goes on the fan. We've got it started. Got the shroud and the fan put in at the same time. It's a little bit of a jimmy, but it gets in there. Main thing is you got to pull back this water line and just move it out of the way, and then slide this in. There's two clips at the bottom. It sits in, two dog ears, and then at the top it's got two bolts. They're both 8mm. And then our fan's on.
Crescent wrench.
To set your fan on, you torque it down to, where's the hammer?
Yeah.
Torque it down to hammer foot-pounds of torque.
That's a good value.
And that's it.
And then this.
The only time your fan will
That's it.
fly off is when you kill your engine. It'll unscrew. Zing! Just kidding. Alright. Next what? Radiator hose?
Yeah.
Or is that gonna...
We should probably put that on when we're putting the boot on. The air boot. Mass airflow sensor and all that.
Probably put that on first, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, let's put that on first.
The mass airflow?
Yeah, because we also got to get the throttle body on, the EGR pipes, vacuum routed in the back of the engine.
Well, there's really nothing else to do from the front except put the boot through here, and then I do the rest from the back.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, and then the front would be done, you're right. You get the throttle cable here.
I mean, we only have to hook these two up for our...
Those are our only two free
Yeah,
wires.
this is for our mass airflow sensor, the round plug. Which, by the way, if you get any moisture in there before you plug it back in, I've done it before, your vehicle will malfunction, and you won't know why. You'll change everything, you'll go through everything, you can't figure it out, and it really comes down to this has to be extremely dry when you plug it back in.
Threw us for a loop one time.
Yeah, and then this is just your air temperature, outside air temperature that plugs straight into the boot. It's a little sensor. Really does nothing. So this is all out of the way for the
It's all
most
plugged
part.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as pretty as I wanted it, but it'll work. It's all strapped down. This goes back down. Temperature sending unit down there. Cam shaft position and sensor. What's this? Limp mode. Where's this go? Ah, that's that
valve.
that flap that opens that we showed you earlier in the video to give you horsepower at 3,000 plus RPMs. Temperature sending unit. Get everything mapped out here. And we're double checking, making sure everything's plugged in. This shit plug right here doesn't belong to the van itself.
Those are all CNG plugs.
That was the old CNG setup that we got rid of. That was all right here clogging this engine up. These are the vacuum lines we still need to route. This is the one that controls everything inside the cab. That plugs into the side of the bottom hose of the
Throttle body.
Yeah. Alright.
What's next?
Alright, so these two center bolts on the intake on the driver's side toward the back. Not this one with the resistor, but right here. And I didn't tighten them up yet, but this is where your map sensor plate goes. And one of these wires is your map sensor wire plug. And we marked our map sensor vacuum leads. But one of them is bigger, and it's always the back one, just in case you didn't mark yours. And then the smaller one, of course, is the front. That's back on. Now here's our wires. One of these, of course, plugs into here, and the other one plugs into the
positioning sensor, I think, right?
Yep.
It's the only one with the rectangular plug besides that.
They both look identical, the plugs, except one of the tits is on the other side, so you can't confuse them. But they do look the same, and they do share the same harness. So we're going to tighten this down. Map. Get the right socket here. 10 millimeter to tighten that down. Why don't you oblige me with a 10? Alright, next up, we're going to try to install a throttle body. This vacuum line here comes out. This is coming from the front of the throttle body. It's the only one that really stays attached to the throttle body. This line wraps around to your EVAP can, or I'm sorry, right here, to your pollution control cutoff and on switch, or your, I'm sorry, fuel tank evaporation or fuel tank recirculation. That little tank doodaddy that's on the back of your vehicle, it's in the way back, that's always leaking. That's where it goes. We know that that's not right.
Flip it.
Probably, huh?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Alright. Okay. Let me get some bolts in here so I can keep this gasket stabilized.
Here. I got 3 short ones and 1 long one.
Yeah, I got a boot up there that's interfering with me. It's kind of riding down and pushing me out, so I think I need you in the front there. You can quit filming. Got a throttle body mounted. We got our top line here that goes to the brake booster. That goes to the brake booster. This line's coming off the throttle body already. That's in the front of the throttle body, but attached to the throttle body. That goes to the exhaust gas or fuel tank recirculation. It's pollution crap. So we're going to route our vacuum lines down here. I think I'll go over some of this so we can still work on the vehicle. We also have this white line that runs down here. There's only 3 vacuum lines that touch down outside of the vehicle, not as many as you think. Okay, the 3 vacuum lines that touch down outside the vehicle, down to the bottom of the vehicle, go to these crappy hoses back here, if you can see in here. They're steel lines, they're on the frame.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, back up a bit. Okay, big one. This is the black one. There's a rubber hose attached. Your lines might be a different color, I don't know.
We colored ours.
No, I mean, I've repaired these in the past because they tend to leak right here. Now this center line, let's see. So what that did was that attached us, I left this in the jacket. That attached us here. There's that black line right here. Up here, I need to see. Okay. That attached us above. Okay. Above this, I don't think that's really going to work out for us. We need to go below the heater hoses. Not really long enough. So, I'm going to keep this. I'm going to run this behind here. Now there is another vacuum line that hooks down here. runs separate. Okay, so run down here on the passenger side, right by the AC box in the doghouse. Okay. Our big line is hooked up now. And we're going to hook up our beige colored line right here. And there's a center line that's not attached to this jacketed harness, which I'll look for in a minute. Now then we're going to plug in our triple tree, or whatever we want to call this, vacuum port right here. Now that goes there, and then there is a shine up in here. There is a line right here, a red line I just pulled down. Remember I told you there was only one coming from the front of the vehicle? That controls everything inside the cab, air conditioning vents, etc. You want to plug that in your triple vacuum port. Okay, there, looks like we're all plugged in there. Alright, now that's in. We still need to get our line that plugs down to the bottom. Now we know that
this at length.
This goes down here. And we know that our green one recircs back to our boot that plugs into our EGR. And we know that our red one stretches over here to our fuel pressure regulator.
Light one out.
Alright. You can fix it.
Yeah. I'll go look for that other vacuum line.
Alright, so we found our other line, the one I was talking about previously. It's also a beige line. That beige line goes to the center. We found it. We ran it back up. We stuck it back in the wire loom. Comes to here. That little beige line goes to the center on there that runs down to the vacuum canister underneath the passenger side door on this particular vehicle. That would in turn run to the bottom of here, which would sit up here. Okay, so pretty much got all the vacuum lines laid out for our smaller vacuum lines. Now bigger vacuum lines, we got our power brake booster plugged in, we got our EGR, we'll do our mass airflow later, I mean our throttle air idle control. We'll do that in a minute. Now lines we have left here, this would go to mass air, idle air. This would go to the bottom of this, or the side of this. And now we're missing one more plug. Here we go. This goes to our idle air. And that's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, we've had this thing completely apart and just flipped over. So after we hook all this shit up, let's see, where's this go? What goes up here? This one may go here. Hold on a second. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna run this through here, around here, plug it in here. Thought that was kind of odd because I probed that. This is our idle air control valve, because I've never probed those wires before. I probed these to test this device to see if it was controlling the EGR properly, and it was. So I saw the little skin marks on them, so now I know it goes there. Get yourself some paint markers, folks. It'd be a lot more helpful. But if you've done this a little bit and you got a good memory, then you should be able to slap this back together with some common sense. So we'll get this back together and then
I guess we'll start it up and see if it blows up or lives on. Okay, now that we got this doodad up, we got two lines to decipher through. This one runs up to the EVAP test port, which is that little green port up at the top right by your transmission fluid dipstick. And this one comes from your throttle body, from the front of your throttle body. There's a little port off the side of it. This is what's plugged into it. And this is the correct way that it hooks up. This wraps around, plugs into here. And then this plugs into your EVAP line, which doesn't make it plug in very well, but if you go get me some, you know what, it's fine.
Some brake cleaner?
Oh, I got it. Okay. We need to change this shitty hose later. This is to evacuate shit from the canister in the back by the wheel, by the rear end, by the spare tire. Okay, so that's hooked up, that wires into there. This is for your EVAP test. And then down. We could get rid of this in the future, this EVAP test shit, because this vehicle's almost obsolete. There won't be any testing, any emissions on this. We'll do that when we change this line. We'll eliminate that EVAP port. So now all we have is to install this and tighten up our EGR pipe. We got to put on our throttle spring. We got our throttle hooked up, but our return spring needs to be hooked up. So we'll go put our return spring on now. Let's do that first before I forget. I'm sitting in here with a return spring in my hand. We'll go in the front of the vehicle and do that. Okay. Alright, here's our spring. The throttle spring. Return. It's not the best throttle cable, but it'll work.
Let me see, this is all the way into.
Yeah, leave that alone. I'm gonna fix that later. Yeah, so below the boot, on top of the radiator hose, is where this thing free sits. It's where it always did. I always thought that was a shitty design. All right, go hit the gas pedal for me real quick. Let me see if it's popping back. Hold it down to the floor. All right, let it go. Floor. All right. Man, it's wide open. All right. All right. How's that stupid ass Snoop Dogg song go?
Let's see.
If you believe in your achievement,
It's something like that.
you got a lot to be thankful for.
Eating good off your food stamp card, something like that.
Yeah, you made a lot of money last month off of food stamp fraud. Remember that?
Something like that. I don't know. Something we heard on the radio one day.
This shit's stupid. I have to go back to YouTube and steal that clip, stick it on Facebook for all my old friends. All my old friends that hate that kind of shit. My conservative fellas, they would be pissed. Alright, I don't want to put that on. We gotta hook those boots up back here in the back. Remember?
Oh,
We
yeah.
got those two boots to hook up.
There's two lines.
Those two big boots. One of them is the tube to go to the idle air control valve, and one of them is a tube that plugs into the vent down there at the bottom. That short tube, which is right here.
Yeah. We got the...
Was this the lower or upper tube?
I think it was... Hold on,
Don't
we're
make me go
discussing-
back to the beginning of a 6-hour video, 7-hour video, and watch the
Yeah,
beginning.
literally 7 hours of video time. I think, I want to say, It was the top that was the IAC.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. All right. Well, let's get down there and tighten that nut. Can you see down there? An 1.25 inch nut.
Yeah, you can see it from inside the truck. I think it's more accessible.
All right, hold on a second. What are we using? 1.25 inch?
1.25 inch, that's the size. Hold on, I can see it here. There it is, I think.
Yeah, I thought that it was accessible from underneath. Or is it?
Inside.
All right, kill it.
Yeah, I think that one would plug into the top, while the valve cover one goes at the bottom.
Okay.
There it is on the camera. There it is.
No, where's the other one?
Outside. I got access to it if you need me to do it.
I got it from right here, I think.
Looks like it goes in between the EGR and yeah. There, got that one in.
You got it in?
Yeah. There it is.
What's the vent recirculation? Plugged in all the way?
Yeah. You got a little tiny gap, but I just relieved that. There we go. Alright, now one looks tight.
Okay. Let's finish it here up front.
Yeah.
Most of the shit's off the top of the engine. That's good. It shouldn't burn up any vacuum lines. I mean, I could put all those lines right here. I could strap those together right here along with this throttle cable up here. That would help keep some of it off the engine. But I think we're good. I want to get this test over with and see what's going on. Let's just leave them like that. Leave that line like that. Pull our line down here for our mass air. We got our radiator hose tight. Got all the pulley systems tight. We got all our valve train tight. We got everything tight. We got our intake tight. We got everything torqued. There's always something you forget, but you know, maybe leaving my ratchet in here is something I forgot. Or did you just put that
No,
there?
I did. That's for the bolts up there.
Well, I'm using the impact for this shit. I'm not wasting my time.
Alright.
Alright. Here comes the true test. Van's back together. Just so you know, it's probably a lot lighter from all that shit we removed. Just kidding. Probably a couple of pounds lighter. But a hell of a lot easier to work on. Now, one thing we don't know, we haven't even turned it over. We haven't even tried yet. We don't know. There's no water in it other than what's in the engine block. There's no water in the radiator, so we're going to start it up first with no water.
We also lost a little bit of oil too.
How much?
Just a
An
bit.
ounce?
Probably. You just
Yeah,
see it leak on the side.
Yeah, well, we've got to change that anyway once we get all that lint and shit out of the cam lobes. We're going to let all that filter down into the filter and then change the oil. We've got to change oil and everything, but we're not going to film all that process. We just want to film whether or not this thing actually works. It's back to operator's condition. We have so much to worry about whether it goes right or wrong. There's gaskets that have to seal from the heat. There's all kinds of stuff, I'm assuming.
They say they got to break in the lifters, like hold the RPMs to 3,000 or something like that. You probably don't have to do that.
I don't think I'm doing all that. I mean, I'm going to start it up, but there's a chance that it might not start up, or it might start up and the gauges may go haywire, because we did pull that CNG shit off of here. We disconnected all those plugs, if you watch the video this long, and we removed all of that CNG, but we replaced the intake. So we have we found out that the CNG intake and the regular intake were pretty much the same, except the CNG injectors rose up a little bit higher, but let the injector seal in a different place, which was really weird. In other words, CNG has their own bottom
their own bottom injectors. That goes in the parts box. So we don't know if the cooling temp sensor that was in this head from the junkyard, this intake from the junkyard, is any good. But we never had any check engine lights on before. But we're lucky to have gauges because all those CNGs stuff tie into the gauges. So maybe we're missing the bypass wires when we disconnected that CNG octopus of wires. So we don't know yet. We're gonna find out. Just so you know, you're looking at the same vehicle. You see the painted intake. You see partially painted intake. You see the number 537, which was on the valve cover before that we were taking apart. You see the new gaskets on it, so we're not tricking you. We haven't started this thing up yet. It's got 2 batteries in it, so we don't know if keeping the lights on for so long was. It definitely sounds different turning over.
Yeah.
We're gonna let the fuel prime up. Turn this shit off.
There. AC off.
Running this. Okay. They aren't cleared out.
Lifters are doing their initial tap, and they said they do that when you first put them in.
Yeah, well, they fucking do that in the morning every day on every 5-foot pulley.
Yeah. So what's the difference?
Right. Remember, there's no water in here, so we can't run it long. What we're gonna do is run the hose in here and flush that fiber lock shit out of here. We might leave a little bit of residual that's left in here. Well, I'll be damned. I mean, we took an engine completely apart and put it back together. Let's see. We got a fuel gauge that's all the way up. That's not normal. I had 3/4 of a tank of gas in here before. Nah, we don't have that much gas in here. That's wrong. Let's check the oil pressure. That sounds weird. No other check engine lights are on.
Got a lot of white smoke, but that's condensation.
Condensation, carburetor cleaner, dry rings, you name it.
Yeah.
Alright, before it gets too hot, let's do that. And then let's see what wire plugs back in that might route back to giving me my fuel gauge back. Because I know that CNG plug was getting water in it or something, was screwing up on it, because I know that for a fact. Yeah, it's gonna smoke, dude. There's shit everywhere. I know that that CNG plug that we unplugged, it went back to Ford's gauges maybe. We might have to do a jumper wire or something, or butt connect 2 pieces of wire together to get my fuel gauge back, because it shares the same fuel gauge as CNG. Other than that, CNG is supposed to be a completely dedicated system, dedicated computer, which is underneath there somewhere.
Right there.
Oh, okay. Well, that thing can come out later, and all the wires that go with it. But I know it's dedicated, so we'll take the old one out. We'll kind of match up. Well, hey, what routed and what tied into what, and if there was a jumper wire, we'll find it, and we'll find out which ones were jumped out. But we know there's only one wiring harness that plugged in from the GFI system, the GFI natural gas system. And that was that one wire was right plug right here. Look. That one plug. Seems like a lot of damn wires, right? To override.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably taking over all the sensors, you know. Probably tapping into the it was probably tapping into the all the other things, the camshaft positioning sensor and all that stuff, the stuff that CNG needed to run, probably tapping into the computer right there as well. So I'm sorry, the dedicated computer, so it was just basically shutting off the other computer. The part that sucked about the CNG and Bi-Fuel is that every time you switched over fuel, you basically shut off after the main computer for the Ford computer, gasoline computer, lost its memory after 30 minutes.
That's about it, yeah.
After it died, after it forgot its codes and everything, it reset it every time you switched back over to gasoline, so you were running back at a stock mode again, and this thing had to go 30 cycles or whatever to relearn. So that kind of sucked to have a Bi-Fuel. So we'll see. Let's cut. Let's get some water in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have this kind of response before. I just put my foot on the brake to power brake it a little bit, and I put the pedal down about that much, and it just drug the two front tires forward. Yeah, it's got a little bit more pep in it.
It's that timing chain, huh?
Well, we didn't change the timing chain, we changed the tensioners.
But the passenger side was a little loose.
Yeah, it was probably that, a combination of that, some leaking gaskets and shit like that, and it was probably that valve that's supposed to open when it's supposed to open. We're starting to barely get a temperature reading. So I trust that this is still hooked up.
Oh yeah, that's the other sensor. Not the AutoZone one that cracked the intake.
No, that's probably a factory Ford sensor, which is good. Let's start it at 0 because that's where we're starting at. We're going to mark the mileage down when we did all this work and put it in a logbook. We need to get that fuel gauge to work. There's no way it should be pegged like that. It should have at least come down to 3/4 of a tank. I have a suspicion that it has something to do with the GFI wires that plugged in, so we're going to go and inspect that GFI system in that box over there and find out what the hell I need to do to bypass that, since they don't want to produce a manual on this piece of shit.
What if we jump terminals manually until we find the one that gets the gas?
Oh yeah, just risk burning up the computer and all that shit? No, I don't think so, dude.
That's why I said what if.
They're in.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, it's holding a steady idle without a surge. It would never do that before. It would never hold a steady idle. And look, the engine would shake a hell of a lot more than that, and it's not. Of course, it's still got its typical 5.4 noisy rocker arm, roller rocker bullshit, but it sounds good. I mean, I've listened to a lot of 5.4s with the doghouse off, and that's when you can hear the most.
Yeah.
But our exhaust is tight. That's good.
Yeah.
You can hear that magna flow, and then high flow cat. Is it smoking any white smoke?
Let me check. No white smoke. Not anymore.
Kind of white smoke.
I said no white smoke.
Oh,
Before it was shooting white smoke all the way out here.
yeah, that's condensation, dude.
I know.
Crap in the cylinder. What kind of water level we sitting at?
It's pretty high.
Right here?
Yeah.
Let's check pressure.
None, huh?
No.
That's what happened when the head gasket was blown, you remember?
Yep.
They used to shoot water out.
Yep, because it was using combustion to go back into the water. It was feeding combustion back through the radiator, back into the cooling system. To be more professional about it. Put your hand on it. It didn't feel like this before.
Smooth.
It used to kind of jump and jerk a little bit here and there. It used to surge. Do all kinds of bullshit. It ran rough. You know what I want to do next? I want to change the computer in this thing. We have an extra one.
Yes, we do. The computer's right there.
Why don't we get a software and download it and set all the shift points to where I want it. Set the timing, set the RPM range. And by God, go find some bootleg software on Linux. Go onto the dark web and find some software on an old shitty computer and download something to eliminate the governor on this thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm sick of the governor cutoff at 98 miles an hour.
Actually, you don't have to go on
If
dark
this
web.
thing does 140, I want it to do 140. Not that I want to drive that fast, but I want it to be able to do that. Because who knows what kind of zombies are going to be chasing you down in the apocalypse. They might be able to run 140.
Interesting to note, there's an EEC part number here.
What?
A computer part number. Look right here.
Computer part number for what?
Replace PCM from Ford.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that part number translates
System
to.
matches our PCM?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but that's for CNG.
It's either for the CNG or for this, because that's a Ford part number and GFI has their own part numbering system.
Yeah, we need to get our gas gauge back, because that's not cool.
Yeah.
The
That's
gas gauge is at full. Alright, so everything's working except for my fuel gauge.
got a little problem here.
So I have to have this wire, and this wire plugged in to this apparatus of shit. Okay. For my fuel gauge to read 3/4 of a tank normal, which is what's in it, 3/4 of a tank. This wire, and this wire. The only thing I can gather is maybe this goes to the dash instrument cluster because it's going that way. Or the PCM possibly. This might be coming from the sending unit in the tank that way. And this one comes from some kind of power relay box right underneath here, which says made in Canada, of course. And it's got 2 relays and looks like some heat sensors in it. And it's its own little box. And when I tried to unplug any of these, I lost that fuel gauge.
And not only that, but when we
When you unplug this, going to the Canadian box, the fuel pump quits running. So that kind of sucks. But none of these other wires here, these big old giant wiring harnesses and the ones I shoved back in there, which is about 3 other wiring harnesses that I connect, make no damn bit of difference with the fuel pump nor the whatchamacallit. So we're going to have fun figuring this shit out, because I'm sure I'm not the only idiot who took a CNG vehicle who tried to make something out of it that was reliable. So, but anyway, that's I guess that's be a different video.
yeah.
You should know, incorporated in this.
Yeah.
There's everything you need to know about an Econoline that was purchased as a utility vehicle, as a service vehicle. back in any point when they were CNG. And then you can use it for your navigators in your 5.4 liter trucks, your Tritons, your F-150, 250, 350s.
Some of those were CNG converted too.
Well, not just to CNG. You can use the video for multiple use. I'm sure you will.
Like LPG. They use propane shit.
Yeah, it's a lot different. Not a lot different. It's different injectors and different shit. It's a lot simpler than this shit is. But you would have at least the guidelines for the upward valve train and what it's like to pull all that shit out and we'll put it back together and make sure it runs.
Yeah. This was one hell of a job. And it ain't over yet.
No. We need to check underneath the vehicle and see if we're losing any water.
Yeah.
Check down there and see if we're losing any.
Don't mind those puddles, those are previous puddles.
Anything on the ground?
Got some here. Something
What?
new. Looks like
What the hell now? I can't afford any more problems.
green-ish. But it looks like oil.
What's it on?
Looks like it's from the previous oil leak. I think it's from the previous stuff.
Yeah, where's it coming from?
Alright, I got 2 drips on the bottom of this engine frame. Frame that holds the engine up.
Let me see. Banana freeze?
No.
Because I don't have much in here.
It's this. Right here.
Where? Where at?
Right here. This is the new puddle.
Oh, no shit. I don't
Yeah.
like that.
And then right here I got 2 drips. Forming.
Where'd they come from?
I'm not exactly sure about that.
Valve cover gasket?
See, I did a
Shine it up in here. Let me see.
inspection. No, it's all dry up here, except for this thing, but
Check for the bottom of it. Dude, that could have been from when we pulled the...
that's what I'm thinking. I
Yeah.
think we need to let all that shit burn off first before we jump to a horrible conclusion.
Yeah, and if it's just a valve cover gasket, it'll seat eventually.
Yeah, because see, I still got a little bit of oil on the bottom of the,
Head,
yeah, pretty much.
a block.
Yeah, on the bottom of this frame here.
Well, how's the front oil pan gasket look?
Oh, the front oil pan gasket, I checked it out before and there was no leak and there was only a little bit of gleam around, but that was from before.
Alright, I'm satisfied with this. We're just gonna wash this shit off and then check it during the daytime.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, so it seems to be running much better. In case you haven't noticed, I just did like a quick, back up and pull forward a little bit. Kind of a, I mean, it's a one tire fryer, but it did hit positive for a second, and then of course when I held my foot on the brake to stop and smash it through the other shed, it drug my front tires from here all the way to there. I mean, here's the rub marks. So it definitely gained low end horsepower. Definitely, without a doubt. Now, just jumped off the freeway, the highway.
Whatever you call it.
And it didn't have that stumble anymore upon acceleration. Top end is a lot smoother, and all in all, it would have never done that before with this much weight in it. This is it's almost 10,000. It is 10,000 pounds. The tools in it feels like a V8. It doesn't feel like a V7 anymore.
Oh, sticky.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Tracks.
this is my private driveway. I can do what I want. But anyway, the rear tires were choppy anyway. I needed to smooth them out. They were choppy because I rotated them from the front back to the back.
That's a good way of doing that.
Yeah, right. I'll have to get some new tires soon. They don't make Mickey Thompson low range E in this brand anymore. I mean, in this style. So far, it's holding up. I think it's good. We just got to get that fuel gauge situation straight, because otherwise I got to plug that GFI box back in.
Right there, yeah.
Maybe I'll take it apart and find out why those 3 wires and where they intersect, but then I got to dissect the circuit board to find out.
There is no, there's no literature about it online. I
There's
already
not
searched.
going to be.
I already went through the forums. I couldn't find virtually anything. I mean, they got people who have different problems, and you can try to read between the lines, like people switching different plugs in the back and finding the the sending unit from the fuel pump that goes to the gas gauge. Trying to trace that out, but
Guess what?
there's no definite documentation.
The
What?
computer's gonna have to relearn all of the stuff that's been changed. So we're gonna have to drive it a bunch of driving cycles to get it to relearn.
And the one thing I did notice.
You hear all that popping?
Yeah, all that.
Those are all my head bolts snapping.
I noticed that since we put it together. We're gonna have to check
Well,
for
how many
leaks.
times is the head bolt's gonna snap?
I don't know until they snap.
Well, each one of them you hear popping. I mean, how many times have you heard it pop 20 times?
No, I've heard pop at different times, and
Aren't there 10 bolts per head?
yeah, 10 bolts per
Did
head.
you hear 20 pops yet? After you hit 20 pops, that means we got no head bolts left. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
You see any water leaking? That's just rainwater.
Oh yeah, should be just rainwater.
What's that doing? That actually the heat shield, huh?
Yeah, it actually sounds more like the heat shield rather than the heads.
It's not the head. I'm joking.
Yeah, I know.
Is it the catalytic? The new catalytic converter put on it?
Yeah, it sounds like the heat.
Okay, so we're now at the end of the 7.5-hour video. This is 2 days later, or a day and a half, 2 days later after the van has ran about 50 miles. No problems, no leaks. The fluid levels are staying the same. We did finally do a bunch of ohm tests to figure out how to get our fuel gauge working after unplugging all that CNG Bi-Fuel equipment. We couldn't get our fuel gauge back. We couldn't figure out how it works, but we finally did. We ohmed everything out, and we figured out what we needed to bypass, or rather what we needed to bridge. There was one plug that we needed to bridge to get our fuel gauge working again the proper way without keeping the CNG tuning valve hooked up or proportioning valve hooked up. So we did figure that part out, and right now it's been sitting for about 8 hours. We should be able to check our fluid level, and it should be right at the max line to show that it didn't leak any fluid down. Let's check it and see real quick. Alright. We didn't put any antifreeze in it yet because we want to clean all this gook out.
Yeah, there it is.
What's
Max line.
Is it right at the line where I had it before?
Yes, it is.
Alright, so we didn't lose any coolant. That's been 50 miles in 2 days, or a day and a half.
Check the oil, and it didn't have any coolant in it.
No, and here was the bypass we found. Right here.
The top 2 prongs, alright? Yeah.
Top 2 prongs. I guess we can call that the top, or if we flip it over, call it the bottom. Now this wiring harness came down and clustered in with the rest of these wires here. And it came down and it was attached with a zip tie, and this is where our CNG portioning valve originally plugged into from the Ford harness that came this way. It's marked with a little label on it, P30. I don't know if it's the same on your CNG Bi-Fuel vehicle, but these 2 connectors, we took 12 volts from here and sent it over here to complete the circuit, and that basically took our fuel gauge that was stuck on full and brought it down to the proper level. Since we brought it to the gas station and tested the different float levels to see if it was appropriate, and it is accurate. And we plugged the CNG proportioning valve back in to see if the values read the same, and they do. So all we had to do was jump that plug out. For you people who haven't figured out how to get your fuel gauge working again, on this particular EFI Bi-Fuel Canadian edition Bi-Fuel van, this was how we would do it. I imagine it's similar on a Crown Vic or any other van of this style that's been CNG converted. Bi-Fuel gasoline. So our fuel gauge should read right above a half tank if we still have the same amount of gas and we don't have a gas leak, which I'm sure we don't.
There it is. Reading at 3/4.
That's pretty accurate.
Yes.
That's about where we had it left. We could unplug that wire for you. I'll unplug it. You should watch that fuel gauge jump up.
Unplugged?
Now it is.
Alright, let's try reset.
It's reading that.
Right now it's still reading 3/4. Let's reset it.
It's reading by memory. Now cut it off and cut it back on.
And there it goes. Overextending past full.
Okay, now turn it off and turn it back on. Still at full?
Yep, still doing it.
Okay, now let me plug it back in.
Turned off.
Okay, this is just a paper clip skinned back. One of those fancy paper clips with the paint on it or the rubber on it. It sticks in there nicely. Now turn the key off, turn it back on, check it.
It's off right now. Let's turn it on. There we go. 3/4 of a tank.
There you go.
I remember reading on the forum there was someone that had this problem and they could never figure out what it was.
Well, there you go. I figured it out for you, okay? Just oming the shit out of things.
Long process.
I'm sure they sold the vehicle by now. Alright.